The first acts of the Manhwa take place in the beautiful and elegant blue-roofed palace that is the home of the Marquis of Keraton. The house is surrounded by dense thickets and is also decorated by a clear blue sky. The interior of the palace had light and warm, soft colors that were adorned with daylight. In such a luxurious room, two maids were discussing the fact that the Marquis and Marquise, that is, the owners of the house, had not been seen for a long time recently. The two maids were talking excitedly about the rumors that the Marquis and the Marquise had disappeared, while the main character was silently doing her work beside them. She has long blonde hair and the same plain maid outfit. The brown-haired girls continued to talk about the disappearance of the owners of the house, while the protagonist wasted no time. Pretending to sweep the floor near the window, she stealthily stole the jewelry that adorned the curtain. She deftly removed the red stone from the curtain and tucked it under her sleeve so that she would not be recognized. The two maids didn't even notice the thief beside them. But unlike the two gossiping maids, who still had hope that the Marquis and the Marquise would return, the protagonist already knows that they are not just missing, but dead. The green-eyed heroine continued to calmly clean the room, deftly picking up the jewelry that lay there. She was confidently thinking about the fact that this family was soon going to collapse. She could so easily speak of it for the reason that this world was inside a novel, which she knew perfectly well. And, as with most things in the fallen world, she died as a result of a ridiculous fall. On the eve of her death, she was reading a novel on her phone called Unforgivable Sin, and it was in this novel that she was reborn, knowing the plot and characters wonderfully. The main character remembers how it was an incredible shock to her to see in the reflection of the mirror a new version of herself, who had been reborn in the body of some servant girl. But, before moving on to the story, the protagonist wanted to briefly tell the plot of the novel in which she was reborn. The main character of the work is Joshua Ron Keraton. Joshua is not just the protagonist, but the heir to a Marquis family with a long history, but his life from the beginning was strewn with failures and problems. However, Joshua was able to find his enemy who made his life a living hell. Soon he took revenge on him, and these events formed the plot of the novel. The problem is that the production of this novel stopped midway through the plot, but the protagonist still knows that those mishaps in Joshua's life that she described earlier are starting right now. The palace workers were constantly complaining about Keraton, who was unable to provide everyone with a paycheck because of the disappearance of the Marquis, and for that reason he, along with his twin sister, was sent to Selmia. Of course, the children who needed care were neglected to the point of ceasing to provide food for them due to non-payment of labor. But the protagonist, in whose memory the Korean recipes were preserved, still prepared food for the children, because with anger she did not understand how they could be left to starve. Kind to children, the protagonist left a tray with food right under the door of the room where the children were, and then, after a little watching from around the corner to see how they take it, went away and got relief from it. The blonde-haired girl would be happy to help them a lot more if she didn't know that all those who helped the twins in some way died a mysterious, premature death. For this reason, the protagonist, with sorrow for her children, hid stolen stones in her suitcase to get a lot of money for them later. The maid hid another stolen cloth in her suitcase and with sad thoughts realized that if she continued to help the twins in everything, she would be inevitably killed, and she had already had enough of one death at a young age. She is well aware that she managed not to get entangled in the affair she was reborn into, and now all she has to do is take responsibility for her future and set off on a new journey with all the charms she has pilfered from the entire palace. While the blonde maid was thinking about the fact that stealing jewelry is wrong and that this way she replaces her unpaid salary, another maid burst into the room and told everyone to get out immediately. The protagonist was not even surprised because she already knows the plot of the novel and accordingly knows what is about to happen. She only smiled and impatiently was going to follow all the maids. All the girls went out into the hall where the butler was standing on the high staircase. He shouted for silence to everyone, about to read the sheet in his hands. The palace staff, including the maids and servants, were about to listen to the butler attentively, for he was about to read out in front of everyone a decree from the Duke himself regarding their difficult situation. As he began to read, the butler loudly proclaimed that due to the disappearance of the head of the family, Marquis Carrington, it had become difficult for the family to fulfill their duties. As a consequence, the butler proclaimed all privileges and duties of the lord are suspended, and the succession of the title is postponed as the heir is still young. Continuing to read the decree, the butler proclaimed to the servants that until the heir reaches a suitable age, Carrington Manor will be under the administration of the Duke's royal family. And based on this, the butler loudly announced that according to the decree, all the servants of the house were considered dismissed. Hearing such words, all the maids and servants were seized with real horror, because they had just lost their jobs. After the scandalous announcement, the maids were about to sleep in the house for the last time before leaving. They were talking fearfully about the abrupt dismissal, while the protagonist, who was already in her nightie and showed no signs of panic, was doing something next to her bed. The protagonist was going to sleep, thanking herself for stealing the jewelry beforehand for a better life, because she knew that the plot had her facing dismissal at the Marquis house. Unlike the worried maids, the heroine went to bed, not even worrying about what had happened and telling everyone to sleep, and her friends continued to adjust the sheets, not understanding why the blonde girl was acting so strangely. The girl fell asleep with a smile, realizing that no one cares about her and that tomorrow she can start a new life and live a better life of the novel she is in. The heroine has been waiting for this day for an incredibly long time. With these thoughts, the girl was able to sleep sweetly, letting the next day come. The day was as clear as the previous one, and besides, it should be one of the happiest for the girl. She opened her eyes, already imagining how she would take the suitcase with the stolen jewelry, leave the house, and get rich, allowing herself to live a quiet life. The heroine stretched herself from sleep, happily declaring that she had gotten a good night's sleep. Remarkably, there were no longer any of the maid's belongings around, the racks of shelves empty. Pouring herself a cup of hot tea, the protagonist wished herself a good morning, realizing that all the maids had already left the house, taking with them what they could. As she sipped her tea, the girl looked at the empty tables and chairs, which no longer had any items on them and were overturned, knocked over. She was already finishing her morning tea, realizing that she had better start packing. The heroine knelt down, pulling out her precious suitcase from under the bed, and promising herself that she would do no more wrong and start her life with a clean heart. But what was the girl's surprise when she opened her suitcase and found absolutely no jewelry in it? It contained only towels and other cloths, but no jewelry. The turn of events made the protagonist cringe with fear, for jewelry is her only way to live a good life in the world of the novel. The heroine, in a rush and excitement, started searching for all the disappeared gems all over the room, checking tables, nightstands, and even the floor. But all attempts were unsuccessful. Falling on the floor, the girl realized that she would never be able to get back all the precious stones because they had been stolen, as well as all the other important things in the house of the Marquis of Carrington. However, no matter how shocked she was, the protagonist still understood and told herself that now it is necessary to act quickly and do not waste time. For this reason, the girl ran down the corridor, before that checking the other rooms. Unfortunately, they too turned out to be empty and robbed. Along the corridor, the clatter of heels sounded as the girl ran to the other rooms, hoping to find some jewelry in them. The heroine acted quickly, hoping to grab something for herself as well. The girl luckily remembered that there was a room of the Marquis's in which, most likely, there should have been something valuable. She ran to the luxurious but robed room, finding a clean cloth for herself. The heroine was glad she had found at least something. The fact is that the girl, into whom the protagonist was reborn, led a very licentious life. Spent a lot of money that she had. Now the heroine is not sweet. She is angry at the former mistress of her body, saying that she should have saved at least a little. The protagonist would have continued to go through other people's things if not for the voice she heard behind her. The mysterious person was asking if she was used to stealing property. The blonde-haired girl turned around in amazement, realizing from the voice who was standing behind her. That person turned out to be a young gentleman, whom the heroine called so. In front of the protagonist was indeed a disgruntled young gentleman who has blue hair, eyebrows, eyelashes, and golden eyes. He folded his arms and looked at the girl indignantly, waiting for a response. The young gentleman has the name Joshua Ron Carrington. His baleful gaze continued to sizzle the heroine, making her say, "Moll, it's not all what he thought." but Joshua said firmly that he didn't need any excuses. The blonde maid stood up and lowered her head in front of young Master Joshua as he asked her if she wanted to escape from the palace like the other servants. The awkward question took the protagonist by surprise, for she didn't even know what to answer Mr. Joshua. Even though the young master had already guessed everything, she couldn't tell him this truth, continuing to sweat from stress. The main character tried to run away from Mr. Joshua's uncomfortable questions, begging for him to forgive her, but the little boy wouldn't let her leave, holding her by her dress. Joshua continued to pull the maid by her black dress while the heroine insisted that she had better leave. But then the little boy mumbled that he had something to say to her. The heroine asked the boy to let her go, but Joshua only agreed on the condition that she would not run away anywhere. After that, young Mr. Joshua sat down on the scratched chair with a shortness of breath, telling the protagonist to Choi she sat down as well. The protagonist definitely couldn't catch her breath either, having tried to escape from the gentleman before. She, putting her hands on her knees, replied that she couldn't do that. However, the indignant Joshua again ordered the blonde-haired girl to sit behind the chair, causing her to instantly find herself on the padded armchair opposite the boy. After finishing asking the heroine to sit down, Joshua asked her a few questions regarding why she hadn't left yet, since the other servants had taken what they had seen and fled. Joshua asked if the protagonist was still here to steal something else. But the protagonist continued to remain awkwardly silent to all of the boy's questions. Then Joshua, tilting his head to the side, said that he wanted to thank her for feeding them. The maid was surprised, for he recognized that she was the one who fed them. The blonde replied to Joshua that it was nothing, and she was just doing what she had to do since she was a maid. But the boy asked if it was her job to bring them food every night. The heroine replied that she did it because she thought it was the right thing to do, and she apologizes to Joshua if it was actually unpleasant for him. She also added that it had been an honor to work for the Marquis of Sheraton, and it was time for her to go. But the little boy didn't let the heroine leave so easily, tapping the table with a small hand and ordering her to wait. The indignant young gentleman stood up from his seat and shouted again to the girl that he hadn't said what he wanted to say yet, and he did say he needed to talk to the heroine after all. At this point, the boy's emotions and inexplicable anger were already bursting out, causing him to ask the protagonist if she thought that if commoners ignored aristocrats, they could easily get away with it. It was as if the young lord was pierced by lightning, for those words came out of his mouth unintentionally. You could see from his surprised face that he didn't mean to say it, so he tried to tell the heroine that it wasn't as she had heard. The boy bashfully lowered his head in front of the maid, saying that's not what he meant to say. The master also said that at least the heroine doesn't bully them like the other servants, and so the boy thinks she is the only one who doesn't despise them. The protagonist was puzzled by Joshua's words, but she realized that she could sense the desperation this boy is in right now, and so she should first listen to him one last time and then leave. To give the sad boy more support, the heroine got up from her chair and came closer, going to say something. Kneeling down in front of the sad boy, the protagonist reassured him that everything was fine. After that, she asked if there was anything else he wanted to tell her. Young Mr. Joshua was surprised and grateful to the maid, so he couldn't help but share what he truly cared about. The boy said that he and his sister might soon be taken away by the knights of the duchy. Joshua went on to say that if that happened, they would be unable to offer any resistance, and the men of the duchy would rule them as they pleased. Pondering this, the young lord said that in that case, there would be no one who would want to take care of them, and so Joshua had something to ask of the heroine. Putting on a determined posture and putting his hand on his heart, Joshua firmly said that because of this, they would need the help of the main heroine. But the heroine only trembled at such loud words from the Lord and asked him about it. While the protagonist worriedly thought about why she was even worried about these children, Joshua, looking the heroine straight in the eyes, asked her to become a guardian for them, naming the girl Eugenia. Hearing this, Eugenia could literally cover with ice, because with his request, the little boy finally ruins all her plans for a happy and free life. Eugenia looked at young Mr. Joshua with surprised and at the same time frightened eyes, questioning what she had just heard. Finding herself in a stupor, the protagonist began to question the little boy several times about the custody, asking if her own hearing was failing her. Young Joshua replied that there was nothing wrong with her hearing and added that he would say it again, just so long as she would listen to him. There was too much seriousness and persistence in the boy to take his words as a joke. The little boy again said that he would like very much for the heroine to become their guardian, and these words seemed to make Eugenia's heart pierce through her heart. The heroine refuses to believe her ears. Vigorously waving her hands with excitement, Eugenia tried to explain to her little master that such a request would be very difficult for her to fulfill because she is an ordinary servant. But Joshua insisted, saying that if she was going to run away, she could take the two of them with her. Eugenia grabbed her head, saying that it was easy to talk about it. Eugenia looked at the boy and wondered how much desperation he was in if he was asking a maid to do this. But in such a situation, she cannot make excuses, so the heroine decided to confess honestly to Joshua. The protagonist explained that in order to take care of the young master and mistress and hide them from the eyes of the Duke's family, she needs some amount of money. Continuing to talk, the protagonist said that she hasn't received her salary for several months already, and in such a case, a terrible situation arises. Eugenia sadly admitted that in such a situation, the lady or gentleman will get sick or hurt. She won't be able to take them to the hospital and provide them with medicine. While the protagonist looked away from the boy in embarrassment, the well-mannered Joshua only bowed to her, admitting that he understood what she wanted to say. Sad Eugenia again wanted to say something to little Joshua, raising her hand and opening her lips, but she couldn't do it. She could not even say a word to the young gentleman for the reason that she felt incredibly sorry for him. She was imbued with a deep sympathy for him. Eugenia bowed to young Master Joshua for the umpteenth time, apologizing and saying that it was not her, Eugenia, but Eileen who should take the children away from here. Eileen Blair is the youngest daughter of the Baron's broken-up family, and she has a rich background behind her. Because she was part of a broken family, she was of course unable to find a party in high society, and it wasn't until she became an adult that she was able to work exclusively as a home teacher. After a while, Eileen was able to get a job in a family with a high reputation, the family of the Marquis of Cheriton, where she was in constant contact with the twins, teaching them and playing with them. Eileen's teacher was able to quickly build a strong bond between the children, but she was fired 6 months ago when the Marquis family's financial situation began to rapidly deteriorate. And after signing an emergency dismissal order, Eileen took a job as a caregiver for an elderly lady who lives in a remote province. But when she heard the news about the family of the Marquis, she got worried and returned to meet the children, leaving her job. And by the way, this very meeting teacher Eileen and the twins should happen today. The protagonist is already imagining how Eileen with a suitcase hurries to visit the children, whom she hasn't seen for a long time. The protagonist turns away from Joshua with pity, realizing that if she does things her way now, the novel will deviate from the original plot. And for that reason, she could not become the guardian of these children. Joshua was only left to stand sadly with his head down. After that, Eugenia once again told Joshua that she had to go. The heroine was about to leave the boy, if not for one strange event. As soon as Eugenia said goodbye to the little gentleman, her hearing picked up a faint sound that was previously familiar to her. It was evident from the heroine's face that she was wary. Turning around, she looked in the direction of the bell and realized that right now the bell was ringing. This was a real defeat for her because it meant two things. It was already time for something, and Joshua can't be here anymore. To make matters worse, the heroine recalls that in the novel, Eileen's teacher was supposed to arrive before the bell rang. The protagonist immediately grabbed Joshua's hand in a rush, saying that they had to go. The boy was stunned by the maid's behavior, while asking her question after question. Eugenia tried to literally pull the boy behind her, saying that they needed to go quickly and she didn't have time to explain, and shocked Joshua held on to the chair and asked the heroine why she was suddenly doing this. The blonde maid answers Joshua's questions by saying she hears that special important sound. The heroine imagines being in a coffin full of flowers. And then hearing this bell, she wakes up and stands up because this bell is the bell of her life. Suddenly, Eugenia obsessively asked little Mr. Joshua if he had stayed all this time with the young lady in the secret place. Joshua was in amazement, for that's how it turned out. He asked her in shock how she knew about it. The protagonist happily replied that when she was bringing them food, she saw them going somewhere, that is, the young mistress and the master. Joshua in guard told the maid not to look at him with such words. The heroine once again asked the boy where this very secret place was, to which the boy decided to create some sort of arrangement. He was about to leave the room to show the hiding place. The cheerful boy, leaning slightly towards the maid, asked her curiously if she would become their guardian if he showed her this secret place. Such a difficult question made the protagonist grab her head with both hands, muttering something to herself and trying to think straight in such a situation. Joshua even asked Eugenia what she was saying, since he didn't understand anything. Eventually, the protagonist broke down and loudly proclaimed that she would be the guardian for Joshua and his sister after all, whereupon the heroine again asked the boy to pass quickly. This made the little gentleman literally glow with happiness, emphasizing to Eugenia with a smile that she had promised it. Promised that, in Joshua's words, that she would take him with her, along with a sister named Sally. A happy Joshua took the maid by the hand while the heroine held a victorious fist close to her face in honor of the fact that she had succeeded in persuading the restless boy to guide her to the secret place. The young gentleman exclaimed triumphantly that he would lead Eugenia to the hiding place right away. Thus the young gentleman walked down the corridor, leading a tall, white-haired maid behind him. Eugenia asked him how long they had to walk, to which Joshua replied that they should just walk forward and then turn the corner. At one point, Joshua stopped, leaning his palm against the wall and saying that their secret place was right there. The protagonist had a lot of questions, as the boy was standing near a white wall that didn't even have a doorknob or slot to enter. But soon something amazing happened. Muttering something to himself, the boy was easily able to push the white wall away right in front of the protagonist's eyes. The boy extended his hand towards the room, showing it to the protagonist. Joshua said that this little room was their secret place where they hid from everyone. Eugenia was incredibly surprised by the secret room, which, in addition to the sleeping place, there were various toys on a soft, thin blanket. In the secret room, there were even plates with cookies, which the children ate, hiding from everyone, and to which the main character turned her attention. In fact, the boy is incredibly proud of the arranged hideout from everyone, so he, becoming in a confident posture and expecting praise, asked Eugenia if it was all perfectly done, but there seemed to be a slightly different emotion on the heroine's face. To tell the truth, Eugenia is not surprised by this, but she is more shocked that it is the children who suffer from the mistake of adults. But by this time, the last bell rang in the house, and it meant that very soon Eileen will come. However, Joshua did not give the heroine a second thought, calling her by name. When Eugenia did come out of her thoughts, the boy grudgingly asked her what was wrong and why she wasn't answering him. The protagonist leaned over to the boy and with a smile and informed him that everything was fine, though you could clearly see from her facial expression that she was playing along a bit. Joshua noticed a catch in something and disdainfully asked Eugenia if she was listening to him at all, for she had been acting very strangely lately. Even when the maid said that she had been listening to him attentively the whole time, the boy got angry and proclaimed that she hadn't, pointing his finger at her. Joshua was indignant that almost all adults acted that way, and the maid continued to apologize. But their heated argument was interrupted by a girl who was sleeping in the bed of the secret room. She made an unintelligible mumbling noise, showing that Joshua and Eugenia's voices had made her wake up. This girl is Joshua's sister, Sally. The protagonist remembered that she only wanted to ask about where she was, but luckily she didn't even have to look for her. Joshua put his index finger to his lips, saying that Selmia was sick, so it was best not to wake her up. The boy then leaned over to his sleeping sister, telling the heroine that before his father went missing, he had made a promise that he would be sure to protect Sally, and he must keep that promise, for, according to the boy, he was her older brother. These words greatly saddened the protagonist, and because of this, she did not say a word, continuing to look at her brother and sister. Eugenia knows that right now she is in a novel, but her heart overflows with a seal for the fact that these children have gone through incredible difficulties for their small age. But then the protagonist thinks about the fact that if she had been, for example, not a maid, but a powerful aristocrat with incredible power, would she have been able to fully help them? These questions plagued her. Joshua would have continued to stare at his sleeping sister, but his attention was drawn to the fact that the protagonist seemed to turn away from him and his sister. Of course, the boy wouldn't let the maid get away from them that easily. Joshua grabbed the fabric of the main character's dress, insinuating that she not leave him and his sister. The young boy continued to clutch his new friend's dress in embarrassment, lowering his eyes to the floor. He admitted that he did not want Eugenia to leave and run away from them. In fact, the heroine did not even think that one move of hers would cause such a reaction, so from now on she decided to be extremely careful with them. The protagonist sat down in front of the boy on her knees and said with a smile that she would not run away from him, because she just wanted to move a little away from the sleeping girl so as not to accidentally wake her up. The protagonist then informed the worried boy that she would go and sit on the other side next to him. Joshua said he wanted to sit next to her, to which Eugenia responded by asking him if he would be cold and if that was exactly what he wanted. Joshua repeated again that he would sit next to her no matter what, but to this the protagonist only smiled coquettishly and laughed. The boy surprisingly asked her the reason for her laughter, and the heroine replied that actually he was very cute. But for little Joshua, the compliment was quite unexpected and embarrassing, which made him blush and wonder at the world, interjecting what Eugenia had said. The embarrassed boy folded his arms, took his head away, and said that he wasn't cute at all, and he wasn't at the age to seem that way. And the protagonist only acknowledged it with a smile, wishing not to wind him up in a difficult position. Eugenia and Joshua sat on the floor waiting for Eileen's teacher, who should be about to arrive. The girl kept looking at the boy with a smile, realizing that when the teacher appeared, she would no longer have the chance to see Joshua's joyful face, which is very cute. The blue sky gradually changed from red to sunset. The protagonist kept waiting for the teacher and thinking that if she does become part of the story, something bad will happen. Therefore, she should provide just that much help by waiting for Eileen along with Joshua. With the coincidence of the elapsed time, the teacher never showed up. Eugenia continued to sit on the floor near the wall, not understanding why she is still not there. But the heroine decided to wait a little longer. The reddish sunset was already being replaced by darkness, which filled the luxurious house of the Marquis of Carroton. But Eugenia continued to sit, tucking her legs in and convincing herself to keep waiting. But when the darkness only grew thicker and there was no longer any light, Eugenia, sitting with Joshua, realized that something was wrong. Eugenia was already so tired of waiting that she could have frozen from waiting, sitting right next to Joshua, who, at this time, didn't even realize what was even happening to her. A large tear of despair rolled down the main character's cheek. She tried to brighten her sadness with a smile, but deep down she couldn't understand one thing. Because of what possible reason teacher Aileen had not yet appeared in the palace, around which the night was already raining, and what possible reasons could there be for that? As evening fell, Eugenia was seriously worried about Aileen, who still hadn't shown up. She nervously put her thumb to her lips, pondering what she should do, whether she should continue to wait, and how to act if even then she didn't show up. Eventually, the heroine lowered her head, recognizing the fact that she doesn't really want to take responsibility for the children, and she doesn't want to die again. She even contemplates leaving the children and running away far away. But her conscience and good heart do not allow her to forget about what will happen if the twins die because of her fault. The girl could not hold back her tears. With one hand, she rubbed her eyes, trying not to give in to the sadness about the children. This is an incredibly difficult situation for her, which, of course, did not do without tears. Daring to confess something to Joshua, the protagonist turned to him and with serious intention said that she wanted to tell him something very important. The boy curiously inquired what exactly. Eugenia had already tuned in and prepared to tell the boy something that he probably wouldn't like. Her smile disappeared from her face, and she could not find the courage to start a conversation. But suddenly the heroine, smiling sweetly, politely informed the boy that she was short of money and asked him if he had any coins by chance. The boy was slightly surprised when he asked if she needed money. Immediately afterward, little Joshua moved away from Eugenia and went to his little sister who was sleeping. The boy clearly had some suggestion when he said he didn't want to ask her for nothing either. The boy moved closer with Sally and disturbed her, thus waking her up. The girl wiped her eyes from sleep and called him a shusha, but Joshua said he only disturbed her for a second. After rummaging through his secret place, the boy brought Eugenia some beautiful and probably very expensive jewelry with stones, which he gave to the heroine, telling her to take it all away. Eugenia took all the jewelry in her hand, growing more and more amazed at the boy's help and where he was able to get such beauty. The young gentleman replied that he had secretly hidden his mother's largest jewels because it would be a shame for him if the other servants found out about them. Holding all the jewelry in her hands, the heroine could not even rejoice after hearing such words from the boy. Eugenia, because of remorse, cannot accept these jewelry because this is the only thing left to the twins Joshua and Sally from their deceased parents. But in addition to this, on these ornaments are drawn heraldic lilies, which symbolize their family. The thing is that when they are sold, they will be considered as stolen property, which will obviously cause a huge anger. In that case, there is only one option left for the protagonist: a gold ring with a fake red stone that she can sell and earn something. Examining the ring in the light and remembering the novels she read, Eugenia recalls that when she bought it, the Marquise was cheated in a jewelry shop. But she can't so easily tell Joshua that it's a fake, and she doesn't know what she's supposed to do. Joshua noticed the way he embarrassed the protagonist, so he tries to smooth things over by saying that he's not forcing or asking her to take responsibility for life. Placing his fist on his chest, the boy firmly told the heroine that she just had to take them to the Empire of Issa, the home of Duke Horatius. The boy added that once she did so, all the jewels would be hers. The young lord shyly admitted that the previous duchess was their grandmother's sister, and so he only asks her to take them to the duke's house, but the protagonist continued to remain silent. Without thinking for a long time, Eugenia put in the hands of the boy 2 family jewels that he wanted to give her to sell. The girl affectionately said that she was returning it to him. And after that, the protagonist showed the boy a gold ring with a fake stone and said with a smile that this would be quite enough for her. The boy didn't expect this from her and tried to object, but he couldn't. The girl understands that if she still has at least one piece of jewelry, Joshua will be calm. She looked kindly into his eyes, saying that she promised to take him and Sally to the Duke of Juratia's house, and then asked him if he believed her. A look of joy and happiness definitely appeared on the boy's face, causing him to say with a smile and sparks in his eyes that he believed her. Soon, Eugenia and Joshua crossed their little fingers to signify the conclusion of the promise. At this point, their relationship became even closer and more trusting. But suddenly the little boy snatched his little finger from Eugenia's hand, proclaiming that they needed to draw up some kind of contract. The protagonist did not understand anything, which caused her to ask him about it. The boy quickly ran to his secret room, from where he brought back a sheet of paper with the text and a seal. Joshua said with a smirk that this contract she could sign here. The girl looked at the contract carefully and anxiously, thinking that she had been fooled somewhere. She wanted to ask the boy if it was really Vano to sign it, but didn't finish when something else caught her attention. She clutched the sheet in her hand in surprise and shouted in shock that the penalty for avoiding the signed contract was estimated at 1,000,000 gold coins. The amount of money on the heroine's face was a real stunner. While the heroine was pondering whether it was too much for one stolen ring, the boy shamefully replied that it was just in case she was going to leave them. Upon hearing this, the protagonist immediately picked up her pen and signed the crazy contract, excitedly saying that it wasn't that at all, and she would be sure to sign everything now. After quickly signing the document, the blonde-haired girl handed Joshua a piece of paper with her signature on it. The boy wanted to calmly take the sheet and say something further on the topic, but he couldn't. For the protagonist, who was not yet willing to give the young gentleman the document, said slyly that she also had one important condition. The boy asked in fear about what she wanted to say. Giving him an evil look and pointing a finger at herself, Eugenia told the two of them to call her sister from now on. Curious Joshua asked her again why that was and what it was for. The girl energetically replied that they needed to be ready for any danger and adventure, so according to Eugenia, they would disguise themselves as brother and sister, who supposedly had a big age difference. After the explanation, the heroine asked if Joshua understood her, but the boy capriciously said that he does not want and does not understand it. Immediately after this, Eugenia came closer to her suitcase and, digging in it, said that in this case she would not go anywhere. And Joshua, who was furious about such a little thing, gave in and said that he understood her and agreed with such a condition. Embarrassed, Joshua tried to call Eugenia his sister for the first time, and after he succeeded, a light blush appeared on his cheeks. While the boy behind Eugenia was greatly embarrassed by his new relationship with the maid, the protagonist herself excitedly proclaimed that they should now prepare to depart. The next day proved to be as clear as the previous one. The wind rippled the green leaves on the trees, and the heroes were already executing their devised plan. Eugenia happily said that they had arrived at their destination. The protagonist's leather shoes clattered down the stone road time after time until she stopped at the first location on their journey. Eugenia mumbled that they had arrived at a village that was near the border. The protagonist herself, as well as Joshua and Sally, are dressed in modest clothes with green capes that hide their faces from passers-by and people. The girl was already tired, leaning her torso forward and thinking about the fact that she had sold everything in the mansion. She carried 2 suitcases with her in her hands, and the children were looking around. Besides, the heroine was tired of having to search for a wagon in a hurry to get to the very village from which to cross the border. At this point, Sally, who was in joy and childish excitement about the trip, pointed her finger at one building and happily told her brother that this was the inn they would be staying at, calling him Shusha. But the boy only irritably told Sally not to walk here alone. Looking at the brother and sister, the heroine remembered the plot of her novel and realized that they were not Joshua and Selmia, but Shushu and Sally. In the novel, it was said that the killer attacked the twins when he recognized them. In addition, he was the one who killed Eileen's teacher. For this reason, the protagonist offered a condition in which Joshua and Sally would call her big sister. After arriving in the village and checking into the hotel, Eugenia, along with Shushu and Sally, were already doing something in the room, and when the heroine finished her work, she notified the children that everything was ready. Sally admired Eugenia's work while she cleaned the basin of water and the vase, and Joshua, who clearly had no emotion of joy, called out to the girl to ask something. The boy was touching his newly dyed hair black, asking Eugenia if that black color would definitely wash out of his hair. Sally was glowing with joy for both her brother and herself. Eugenia answered the young gentleman that this color could easily be washed off with water, and even if it failed, the hair would still grow back, so the boy need not worry so much about it. But Sally, who was very happy about the new hair color, said that on the contrary, she liked it very much. Noticing that Eugenia was going somewhere, Joshua asked her where she was going, to which the main character replied that she was going to earn money. The boy was surprised and asked if the girl had sold that gold ring and spent such a large sum from it. But the girl could not tell the little boy the truth that the ring was fake and therefore cheap. She awkwardly coughed and said that the amount she received is not enough and they need more money. After that, she said she would go and told the children not to go outside. Unlike Sally, who was curious about everything, the boy obeyed Eugenia by folding his arms and saying he already knew it. Suddenly, the happy and cheerful little girl pounced on the main character, asking if she could go with her, as she was very cramped here, and Shusha, that is, Joshua, kept telling her to sit quietly. Joshua resented his sister's complaints, asking her when he had ever said such a thing, and Sally replied that he wouldn't even let her open the window. As the children argued, Eugenia realized that they must be tired, since they had worn capes for a long time to avoid being identified. Realizing this, the protagonist sat down to the girl and affectionately told her that she would be working hard today, so she would buy her favorite candy. Sally was surprised, and the heroine once again told her to wait for her here for a while. The girl smilingly agreed to all of Eugenia's demands, saying that she really liked lemon candy. And after the girl agreed to buy them, Sally promised that she would wait quietly for her return, calling her sis at the end. While the protagonist stroked the obedient girl on the head and said what a good girl she was, Joshua stood in a daze and did not know that it was possible to behave like that. At the end, the blonde-haired heroine left the house, telling the children that she would return once she had worked hard. But in reality, she didn't have the energy for all that anymore. She stood with her hand over her head, not knowing what to do. Pressed against the wall and thinking, Eugenia realizes that a pass is needed to travel to another country, but due to the deteriorated relations with the duchy and the empire, it will be hard to get one. Even considering the fact that it will require funds for medicines in case of illness of children, for food and overnight accommodation, she has absolutely no money. With such problems, the protagonist decisively came to the labor exchange, bursting into the room and boldly telling the manager that she wants to get a job. From such a sharp appearance of the client, the manager was frightened, spitting his tea out of his mouth. Wiping his mouth with a napkin, the elderly man behind the counter modestly pointed his finger and said that the ads were posted that way. The heroine looked that way and quietly thanked him for his help. Eugenia was already looking at the many jobs that hung on the job board, trying to find something suitable for herself. She read almost all the sheets, going through them one by one. Sometimes she found something suitable, but still it wasn't the right one. But suddenly she realized that it had become suspiciously quiet around her since she had entered the house. The patrons of the establishment looked at her suspiciously, as if mistaking her for someone else. The protagonist covered her face with a cloth, afraid that now at least someone would recognize her and give her away. A drop of sweat was already running down her cheek from the nervousness of the situation. But fortunately, the visitors continued their meaningless conversations at the table, discussing prices, something amazing, a certain bachelor delivery man, and the events of the day. Eugenia calmed down, realizing that for a moment she had been frightened by the hanging silence. The girl continued to look for suitable job opportunities, considering jobs such as vegetable peeler, grocery delivery person, and so on. But she still couldn't find something suitable because nowhere paid more than 5 gold pieces. However, here one job caught her attention, the description of which she read with her index finger out of interest and curiosity. She tore the advertisement off the board and read everything it said. The paper said that an employee was being sought, specifically a maid, to accompany her to Ace's empire. It also stated that the reward would be estimated considering the long distance and that bargaining was possible. The heroine realized that this was the one. Loudly placing the torn ad on the manager's desk, the protagonist again firmly said she wanted the job, and the man behind the counter was again startled by the girl, spitting tea out of his mouth. The man with gray hair wiped his beard and lips from the tea a second time, looking at the protagonist and asking her if she would really do it. Eugenia replied that she would, and if not her, no one else would. The man was surprised, telling her that she was a fancy miss. Looking at the ad in his hands, the manager said that since there had been no takers for a month, he had thought about taking the ad down. But since the main character was here now, the old man told her to hurry up and go. Eugenia thanked him for everything. After a while, the girl came to an unusual wooden house, the address of which was written in the ad. The building surprised her, and she found it good that it looked like the hotel where Joshua and Sally were staying now. Eugenia walked towards the building, remembering the strange words of the old man behind the counter. He said the ad had been hanging for a month, and he had asked them why they weren't hiring anyone, but he hadn't gotten an answer. But since she had no other way, the girl decided not to hesitate and entered the building, alerting the owners of the house of her presence thanks to the bell on the door. In the house, Eugenia met a madam with whom she greeted and said that she had come here to meet Mr. Elvery, about whom it was written in the announcement. The madame in the red skirt was surprised, guessing that she had learned of him through the vacancy, whereupon she asked to follow her. The women walked up the stairs while Madame asked her questions, such as whether she had heard of Mr. Elvery before. She also added some strange words. Mole, if she was admitted, she would have to congratulate her. The heroine smiled, understanding nothing. Eugenia, together with Madame, came to the same door, after which they both stopped. The woman warned the girl that he was here and advised her to cover her ears. Eugenia did not understand this and wanted to ask again, but it was already too late. With all her might, the woman banged on the door and shouted to Mr. Elvery to open the door, for she knew he was asleep. Behind the woman stood the shocked protagonist, who only had to stand there with her mouth open. A moment later, the door opened and a man approached her, whose voice said he was on his way to them. In front of the protagonist stood a young guy with glasses and olive eyes, who wiped his lenses and asked what was wrong. His eyes seemed to be olive-colored as well. Noticing the protagonist, the smiling Elvery extended his hand and modestly introduced himself, saying he was glad to meet her, then asked if she had seen the job ad. The heroine realized it was an employer. Eugenia shook the palm of the new acquaintance, giving her name and also admitting that she was glad to meet him. In fact, the girl is quite surprised because the employer turned out to be younger than she thought. After a handshake, Elvery extended his hand towards his room, allowing her to enter. The employer said to go to the room and interview first. Eugenia agreed to everything the green-haired guy said. But what she saw in the employer's room made her eyelids lift with incredible surprise, for she had in no way expected what she would see there. In Elvery's room, there was a real mess of scribbled paper, thanks to which the girl realized that this room was exactly indistinguishable from a pigsty. The guy noticed Eugenia's surprise and embarrassedly apologized for the mess. While Elvery sorted out and looked through his papers on the table, the protagonist decided to sit down on the bed, because earlier the employer himself had allowed her to sit anywhere for convenience. After Elvery finished looking through his important papers, he turned to Eugenia and placed his left palm on the table, about to say something. Angrily adjusting his glasses, Elvery said that in that case he would start the interview, after which he immediately asked the protagonist if she knew exactly what job she had come here for. The frightened Eugenia said several times that she knew it perfectly well. Eugenia, so as not to look stupid and scared, said that they were looking for a maid to accompany them to Ace's empire. Elvery said that was correct, adding to the heroine's words that it would be necessary to cross the border. The employer suspiciously asked the girl if she was okay with that. The blonde-haired girl, who was full of motivation, told Elvery again that it wasn't even a problem for her, to which the green-haired man said that she was special, because usually people avoid tasks involving long distances. Trying to change Elvery's mind, Eugenia replied that he shouldn't worry since she originally had a job in Ace's empire, so, according to the girl, she should go there too. Elvery decided to question the main character about the last words, asking her if she had ever been to the Empire, but the heroine replied that she hadn't, and this would be her first trip. Continuing their conversation at the table, Elvery asked Eugenia about whether she had ever worked as a maid. The girl answered without hesitation that she had experience serving a lord, so she was as good at it as anyone. Having received the answers to all the questions, the employer already wanted to express the final verdict. The protagonist, with fire in her eyes, hoped that Elvery would give her any task to check, anticipating the decision. But what came as a surprise to the girl was that Mr. Elvery, raising his hand, immediately hired her, which he said with a smile on his face. The girl didn't even realize what she heard because she thought that before hiring someone, a person is filled with various tasks to check, and here, after a short conversation, she already got the job. Elvery got up from his chair, waving his hands and saying that he had no more candidates and no choice accordingly, and then he warned the girl that he had to leave soon. But then the protagonist asked him if he could make some concession to her in the number of companions. Turning to Eugenia, the green-haired employer asked how many people. Eugenia replied that there would be 2, and she had a younger brother and sister, and they no longer had any guardian but her. A pensive Elvery continued to think, but the protagonist even got up from her seat and moved closer to him, saying that she would make sure that they would not disturb anyone in any way. But the employer only said that it wasn't a matter he had the right to decide. The protagonist looked at him with a puzzled look, thinking about the fact that he is the employer and no one else. So why can't he respond to the heroine's request? Suddenly, Elvery escorted the heroine to the exit, saying that now he would call the gentleman to whom she could say whatever she wanted, and then he politely asked Eugenia to follow him. The protagonist had already realized that it turned out that he was not the employer. Climbing the stairs behind the guy, Eugenia asked him if there was something she should take into consideration when meeting the gentleman. Elvery replied to the heroine that she should not be interested in the lord's identity and not pester him. The guy asked if those 2 pieces of advice were enough for her, to which Eugenia, of course, said they were. While Elvery was knocking at the door and calling for the gentleman, Eugenia could not get rid of her worried thoughts. She does not understand the strange advice from the guy, considering them elementary. Besides, the more she thinks about it, the stranger everything becomes to her. She wonders why no candidates have been found in all this time, and if the meeting with the Lord will go well. After knocking, Elvery simply opened the door and pushed the girl into the room with a smile, while the heroine was angry about it, asking if it was okay to barge in like that, especially without asking. To her questions, the green-haired guy replied that it was okay to do so, and in that case, the blonde heroine clasped her hands together in anticipation of her new job and apologized to the gentleman for the abrupt visit just in case. But the girl's mood was thwarted by the fact that there was no light in the room and it was pitch darkness, because of which nothing could be seen. Complaining that the curtains were completely closed, the girl tried to make cautious steps, making her way around the room. However, suddenly the protagonist heard a man's voice, which said that now there was a chair in front of her, after which the man said to sit down on it. The girl decided to obey the unknown and mysterious man and sat down at the chair, anticipating anything in that room. She decided to apologize to her real employer for introducing herself late, after which she said her name and informed him that she had come for a job as a maid. Suddenly, thanks to the light of the sun, she saw the gloved hand of a man reaching for the table. At this point, the girl inquired as to what she could call him. The mysterious person with dark hair answered the heroine's question by saying that his name was Enrik. The girl politely said that she would call him Enrik in that case, after which she apologized again for their first meeting while Enrik was about to do something. The girl added to her words that she would very much like to have her younger brother and sister on the trip with her, mentioning that they were twins. While Enrik was lighting candles in the room, Eugenia went on to say that her sister was sick, and since she would be going to a country that was bigger than this one, she wanted to take her to a doctor. The girl said that if Enrik would let her, she would accept even a low fee. Enrik continued to stand in front of the protagonist, not even going to say anything. But then Eugenia, thanks to the magic light of day, was able to discern in the man something that surprised her immensely. Enrik was adjusting his black, elegant gloves in front of the girl, about to tell her the first words, while Eugenia could not even take her eyes off him. The thing is that in front of her stood a tall, handsome, black-haired, trim man whose eyes had a heavenly color. Eugenia immediately thought that he was incredibly handsome. Watching the tall man, the girl recognized that if she had a face as handsome as his, her mood would rise every time she looked at herself in the mirror. However, at this point, when the protagonist was admiring the man's beauty, Enrik decided to approach her even closer, asking if they had met before, because she, in his opinion, had a very familiar face. The girl blushed and became shy at the same moment, because she mistakenly thought that Enrik was hitting on her. Her eyes even sparkled with different glares, but Enrik continued to stare at the girl's face to realize who she reminded him of. But the protagonist, noticing the serious and focused look of her employer, realized that he definitely did not want to seduce her, but rather the opposite. The girl decided to bow, excitingly mumbling to the man that she was seeing him for the first time. Enrik stood in a pensive pose and asked the heroine why then her face seemed incredibly familiar to him. Eugenia said nothing, but thought to herself that she couldn't even guess why. The tall tenant continued talking, telling the girl that he had definitely seen her somewhere. The man's words began to alarm the blonde-haired heroine. Coming even closer to the sitting lady, Enrik mumbled words that made Eugenia horrified with fear. The guy said that he remembered that she was a child kidnapper. The protagonist, in shock, pointed her finger at herself, asking the angry employer if he had now called her a child abductor. The girl can't believe this is happening to her right now. In response, the man was surprised, asking how she couldn't not know that, since she was wanted. The new word shocked Eugenia even more. She replied that she had never done anything like that, but the brunette coldly said that it was for him to judge whether the accusation against her was true or not. The heroine wanted to contradict him by saying some argument of her own on the subject, but she could not. She was unable to say anything for the reason that Enrik heartlessly and firmly exclaimed that she was favored for hire. The girl couldn't find any more words for such a situation, so she just remained silent with her mouth open. The girl couldn't understand how he would explain this strange situation to her now, but even more the girl was worried that his words could be pure truth, and then she would be in big trouble. Enrik just stood there and watched the girl's hand already trembling with nerves. He no longer drew to say anything, and neither did the heroine. But after many seconds of silence, the protagonist decided to turn around and leave Enrik, who said to her that it would be better to work with a man who does not have any problems. Eugenia briefly replied that she understood him completely and would leave. At this point before she left, the girl turned to Enrik with a saddened look, asking if she could ask him just one question. The girl asked her employer if he would report her to the police. The girl once again mentioned the fact that she had a younger brother and sister who were still small, and if Enrik decided to report her, it would be very bad for her. So the girl asked the brunette to give her just a little time. The protagonist was worried about what Enrik would tell her, because she needs to protect Joshua and Selmia at least before the police catch her. But unexpectedly to the girl herself, Enrik said briefly that he would not report her to the police. Eugenia wondered, causing her eyelids to lift upward. Waving one hand, Enrik explained his decision by saying that he refused to get involved in troublesome and burdensome cases that did not interest him. After explaining his position, Enrik folded his arms and menacingly said to fulfill his request for Eugenia as well, which was that the girl would also not say anything about him or this place. While saying this, the brunette pierced the heroine with his sharp gaze. The protagonist briefly said that she would consider Enrik's request, after which her hand reached for the door to find the doorknob and finally leave the room she was already getting uneasy in. Eventually, the girl closed the door behind her, leaving Enrik behind. As she huddled against the door, she realized that he was also afraid of something, but luckily he wouldn't report her, so Eugenia made the decision to leave this place immediately. The girl was already making her quick plan of escape from the inn where Enrik lived, coming down the stairs. At this point, she was noticed by Elvery, who was also on the stairs. The green-haired gentleman, taking advantage of the meeting, immediately inquired if the meeting had been a success. Eugenia didn't lie and replied to Elvery that unfortunately they didn't work out together. Elvery was incredibly surprised by this, asking what the heroine meant and whether Mr. Enrik had turned her down. The main character replied that she had, which made the green-haired man grieved and stunned. He mumbled that it was incredibly unfortunate, while Eugenia realized that Elvery regretted her leaving more than she did herself. The emotion caused Elvery to fall to his knees in front of Eugenia, wiping away his tears with a handkerchief. The girl waved to him and said goodbye, wishing him a good day, and Mr. Elvery wished her the same. Immediately after saying goodbye to the main character, Elvery burst into Enrik's office, thinking that he couldn't take it anymore. He apologized to his lord for the abrupt visit, preparing to make his claims. In the meantime, Enrik was calmly reading the sheet. He asked Elvery where his manners had gone, but the green-haired gentleman replied that they had no time for that now, then asked why he had refused to hire Eugenia. Enrik replied that he had a reason. Elvery, looming over his lord, said he would try to understand that very reason for the refusal, and then the brunette admitted that Eugenia was wanted. The unexpected turn of the argument made Elvery stall and hesitate, not understanding the situation and the words of the lord, who was speaking to him in all seriousness. He asked Enrik once again if that blonde girl was really wanted. While Elvery was racking his brain to process the unexpected information, Enrik asked if he needed to repeat his words. The green-haired gentleman ends up falling to the floor again in shock, saying that it can't be true since she told him she had a younger brother and sister. Elvery refuses to believe that they might be the children she actually kidnapped. Enrik calmly debated, saying that it could be true or false, to which Elvery said that it must be ridiculous for them to hire the girl in question because it's a big risk. Enrik agreed with him, adding to his words that they couldn't get involved with a person who was accused of a crime. But still, Enrik recognized in his thoughts the fact that it was unfortunate. He will remember that they need to leave the Duchy of Halland as soon as possible, but the borders are already closed. And the reason why the borders are closed is because the soldiers of the forcibly deposed Crown Duke are still not protected. Because of this, the situation in the two states begins to gradually escalate, which could lead to terrible events in the future. As a result, the inspection in the border areas has become even more strict, disciplined, and stringent than it was before, but that's not all. In addition to the increased border security, all entrepreneurs have decided to leave, making the problem even more serious. It was in such a complicated situation between the two countries that the union of the two foreigners that are Enrik and Elvery could not help but raise suspicions. In order for them to cross the border, they need more people than just the two of them to say with certainty that they are only performing official duties. Because of this, Enrik thinks that a noble family traveling abroad is the best option to get into another country, but he didn't think it would take so long to find just one employee. Enrik decided to continue the conversation with Elvery, saying that there was actually a high bounty on her, and they had put up wanted ads even in a small obscure village like the one they were in now. Enrik wondered if Elvery understood what that meant. The thoughtful, green-haired man guessed that it looked like she was being chased by a man of incredibly great power. Enrik said that was a good judgment, and that was why they shouldn't get involved in this, causing more problems since they were already completely out of time. But then Elvery asked for permission to speak one thought of his own. Placing a piece of paper with a text on the table in front of Enrik, Elvery said that this is what has been bothering him since he came to this country, and that is why he proposes to hire Miss Eugenia. The gentleman with the glasses said that if Enrik would sign that piece of paper, he would take Miss Eugenia's signature as well. But in response to this, Enrik became angry, clutching the sheet in his hand. He angrily asked Elvery if he was listening to it now, to which his startled colleague replied that he had clearly been listening to it all along with both ears. Elvery decided to argue that if she was indeed being sought, she would be careful and precise in all her actions, which was an incredible plus for them. To finally change his comrade's mind, Elvery told Enrik that he has never failed in strategies, for he is a great and strong man. Enrik is indeed a talented warrior who does not know how to lose. And after that, the green-haired guy whispered that they, like Eugenia, were using each other for their own purposes. Enrik remained angrily silent, cupping his head with the palm of his hand. The brunette said regretfully that he shouldn't have given Elvery the chance to speak. But looking at his friend with disdain, he realized that he couldn't deny Elvery's words, because if they stalled further, things could get even more complicated. Eventually, Enrik stands up and grudgingly says that they are now going to look for Eugenia. Elvery, who had been pushing for this, was discreetly pleased, saying he would go get ready. Enrik watched as his ward happily jumped and ran down the hallway, not realizing if he should have reconsidered his decision or if everything was going the way it needed to go. In time, while Elvery and Enrik were preparing to search for Eugenia, a heavy downpour had already built up outside, outshining the sun. But no weather would stop the protagonists from pursuing their goals. Eugenia was already in the very bar where she stood near the bulletin board and looked at the sheet on which she herself was drawn and desired to be caught. Her hand trembled with fear, but she tore the notice of her own wanted from the board anyway. Looking at the drawing of herself, Eugenia really couldn't believe that she was a wanted criminal who was still being given a big reward. Such horror even made her jaw drop. But at the same moment, she realized that Enrik hadn't lied to her after all. She continued to stare at the sheet, hoping that no one else in the village knew her. The girl also noticed that the ad for the child kidnapper did not include Joshua and Selmia's names, but for what reason? The girl realizes that such ads always write about the children who have been stolen as well, but in this case it seems that only she is the one they are looking for. The girl kept looking at the wanted ad and thinking about what to do next and what decision to make. A drop of sweat ran down her cheek, which said that she was very nervous. However, the girl realized that whatever the reason for keeping the missing children quiet, Eugenia decided to first hide all the ads so that no one would pay attention to them. Having perfectly hidden all the ads behind other papers, Eugenia already wanted to leave, but at that moment she did not even realize that two other visitors were now just talking about her. One man asked his friend if he had heard about the manhunt from the crown duke of the country, Sheagull Hallant. His colleague replied that those notices were already posted all over the village. He asked his dark-haired friend if it was possible to get a reward for her by catching the girl and chopping off her head. Meanwhile, Eugenia already wanted to leave the establishment, but she accidentally overheard the very conversation between the two men, who had already talked about the fact that the reward for her head is estimated at 1,000,000 gold pieces. The protagonist sadly turned around, watching one of them admire the amount, saying that it was an incredible amount. The girl realized that she shouldn't linger here for long. The girl was already running away from the two men down the street, holding her cloak with her hands to keep it from flying off and getting wet from the rain. She ran, trying to get as far away from all the people as possible. Realizing that the situation in the village is no longer calm, she realizes that she needs to leave as soon as possible, as she is already being followed by unknown people. But at this point, she remembered the fact that she forgot to buy lemon candy for Selly. She stops for a moment to catch her breath and straighten her back. Eugenia realizes that danger lurks around for her, so she is going to be even more careful. Having rested, the girl resumed running again, trying to remember where the lemon candy was sold. But at that time, there was an unknown person behind her back who was watching her every move. Meanwhile, two strangers entered the establishment to the manager, who was helping Eugenia with her job search, one of whom immediately said that they wanted to find one person. The manager was sweeping the floor at the time and was surprised to see such guests at a late hour. The stranger took off his hood, and the manager recognized him as Elvery with glasses, who asked if the man remembered him. The somewhat startled manager of the establishment replied that of course he remembered him. Elvery then briefly explained that they needed the name of the girl who had come to see them this morning. The manager realized who his interlocutor meant, but he said he didn't know the name of the hooded blonde, since she wasn't registered with them. Upon hearing this, Elvery became furious, telling Enrik that they should have gone out looking for her earlier. To this, Enrik calmly asked why he was blaming him specifically for this. Starting to argue, Elvery replied that it clearly wasn't his fault either. But at this point, the manager, who clearly didn't want conflict, hesitantly replied that that girl had come here a little earlier. As soon as the two guys heard that, they immediately turned to the man, and Enrik even queried about the last few words if it was true. The manager replied that it was, and he at first even thought that they had come to him for a new job. While the manager was telling him that he thought it had been 10 minutes since the girl had left, the protagonist herself was wandering the streets in the cold rain. She tapped her shoes against the pavement step by step, splashing rainwater and silently moving home. The girl would have continued walking down the street alone if it wasn't for the one who had been sneaking up behind her all this time, disturbing her peace. Feeling something wrong behind her, the protagonist turned back, but it was already too late. It took the unknown man only one blow to make the girl fall to the ground in an unknown alleyway among the same unknown identical houses of the village. Eugenia was already lying on the wet pavement as the two men talked about her. One of them began to question whether she was definitely the girl they were looking for, but his colleague replied that she was, for even her hair color was the same. The red-haired man scrutinized the outline of the heroine's face while his friend remembered that her name was, sort of, Eugenia. The scarred man rejoiced at the easy prey, for which they give as much as 1,000,000 gold, and then told his partner to get out of here. But at this point, one of them decided to remind him whether they were dividing the money they had received in a 6x4 scheme, to which the other indignantly replied that they were dividing everything equally. In the end, his colleague told him to shut up and grab the girl, but they did not even realize that Eugenia was conscious and could hear them perfectly well. The red-haired guy wanted to steal from the heroine's pocket something that was in a mysterious bag, but he did not manage to get rich so easily, because Eugenia was not going to give up. At the moment when the stranger wanted to tell the protagonist not to pretend anymore, Eugenia had already risen to her feet, and in an instant snatched her bag of money from the man's hand. The girl was then able to deftly throw the dust of their pouch into the eyes of her abuser and begin her escape while the red-haired man screamed in pain and ordered his partner to catch the child kidnapper. The other guy was telling Eugenia to stop because he wouldn't let her go, but she of course didn't listen to him, trying to run as far away from them as possible. Eugenia continued to run through the deserted streets, hoping for luck and that if only she could get out of this alley, she could survive and help her children. Suddenly, however, she ran into something or someone that appeared in her path. Eugenia crashed into it, not realizing what was happening. Grasping her nose, she looked forward, hoping to get an answer as to what was preventing her from running further. And in front of her, she saw a tall, dark-cloaked man looking at her with his blue eyes. The girl could not take her eyes off of him and, at the same time, was greatly frightened. The girl could not even guess how she had managed to meet him in such a situation and what he was going to do to her. She only had to stare into his eyes, sinking into anxiety. But the girl immediately came to her senses, realizing that she immediately needed to escape. She wanted to run away from the mysterious man to the side, but she could not do it. The stranger, who had been telling her to wait and stop, deftly grabbed her wrist, not allowing her to get away so easily. In response, the girl became furious, ordering him to let go of her hand. However, the girl was no longer resisting when the stranger, taking off his hood, called Eugenia by name and said it was him, Enrik. Eugenia immediately recognized in his appearance her employer, whom she had seen before, and asked him what he was doing here. While the protagonist was complaining to the brunette that actually, he promised that he wouldn't give her away to anyone, a red-haired man with his partner had already appeared from behind the alley, who pointed his finger at the girl and shrieked that he had found her. The two strangers stood in front of Enrik and Eugenia, telling the tall brunette that they were the first to find the girl. His fair-haired partner also said that since he had managed to catch her, they could slip him some of the money they would get for her head. Enrik only said that he understood. Turning to Eugenia, Enrik warned that it would be too dangerous now, so she should keep her head down. Eugenia, who didn't understand anything, wanted to ask something to her employer, but there was no longer time for that. In one motion, Enrik pulled Eugenia against him to secure her from the following events. The girl, who was already shocked, was even more surprised by this. From under his torso, Enrik pulled out a gun, which he confidently pointed at the two men. As soon as the protagonist saw this thing in the hands of her protector, she immediately realized what it was. But the strangers only laughed at the angry and silent Enrik, asking if he was playing a trick on them with that strange thing in his hand. Enrik, however, had no intention of joking. Before he could say a word, Enrik fired several bullets from his pistol, which flew towards Eugenia's assailants in a flash. To make accurate shots, Enrik closed one eye like a true professional. All the bullets successfully hit the men, and the red-haired guy was hit by one of the bullets, which he felt in a moment. Such pain made him scream, begging people to save him, but by this time no one even heard his cries for help. He only had to accept defeat by falling to the ground. The two strangers were already lying unconscious, allowing the pair to talk quietly. Enrik rejoiced a little, saying that they had finally quieted down. Enrik put his hands on Eugenia's shoulders, asking her how she was feeling. The protagonist, whose whole body was trembling, modestly replied that she was fine. The girl continued to stand in front of Enrik, who saved her, not understanding why he was looking for her, and even took an unusual gun for this purpose. Eugenia looked carefully at the weapon of the brunette, who at the same time disassembled the gun, whispering that it even has a silencer. Enrik was surprised by the girl's words, because he didn't even think that she knew what that thing on the barrel of the gun was called. He asked Eugenia if she really knew what a silencer was. The protagonist, with a smile, replied that she did, saying that this thing reduces the sound when shooting, to which Enrik replied that it does, saying that she has a good knowledge of weapons. But Eugenia only said that it was the usual knowledge that everyone has. Stashing his pistol in his holster, Enrik admitted that usually noble ladies were not interested in things like guns and silencers, but to his surprise, Eugenia replied that she was not of nobility at all. Enrik wondered if she really knew about guns or if she was pretending. The thing was, it was a new weapon that only a few people, including himself, had a clue about. The boy stared at the child kidnapper with his hand to his chin, not understanding how some maid could know about a gun that had only recently been developed. Eager to break the awkward silence, the girl decided to thank Enrik for saving her by confessing that she didn't know what she would have done without him. The brave warrior replied that it wasn't an accident at all, as he was looking for her to hire her. The girl was greatly surprised by Enrik's confession, asking about it again. Getting ready to leave and turning his back to the girl, Enrik simply said that he would tell her everything as he went along and now she should follow him. After a while the couple was walking through the streets in the heavy rain, Enrik decided to confess to the protagonist that he had changed his mind about his decision, because it wouldn't really cause as much trouble as he was worried about before. Eugenia and Enrik wrapped up street by street, and the man continued to talk about how he was pestered by Elvery about hiring the heroine for a job. To make matters worse, the brunette admitted that Eugenia was the best option in their situation, which was why he had decided to hire her. The girl modestly put her hand on her chest and thanked Enrik for that, but she actually realizes that they want to use her for their own purposes. It makes her uneasy, but she knows that she simply won't get a better opportunity. Enrik thanked Eugenia for her clever answer, then paced and prepared to tell her something else. Suddenly, Enrik stopped and moved a little away from the protagonist, going to do something. The girl did not understand anything, so she continued to look at him with shocked eyes. She didn't understand what was making him hesitate right now. The guy turned to Eugenia and put his hand to his chest for some reason, imagining himself the most real gentleman. Before asking anything, he addressed her by name. Making the kindest possible look and creating a nice smile on his face, Enrik, leaning slightly in front of Eugenia, said that he wanted her to become his wife. The protagonist was in astonishment and great embarrassment, which prompted her to justify herself, saying that she had 2 children who looked like rabbits, and, in general, the 2 of them had not known each other long enough to get married. But Enrik said to listen to him carefully, for she had misunderstood everything. The couple continued walking, while the brunette told Eugenia that the current situation was not good. He said that there were people crossing the border now, but now there were half as many. Eugenia thought about it, saying that soon the roads out of the country might be closed altogether, to which Enrik replied that there was a possibility of that as well. Looking ahead, the brunette added to his words that for that reason the most cautious way to cross the border was to pretend to be a family. The girl, guessing, pointed a finger at Enrik and said that she would have to play the role of his wife. Enrik said that was exactly right and they would need to play a married couple at the inspection. The protagonist wondered if they should practice about it now, but first the girl decided to briefly say that it was a great plan. The girl's meeting with the brunette ended with Enrik promising to see her later, and he would be waiting for her in front of the hotel, so he told her to get ready in advance. Eugenia agreed to all the demands of the new acquaintance. After such adventures, Eugenia finally reached the door of her room, where her Joshua and Sally were staying. She sat down on the floor, realizing that she could die. She could not believe that she was wanted and that Enrik had fired a gun in front of her. In addition, the girl recalled how she tried not to give herself away when asked about the children, she told him that they were her younger brother and sister. The heroine is glad that at that moment the employer took her word for it. With these thoughts and attitude, the protagonist reached for the doorknob with a trembling hand to open the door and appear in front of the children. Noticing her excitement, the girl first decided to calm herself down, saying in her mind that everything is fine, because if she shakes so much in front of the children, they will feel something wrong. Eugenia opened the door and appeared in front of the children with a smile and happiness on her face, taking off her hood and saying that she was back. The children immediately pounced on Eugenia, calling her sister. The first to run up to the girl was Sally, who happily noticed a bag of goodies in Eugenia's hand. The girl asked the heroine if it was candy, to which Eugenia said that it was because she promised to bring them to her. The main character handed the girl a bag of lemon candy, apologizing that the bag was very wet because of the rain. Sally said that it was no big deal as it wouldn't affect the candy. But then little Sally did notice the scratches on the main character's hands, after which she asked what had happened to her hands. Eugenia lied, saying that she fell down and she is ashamed to admit it now. Hearing what the girls were talking about, Joshua also ran up to the heroine, taking her hands and gazing intently into them. The boy grudgingly and angrily asked if the heroine had fallen, as she herself now said. The children excitedly began to ask the protagonist if she had hurt herself, if she was in pain. Sally even blew on the girl's scratched hands, and Joshua told her to be careful because it was raining outside. Eugenia modestly said she would be more careful next time and apologized to the children for disturbing them. After that, hugging Selmia, the heroine asked her to eat candy because she needed to change her clothes. The girl happily ran to eat sweets, while Eugenia hung up her green cloak on the rack. At that moment, Joshua approached her and suddenly asked if she was working with that man. Eugenia was surprised and asked the boy again, and he replied that the man he saw next to her seemed very tall to him. Eugenia replied with a smile that it was the hirer, before realizing that the boy had been peeking out the window the whole time. Joshua, who was worried about the main character, asked if she was sure of his identity. The girl replied to Joshua that he was the one who was sure of her identity, and they had nothing to worry about, but the boy became angry, expressing to Eugenia that she was naive enough to fall for it. Joshua wonders how she's going to continue living in this cruel world, to which Eugenia is literally shocked. Little Sally was watching, and she intervened, saying that her sister was doing much better in this world than he was. The boy interrogated her on the matter, and the girl told Joshua with a smile that he didn't have any social skills. Those words made the boy cringe, telling Sally that she should actually be on his side. Selmia replied that she was always on his side, but she wouldn't cheat on him. And the heroine only asked Selmia not to bother Joshua anymore, since he was already destroyed by her words. The boy tried to explain that he was only worried about the main character. After that, he pouted as if he was offended and stopped saying anything. Joshua turned his back on Eugenia, resentful of both his sister and the main character, and he would continue to be angry until someone calmed him down. Sitting down on the boy's lap, Eugenia told him that he was the one who chose her and no one else to comfort him, and she would do anything to keep the promise between them. At the end, the girl told Joshua that he was a smart kid, after which she asked if he understood her. Joshua embarrassedly said that he understood, and at that moment the protagonist realized that no matter how mature he seemed, he was still a child with childish habits. After dealing with Joshua, the protagonist, with a thumbs up, proclaimed that she would now tell them both more about her new job. Joshua and Selmia obediently sat on the bed. The protagonist explained that since the borders would soon be closed, it was necessary to leave the duchy as soon as possible, and to make sure everything went safely, it was decided to go with her employer. After the story, Eugenia asked if the children understood everything, to which they said yes. But Shushu asked another question, wondering if they would need to act immediately. Eugenia replied that they did, and they would now go to the living room where her employer was staying. Joshua stood up with a smile, telling Sally to start packing. The little girl was happy to hear such news. While the kids were packing and Eugenia was carrying her suitcase, the heroine remembered and said there was something she wanted to tell them. Joshua was the first to inquire what she meant. Dropping the suitcase, Eugenia pleadingly and with high hopes admitted that she would most likely have a husband. You could see by the girl that she was incredibly excited about it. Joshua, apparently not having heard the girl's words, asked who exactly she would have, and at that moment Sally whispered that she would have none other than her husband. The shocked boy held the pouch in his hand, but hearing such words he dropped it from his hands, not even knowing how to react. Shushu threw all his business and came closer to Eugenia, once again asking if she was really going to have a husband. Joshua is highly agitated and doesn't seem to be too happy about the news. But unlike Shushu, Sally also ran up to the heroine with a bunch of questions about whether her fiancé is handsome, smart, tall, rich, and when will the wedding be. The heroine modestly replied that her future husband had enough of everything. While Sally reveled in the news, Joshua resented what kind of wedding there could be in their situation and how she got a husband so abruptly, since she was off looking for a job. Sitting down on her knees, the heroine said that Joshua had misunderstood, explaining that due to circumstances, she would have a husband for a while. The boy scratched behind his head in embarrassment, clarifying if it was an act. Eugenia replied that it was. She said that for a few days they would have to pretend to be married because that is the contract with the employer. The heroine said that even though they would have to disguise themselves a lot, they could easily escape from the duchy. Placing her palm on the top of Sally's head, the heroine admitted that she was worried about their identities being revealed. However, as Eugenia said, they still needed to be a little careful. The girl happily agreed with the girl, and Joshua also smiled. After that, the children hugged Eugenia tightly as she told them that they would definitely make it through all the difficulties that would come their way. With the time that had passed, Joshua was already looking out the window, watching the view and waiting for his employer to arrive so that he could finally leave this inn. The main character said with an uplifted mood that the hirer had probably already arrived, and as she threw her cloak over herself, she informed the children that she would go open the door. Upon opening the door, the girl indeed saw Enrik and Elvery in front of her, the latter of whom, placing a hand on her chest, greeted the heroine sweetly. Enrik, looking down somewhere, asked Eugenia if she was ready. The girl replied that she was ready, afterwards asking where her employer was looking so curiously. Looking down, the girl noticed Sally and Joshua beside her, looking out and considering their new acquaintances. While Eugenia was very surprised, Sally said in a voice that the heroine's future husband was really handsome. Eugenia's employer realized that these were the same children the girl was talking about. He noticed their black hair, saying that it was good. Joshua heard this and asked why their hair color was so important to him. Elvery, while Eugenia let them inside, replied that he was worried about if the boys looked much different from Enrique. Curious, Elvery stepped closer to the boy, saying that Eugenia's little brother looked a lot like Enrik, which would make everyone believe without a doubt that he was his child. But Joshua was indignant, asking if he would be that uncle's son. Eugenia told the boy that they had discussed that, but Shushu replied that she was only talking about marriage, not about him playing any son. Hearing this, Enrik came closer to the boy, asking him if he wanted to play the role of his son. Enrik admitted that he didn't care, so he was just curious. Joshua was visibly wary. The boy embarrassedly said that of course he could play the role of his son, but he was interested in why he should be his father. Finally, Joshua exploded with anger, pointing a finger at Elvery and saying that, actually, that insecure uncle could play the role of his father too. Enrik only put a hand to his chin and said that the boy wasn't as patient as he had initially thought. An angry Joshua clarified if he was talking about him now. The brunette explained that this was just a play for a few days, a performance in front of others, and when he sees people as impatient as Joshua, Enrik admitted honestly, thinks he doesn't have the patience for it. Little Joshua was shocked by Enrik's words, and at the same time his anger cooled, allowing him to look at the situation from a new perspective. Enrik ended up asking once more if Joshua was unsure of himself, if that was the case. But the boy raged at him, saying there was nothing he wouldn't do. Then the brunette once again said if the boy could play the role of his son. Joshua ambitiously replied that of course he could play it, and so flawlessly that Enrik would marvel at it himself. Enrik only had to look at the boy with amusement and agree with his words. While Joshua and Enrik were talking to each other, Eugenia couldn't help but notice that her employer had skillfully handled Joshua's defiant behavior. Deciding to break the silence, Eugenia stepped closer to the children and suggested they introduce themselves, since they hadn't even done that yet. Sally was incredibly happy to do so, and Joshua just stood there, turning his head away from everyone and asking his sister to introduce herself first. Sally sweetly said her name, asking her new acquaintances to take care of her and curtsying politely as she did so. After the girl's greeting, it was Joshua's turn. Eugenia clapped him on the shoulder, hinting to say hello, but the boy only replied angrily that they didn't need to know. Eugenia realized that Joshua does not like to be called by a nickname. In this case, he does not show any manners at all. The girl indignantly asked him a second time to introduce himself, but the boy said he did not want to. After such words, Eugenia took the suitcase in her hands and said naively that she would go alone, making Joshua worried and said that he understood everything and would now introduce himself. Pressured by Eugenia to do a nice curtsy, the boy bowed and politely said his name was Shushu. Enrik and Elvery decided to bow respectfully to the boy in the same way, and Elvery admitted that his name was very nice and asked the boy to take care of them. Enrik briefly bid everyone to finally depart. Elvery decided to approach Eugenia and warn her not to carry the luggage, for he would certainly help her, but the girl replied that it was not worth it, and she would not bother them with such troubles. Resentful at Enrik, Joshua told Eugenia to give the luggage, and in case the weak man, whom Enrik considers as such, will not lift it, in that case he will understand the girl. Enrik could not just stand. He took the suitcase from Eugenia's hands, saying that he too had honor. The girl was surprised by this behavior of the man. Eugenia tried to explain to Enrik that it is not necessary to do this and she will cope with everything herself, but Joshua interrupted her. Turns out the little boy took Eugenia's hand, saying that he could do it if there was nothing else in her hand. A smile shone on Shushu's face, making him show off one of his fangs. After a moment, Eugenia was also approached by Sally, who also took her other hand, saying that she wanted to do it too. Joshua proclaimed that they could now depart. The trip took quite a long time, causing the heroes to arrive at the other living room only as darkness fell. But for the girl Sally, it was so exciting and joyful that she continued to rejoice, marveling even at the house. The girl, finding herself in a new place, ran to consider the new room. But unlike her, Joshua was calm and said that it was an ordinary room. Also, walking behind the children were Eugenia, Enrik, and Elvery. After the boys helped the girl with her luggage, they went out into the hallway and asked Eugenia to go up to Enrik's room as soon as she finished unpacking her suitcase. The heroine politely obeyed, saying she would do so. Enrik also went to his room while Elvery told him his opinion that Eugenia was pretty good with the children and didn't seem to be their kidnapper. Enrik replied that he thought so too, and there was no point in delving into it any further. Elvery then said with a smile that they could finally leave this hated Hallant. Enrik only shook his head in response. Fixing his hair, Enrik, who was tired from the trip, agreed with his friend and said that it should be done as soon as possible. A moment later, the boys heard a few knocks on the door of their room. Enrik guessed it was Eugenia, and Elvery went to open it for her. Elvery opened the door to the girl with a smile, telling her to pass and acknowledging that she had come much earlier than they had anticipated. Eugenia's response was that she had very few clothes to sort through from her suitcase. But Eugenia was in no hurry to pass. It turns out that Joshua and Sally also went with her, to which the heroine apologized and said that she couldn't leave them there. So they came in together. However, Joshua decided to insert his own word into the conversation, saying that they were not just children, but people who were also competent to attend the meeting. Eugenia embarrassedly mumbled that she felt like packing her bags and leaving this place because she was ashamed of the boy. Elvery said with a smile that there was nothing wrong with that and suggested that Eugenia and the children go into the room together. After everyone sat down at the long table, Enrik emphasized the main thing, that he and Miss Eugenia are spouses, and Joshua and Sally are their children, and Elvery would play the role of coachman with the chamberlain. Enrik also said that it would be nice to change the names of the children as well, but Eugenia said that there was no need to do that because it would be fine. The reason she said that was because she had already changed their names, asking them to call Joshua and Selmia by nicknames. Selmia shrieked and raised her hand, saying that she could just be called Selly, and Joshua also warned that he could be called by the short syllable Shu, since only the three of them knew those names. Enrik lowered his head, saying that in that case he would leave their names as they were. Eugenia thanked the judicious and serious Enrik for that. Elvery decided to ask Eugenia what to do with her name. He wondered if there was such a name by which she was addressed in a normal setting. The girl replied that there was no such thing, but offered an option such as Zhenya. Enrik immediately said that this option falls away because it is similar to her real name. Then the protagonist continued to think even harder and found another option. The girl suggested calling her by the name Hari, while at this moment Enrik, putting his hand on the arm of the chair, listened to her attentively. The brunette said, "That's pretty good already." Raising his head to the protagonist and looking at her with kind eyes, Enrik, as if rehearsing, told the girl that it was his pleasure to meet her, calling her Hari. The heroine was slightly embarrassed by Enrik's sincerity, looking away. She recalls that she hadn't been called that in a long time, which made her feel awkward. The heroine did not even think that after getting into the body of the maid, she would be called by her old name again. To cement the goodwill, Enrik and Eugenia shook hands, and the heroine also politely told Enrik to take care of her. The candles continued to burn in the room, creating a kind of mysterious and romantic atmosphere of silence. Enrik was about to ask Eugenia about her interesting name. Enrik wondered if Hari was her nickname, but the girl replied that it was not, and she was just quick to respond to it if you called her by that particular word. At this point, the girl wondered if it was actually a name she had been called throughout her past life. The heroine tried to remember how old she was then, but then she abruptly heard Enrik calling her. The girl quickly responded to her past name by looking at Enrik, but the latter only said that she was indeed quick to respond, and apparently there would be no problem with that in the future. Elvery happily proclaimed that if they got everything sorted out, he would make everyone an ID card. Eugenia thanked the guy again for taking such care. Joshua decided to admit to the protagonist that he would be uncomfortable calling her Hari, but Eugenia replied that he could get used to it in time, also reminding the kids that they should definitely call her Mom. Selly soared with happiness, promising that she would handle everything, and little Joshua also decided to say that he would try his best for Eugenia. The heroine also wanted to say something to the babies, but she was interrupted by something that happened afterward. There were several knocks on the door of Enrik's room. For all the heroes, it was a surprise because they did not call anyone to visit and did not tell anyone about their presence. The main character was very frightened because she thought that it came for her and her children. She was going to take immediate action to keep Joshua and Selly safe. Eugenia hid under the window with her children, covering herself with a curtain. While she thought that this man who wanted her dead had come for her, the children were a little confused as to why their maid was so agitated. Enrik and Elvery looked amongst themselves and nodded before springing into action. Moving closer to the door, Elvery suspiciously asked the person on the other side of the door who he was, but in response the gentleman heard a familiar female voice say that he knew they were in this very room. Elvery opened the doors and saw the innkeeper in front of him. He asked if she had forgotten his request not to go up to the third floor, but the landlady replied that she had not. However, she had a problem on the second floor. Mr. Elvery asked the landlady what kind of problem she had there, while the woman dared to tell him about it with her head down. The landlady showed the boy her bandaged hand and informed him with a smile that she had burned herself while cooking dinner, so she wouldn't be able to cook anything tonight. Elvery calmed down, saying that they would cook it themselves. Meanwhile, the protagonist, along with her children, had already come out of hiding and was also calming down, realizing that it was only the lady of the house. The woman asked Elvery if she could lend them the kitchen in that case. Elvery replied to the landlady that there was no need to do so, for he could not cook at all, but at that moment Eugenia came up to them and said that in that case she would cook. The hostess gladly allowed them to cook whatever they wanted, for which the heroine kindly thanked her. Selly was already running to Eugenia when the hostess left and asked if they would eat now. Eugenia replied that they were and asked what exactly they wanted to eat. The little girl started to tell her that she wanted a ham and milk sandwich, sweet cookies, and more, but Joshua shut her mouth, telling her to pick the one dish she wanted to eat the most. The cranky sister wanted to object to her brother, but he only crumpled her cheeks and insisted that she pick just one dish. Then the girl said that she wanted pancakes with lots of whipped cream. The girl asked Eugenia if she could make such a thing, to which the heroine said yes, constantly looking back to where a curious Enrik and Elvery were looking at her. At the end, the girl said that she would go right now to cook, and they would have to wait a bit. Later, the girl had already started preparing dinner for everyone, but at this point she was kept in suspense by the one who had come to help her. Enrik, wearing a pink apron with a teddy bear, was about to also join in the cooking, while Eugenia did not realize why he had volunteered to help her. Standing next to the girl, who hovered in thought, Enrik asked her why she was just standing right now. Immediately after that, the heroine accelerated the pace of cooking pancakes, answering that she was just thinking. The brunette was already picking up a knife while Eugenia said that he was right, but he still might not help her. The man wasn't even going to leave, saying that the two of them would get through this faster. Immediately after these words, Enrik chopped all the necessary vegetables and herbs with the speed of a bullet, throwing them into the fire to cook. Eugenia even had a drop of sweat running down her face, because she didn't expect Enrik to do almost all the work instead of her in such a short time. The girl realizes that he exceeds all her expectations. After working in the kitchen, Eugenia went to the children and informed them that it was already possible to go to the table. All this time, the children were reading something interesting, but when the heroine appeared, they were surprised that everything was already ready. On the table with a red tablecloth really stood a lot of dishes, where there was also meat, sausages, spaghetti, chicken, and much more. Eugenia admitted to the children that she had Enrik's help in cooking, and Joshua was surprised at the delicious meat on the table. Sally was already eating at the table, telling them that the food was incredibly delicious and asking Enrik if he had cooked it, calling him uncle. Enrik replied that he did and asked the girl to eat slower so her stomach wouldn't hurt. Elvery, who was sitting behind him, even choked on the way the girl called his master. Joshua was getting ready to eat too, but before he did, he asked Enrik if he could ask him a question. Enrik asked him what it was. The boy said he knew that the situation had been unstable lately, but the boy still asked why Enrik thought the borders would be closed, addressing him as you. Shushu also turned to Eugenia, who was already eating, asking if she knew the answer to this question, but the heroine only mumbled something under her nose. The girl recalls that right after the death of the previous duke the previous year, the Duchy of Halland had split into two factions. Benjamin, the illegitimate son of the previous ruler, pretended to be his half-brother, the heir Schiegel, to ascend the throne. It is said that after usurping the throne, he became the duke's aide, and later the real heir Schiegel became a fugitive, and until he is caught, the situation will get worse. The heroine recalls that it was during this time that a pair of marquises went missing, who did not belong to either of the two factions. She realizes that the clever Joshua can easily connect the two events, so she doesn't know what to do. Shushu kept asking Eugenia if she knows that the number of wanted criminals has increased many times more recently. At this point, Enrik said, that for this reason border control has become much more picky to catch them, and for this reason they plan to use ID cards that will say they are residents of the Ace Empire. The protagonist looked at Elvery in shock as he apologized to her for something that should have been said to her earlier. Enrik once again said that two grown men would have made the border guard suspicious, so they created an image of a safe family. The girl said she understood that perfectly well. Enrik then told everyone their fictional story, starting with the fact that the Duchy of Halland is Eugenia's home country, and for the sake of staying with her father in his last hours of life, they, along with his wife Hari, returned and the duchy. Enrik went on to say, looking at Joshua, that he was a fictional aristocrat who had come to Halland to take his fake wife and children. After finishing the story, Enrik said that would be enough to explain why the people from Ace had come to the duchy and wanted to cross the border back. Joshua said that in that case, they have no choice but to cooperate with him, addressing him as you again. Enrik said that was fine, then placed a plate of unrealistically large amounts of roasted meat in front of him. The boy almost startled, asking why he was giving him so much, addressing him as you again. And the brunette simply replied that if he ate a lot, he would grow fast. Joshua freaked out like a little cat, saying that he would decide how much he would eat. That's how dinner went, by the light of a few candles on the chandelier. Elvery almost forgot to remind everyone that making ID cards for Eugenia would take at least a week. The green-haired gentleman admitted that it was the best he could do, whereupon Enrik said that in that case they should finish all the preparations in that time. The heroine wondered at the same moment what preparations the gentleman was talking about. Elvery, with papers in his hands, replied that they had met with the merchants, with whom they had agreed to visit right after tomorrow noon. The girl guessed for herself that it was all for selecting clothes for the trip. Mr. Elvery said she thought rightly, for it would be difficult for her to pretend to be an aristocrat in such clothes. The heroine touched her bow on her collar, smilingly agreeing to everything the lord said. Flawlessly performing her duties, Elvery made a note that in order for her to play the given role perfectly, only clothes made of the most expensive materials would be suitable, so that no one would even have an inkling that she was not an aristocrat. Enrik decided to put in a word, saying that it would be necessary to buy at least 3 dresses, some jewelry, and hats, and then the gentleman mentioned paired jewelry, which he said was the hardest to get. The fact is that paired jewelry is as important as wedding rings. This accessory of a pair of precious stones is one of the attributes of a wedding on this continent. The heroine realizes that she will have to wear an expensive piece of jewelry, but such a thing is impossible to get so quickly. But then she remembers something very important. The girl who, for some reason, was shy, said that she thought she could prepare paired jewelry. She said that she had gotten them from her late parents, and from what she had heard, her family used to be quite wealthy. Enrik asked if they could take a look at them in that case, to which the girl replied by standing up and saying to wait just a little while. The heroine left the room and knocked on the door, on the other side of which was Joshua. She was going to ask him for help, for she knows that he had previously shown her his parents' paired jewelry. Little Joshua immediately reacted to the knocking, turning to the door, near which the protagonist was already standing. Shushu asked Eugenia if she was done talking to them, to which the girl said that she wasn't, and that she had one request for him. The boy immediately asked what it was. The heroine could not dare to say that she wanted to borrow her parents' family jewelry from him because she was shy. She lowered her hands, preparing to confess to the boy. Looking Joshua in the eye, Eugenia asked if she could borrow the brooch and pendant from him for a few days. The boy asked why she needed them, and the heroine replied that it was to pretend to be married to Enrique. Eugenia also apologized to Shushu for asking such a thing from him, and the boy kept looking at her with surprised eyes. He is clearly thinking about something. After that, Joshua gave Eugenia the right jewelry in her hands, saying that there was nothing wrong with it. Eugenia carefully took them in her hands, oohing at the boy's kindness. Suddenly, Eugenia hugged Joshua tightly, promising that she would guard them faithfully and give them to him afterward. Shushu was surprised by the hug, continuing to ponder something. The boy moved slightly away from the heroine with suspicion, asking why she was acting to this extent. Eugenia replied that she was just thanking him a lot, and then the boy said that in that case he was looking forward to tomorrow's trip. The next day after Eugenia had successfully borrowed the brooch and pendant, she, along with Enrik, had already arrived at an elite fabric and dress store near which various birds were chirping. Looking at the store, Eugenia prepared to immerse herself in the role of Enrik's wife for the first time, holding up her fist while behind her stood the as always calm brunette, who told her to go inside. Immediately upon entering the store, the counselor greeted his customers with a smile, saying that they were very much looking forward to them. The consultant also said that he would guide them to the right place. Showing different expensive fabrics, the brown-haired consultant proudly said that they had prepared precious fabrics for the couple that were brought from across the sea. The man also said that they always do their best to offer the best products to their customers. After that, the consultant asked the couple what they were looking for mourning clothes for, and at that moment, the protagonist decided to play a genuine wistfulness. Suddenly, the girl cried right in front of the consultant and Enrik, which made the brunette react instantly and the consultant surprised. After hugging his fictitious spouse, Enrik looked at the counselor with displeasure and said that he didn't think their attitude towards customers would be so frivolous, which was very rude. The counselor waved his hands around, trying to explain that he didn't mean that. The girl wiped her tears with a white handkerchief, apologizing for crying dramatically. She explained that her father had passed away not too long ago, so she wanted to grieve for him until all the sadness was out of her heart. The girl cried once more in a playful manner while Enrik hugged her, and while the confused counselor didn't even know what to say. At this point, Enrik took Eugenia's hands, supporting her and telling her that he would always be with her. Eugenia continued to play too, but these words made her moved and she thanked her husband for it. As the couple shared their love for each other, the counselor realized that he had committed an unforgivable sin that he didn't even know how to atone for, but he already had one thought in his mind. When the heroine mumbled that she wanted to wear a new outfit as soon as possible, the counselor instantly reacted and ordered his charges to prepare everything quickly, rather than doing nothing. Moments later, the employees brought the couple several fabrics for inspection, and the consultant happily said that all of them are of the highest quality, so they will definitely like Mrs. Hari, that is, Eugenia. One of the store employees took out a sewing ruler, proclaiming that first of all, the measurements should be taken and Hari should come this way. The protagonist did not expect that it will be necessary to measure her parameters, and she is visibly nervous, because under the cape is her old clothes, which do not stretch to the clothes of a noble lady. Eugenia thinks that by doing so she will arouse great suspicion. However, Enrik decided to intervene and loudly said that it was not necessary to measure the body parameters of his wife. Eugenia also told everyone that it should not be done. The consultant objected to the couple, saying that in this case the outfit may not fit the couple, but Enrik insisted on his own. He replied that it was exactly what they wanted and everyone should not worry, since his wife is pregnant with the third child. The heroine already wanted to obediently agree with all Enrik's words so as not to arouse any suspicion, but at that moment it seemed to hit her. She looked at Enrik in shock, not understanding what he dared to say now, since they had never even discussed it. But Enrik, apparently to further convince everyone that they are really a couple, turned to the heroine and asked her if she was looking forward to the arrival of their third child, because he is sure that he will look like her and will be very cute. At such words, Eugenia poked Enrik on the shoulder, saying in exasperation whether he was serious. But Enrik continued to play, saying with a smile that he was in pain. At that moment, the consultant realized that it wasn't as easy for them to make money as it seemed. The brown-haired consultant then turned and walked away, saying that in that case he would pack him up, asking him to wait a little while. When the counselor and others left Eugenia alone with Enrik, the girl turned to the brunette in embarrassment, about to vent her outrage on him. Eugenia aggressively got up from the couch, turning to Enrik and saying that they hadn't discussed anything about a third child, had they? Enrik calmly asked if they hadn't succeeded in deceiving them further. The girl replied that they had, but she was very confused at the last point about the baby. Enrik replied that he too was surprised by her tears at the beginning, but as the brunette told Eugenia, she was playing much better than he expected. Moving closer to the girl, Enrik looked her in the eyes and told her that she was doing a great job and that he hoped that they would continue to act coherently from now on. This made Eugenia embarrassed and looked away, saying that she hoped so too from herself and Enrik. Right after the supposedly married couple arrived in their living room, Elvery said with a sheet in his hand that they had a problem. Elvery handed the sheet in his hand to Enrique, telling him that the IDs were finished faster than he thought, but he couldn't get the marriage license. Enrik asked him what was the reason he had been unable to do so. Mr. Elvery, raising his hand as he spoke, replied that the situation was so bad that even the master wanted to leave Halan and go with them. Enrik thought deeply and put his folded hands to his face, saying that in such a situation, they too would make their own terms. The brunette proclaimed that after passing through the gate, they would part with him at once, and secondly, that the date of departure would be determined by them alone. Enrik said that if the master did not agree to these terms, they would go without additional variables. Elvery agreed to all of Enrik's words, suggesting that the day of departure be chosen now. After the unexpected twist in the secret affair, Eugenia was already on her way down to the floor below to enter Joshua and Selly's room to notify them of the day they were leaving. The girl entered the room and notified the children with a smile that they were leaving tomorrow morning. The children were reading books at this time, but after Eugenia appeared, they got distracted and asked if they were really going tomorrow, to which the heroine replied that they were and everything was ready. Upon hearing this, Joshua and Selmia jumped up from their seats, not believing their ears. The boy asked the protagonist if it was true, and Eugenia said it was. Eugenia started packing her bags while Selly and Shushu walked around her. The boy asked the heroine if they would part ways with the two misters when they passed through the gate. Eugenia flattered him that they would not, for that might arouse suspicion, so they would part after they arrived in Ace's empire. Then the boy asked suspiciously how long the trip would take. The girl continued to pack her suitcase and answered the boy that the carriage ride would take about 24 hours, but now they should put on their pajamas and go to bed. A little later, when the owl was already buzzing outside the window and the sky was incredibly dark, the children had already changed into their pajamas and were getting ready to face Eugenia in their new clothes. Selly, who was dressed in cute pink pajamas with hair ears, smilingly asked the main character if these clothes suited her. But unlike his sister Joshua, who was dressed in soft yellow pajamas with cat ears, was not so happy because, according to him, the pajamas looked childish. To the boy's indignation, the heroine replied that these are children's pajamas, but when Shushu wanted to say something else in response, Eugenia simply warned that she would now put out the light and they should run to bed. Once tucked into the warm and cozy bed, Eugenia wished both babies good dreams as the romantic moonlight seeped in through their bedroom window. Selly and Shushu were able to fall asleep instantly, being on either side of the heroine. Eugenia also tried to sleep, but Mon still did not come to her. Under the eyes of the girl already formed dark circles from insomnia, and she realized with each passing minute that this time she would not be able to sleep so quickly, knowing what an important day tomorrow. Eventually, the girl decided to get out of bed, going to do something. Fatigue was slowly filling her body. The girl was tormented with thoughts about whether she would be able to act correctly and believably tomorrow. She was also looking carefully at what was in her hands. But suddenly the children Selly and Joshua lay on her lap and hugged her in a sweet dream. Eugenia was surprised at this, but did not touch them. This unconscious gesture of the children made the girl believe that she could do everything for them no matter what. The heroine stroked Joshua on the top of his head and admired them both. All the while, the girl stared at the brooch Joshua had lent her. The stone was glowing with an unusually beautiful blue light, and at that moment the heroine remembered about the window for some reason. The blonde-haired girl realized that her thoughts were forcing her to go to the window, which she was now going to do. Eugenia, in blue pajamas, went to the balcony, inhaling clean night, pleasant air, and admiring the beautiful landscape. However, it was at that very moment that she noticed someone on the ground that made her really wonder and scrutinize carefully because someone was there. Beside her, she saw Enrik in casual clothes, who was clearly practicing on his sword without noticing the main character, who wondered why he was awake at such a time, because usually he looks tired. The girl assumes that he can't sleep as well as she can, but at the same time she worries for him to be fine tomorrow. At this time, Enrik was gracefully wiping the sweat from his face with his hand. But suddenly Enrik did notice Eugenia and turned to her, looking her in the eyes. He inquired why she was up so deep at night, to which the girl confusedly replied that she was just out for some air, and ended by wishing Enrik good night. Enrik, placing his wooden sword on her shoulder, also wished the girl sweet dreams, looking at her not with a smile and thus embarrassing the girl. Enrik warned Eugenia not to be late when he was getting ready for tomorrow's events, to which the girl replied that she would take it into consideration. After that, Eugenia laughed confusedly, not knowing what to say in such a situation, and already going to leave the balcony. In the end, when the protagonist returned back to the bedroom, she sat on the floor and grabbed her head, realizing that she acted with Enrik as if she had stolen something. Because of this, the girl is afraid that he might misunderstand her. But the protagonist still realized that she should go to bed and sleep, because after the dark night there would be an important day when she would leave the Duchy of Hallant together with Joshua and Selly. The next morning she was already dressed in a minimalistic black hat with a veil, the kind of black hat one usually wore when mourning, and on her neck glittered a beautiful blue stone, which emphasized her fictitious high status as an aristocrat, and which in fact was a family jewel of Joshua's parents. The protagonist appeared before the children in a black, expensive mourning dress, asking them if they were ready to go and if they had forgotten anything. Selly, who was also wearing a black dress, happily raised her hand and told the fictional mom she was ready, while Joshua, who was also dressed in black, did without joy and just bid everyone go. The little girl was already getting into the carriage when Elvery helped her into it. The gentleman then beckoned for Joshua to get into the carriage as well, but saw him distracted by something else. Elvery saw Joshua looking too curiously at the two horses, causing him to only be able to respond a second time. Turning around, the boy said, already walking towards him. While the protagonist was realizing that little Joshua liked horses, Enrik was already approached by the foreman who had volunteered to ride with them on the last day. Enrik looked at the hooded man, saying that he had come just in time and asking him to say hello. But the master answered nothing, just looking at everyone. Enrik then had to tell Eugenia that this man would accompany them. Eugenia, out of politeness, wanted to tell the man to take care of her, which she says to everyone when greeting, but Enrik only patted her shoulder, hinting that it shouldn't be done if the man doesn't know manners. Enrik also said that he, along with Elvery, would ride the horses and they would ride right to the side of their carriage. Therefore, from Enrik's words, the heroine can open the window if something happens. After Eugenia said that she understood everything perfectly, Enrik helped her get into the carriage, telling her to be careful and look down. The girl, like a true lady, thanked the brunette for such help. A few minutes later, the carriage moved and all the heroes moved on their way. The heroine looked out the window and couldn't believe that it would all finally be over when she crossed the border right now. The protagonist continued to look at the views from the window through the veil, feeling that they were already approaching the cherished gate that separates the two states. It turned out to be so. In front of the carriage, there was a high gate guarded by 3 guards. The posh carriage, accompanied by Elvery and Enrik on horseback, approached the gate, but one of the guards shouted menacingly that no one could leave now, so they must turn around immediately. However, Enrik, who also had a family pendant hanging around his neck, also loudly declared that they were nobles of the Ace Empire, and they needed to return to their homeland, so they should open the gate for them. The soldier in armor became nervous when he heard this, for he knows how the nobles of Ace take care of their people. When Enrik got off his horse, the soldier wanted to say that he would check on them in that case, but someone else said it instead. Those words belonged to the captain of the guard himself, who personally volunteered to check them. First, the captain asked Enrik to show their identification cards. Enrik immediately gave the man in armor an ID card that said something to the effect that he was Baron Enrik Trayson. After the identity check, Captain Fear asked Enrik what reason they were visiting the Duchy of Hallant, to which the Brunet replied that he had come to pick up his wife and children who were visiting his parents' home. The captain realized that the Baroness and his children were sitting in the carriage, so he said that he would go and check the carriage now. Enrik only supported his request. The man immediately walked over to the carriage where Eugenia and her children were sitting. He bowed, saying that he needed to bother her for the sake of checking, and then immediately asked her why she had come here. The fictitious Baroness replied that she had heard that her father was ill and had come. The captain replied that in that case he would ask her some more questions. The girl politely replied that she certainly did not mind that, demanding to everything the inspector asked what Harry's maiden name was. Harry replied that she had called Harry Lapland while the captain was checking her ID. The captain then asked how long she had been married, to which the girl also politely replied that their marriage would be 8 years old this year. The captain seemed to be satisfied with everything and wanted to let the madam go, but then he decided to ask one more thing from Eugenia, who noticed that, unlike her, Enrik finished his check quickly. The captain lowered his hand, saying that he had one last request that he wanted to voice to the protagonist. Eugenia was ready for anything, but then the checker asked her to remove her headdress to see her face. At the same moment, the girl was numb with horror, because no one else should know her face, because she is actively wanted. With excitement, the girl clenched her hands into a fist, not understanding why the captain disregarded etiquette by asking such a thing of a girl in a mourning outfit. While the protagonist was thinking whether she really needed to take off her hat and what to do if she was uncovered, the captain was already interrogating her, not understanding what was the matter. But then it dawned on the heroine, because Fear actually wants to catch the Crown Duke, not some girl like her. While Eugenia guessed that he also knows that she is wanted, one of the children also tried to bring her to her senses, calling her mom. In fact, the whole time the protagonist was silent, not knowing what to do while Joshua and Sally looked at her, who also didn't understand anything. The 2 excited children asked the blonde-haired heroine if she was all right, when their eyes showed obvious fear and worry for their not-real mother. Looking into the children's eyes, the protagonist realizes that if she doesn't take action now, she could create even more complicated problems that could even cause their plan to collapse. Realizing that she has an obligation to come to her senses right now, the heroine calmly told the children that she was fine and she was fine. She explained her behavior by saying that she wanted to appear on their good side. After that, the heroine turned to the commander, who was still standing there waiting for a response from the girl. The man responded, wondering what the lady would tell him. The girl, who clearly had a beef with the commander, menacingly asked him if he could absolve her of responsibility for his terrible behavior if she took off her hat. Eugenia explained that even after seeing the ID card, he had shown her no respect and she had held back until now because she didn't want to show up in front of the kids looking awful. The commander tried to tell the protagonist to calm down, but she only warned menacingly that she would report his rudeness and even take off her hat if he so desired. The commander did not even know what to answer the lady in such a case. When Eugenia said these words, in her eyes was not even anger, but rage at the commander, which she did not even hide, continuing to tell him terrible words. The commander merely looked at the heroine and realized that only the head of public order and the owner of the lands is above him. He and his soldiers realize that when ordinary people like them come to high-ranking people, they get nothing but a reprimand. Realizing the full extent of their mistake, the 3 guards, including the commander, bow very low to the protagonist, proclaiming that the inspection is over and they apologize for the inconvenience. Upon hearing this, Eugenia briefly told Elvery, who was playing the role of a coachman, to move the carriage. Elvery obeyed the lady by closing the open door. Immediately after that, the protagonist, along with the children, breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that they were blown through and no one suspected them. Shushu excitedly asked if Mom was okay, to which Eugenia replied that yes, and she was fine. Sally immediately pounced on the heroine, who reassured everyone with words that she was fine, with hugs, saying that uncle looked very scary. Joshua added that he wanted to say exactly the same thing. And at this decisive and at the same time anxious moment, the heroes heard the guards loudly asking to open the gate, to which the children, as well as Eugenia, greatly rejoiced. Looking through the window of her carriage, the girl really realized that they had crossed the border and were already in the empire of Ace, which could not help but please her. In such a calm atmosphere, the heroes continued their journey through the forest thickets, when they were accompanied by Elvery and Enrik on both sides. But at this point, Enrik for some reason told everyone to stop, stopping his horse as well. Enrik approached the man who is a master forger and told him that this was the end of their agreement. But the master did not dare to even say anything, muttering some words to himself and still holding the reins. Enrik asked the man suspiciously what was the matter, but he never heard an answer. Suddenly the man touched the harness, causing the 2 horses to resume moving at breakneck speed. Eugenia, Joshua, and Sally, who were still in the carriage, shifted to the other side of the carriage. Joshua, in the moment, picked Sally up into his arms to protect her from falling. Noticing this, the main character took the children to her in a flash, crying out in shock and asking if they were okay. Joshua replied that he was fine and needed to calm Sally down first. Eugenia immediately began to comply, telling the girl that she was with her and everything would be fine. After the girl was satisfied that the children were temporarily safe, she looked out the window, wondering what the hell had happened outside. Eugenia realizes that there is no Enrik or Elvery to be seen around, which means it is the axe of the coachman. At this time, the coachman was really trying to get the carriage as far away as possible from Enrik and Elvery, who were already catching up with him. The horses and the carriage were rushing through the forest thicket, leaving a trail of wheels behind them. The coachman wasn't even going to stop the traffic, making the situation worse and worse. The protagonist realizes that she needs to protect the children from possible injuries by any means possible, but being in a daze, she can't even think of a plan to protect them. While Eugenia was forcing herself to think even harder, behind the carriage at full speed already rushed Elvery and Enrik, who shouted to the coachman to stop. But of course, the traitor did not hear them. Realizing that the situation and their plan was starting to get out of hand, Enrik decides to take extreme measures and pulls out a weapon from under his torso. White Gloves pulled out an iron pistol that Enrik had already used against Eugenia's abusers. Having caught up to the carriage, Enrik had already straightened his arm and took aim to shoot at the wheels, but at that moment the situation escalated to the point where he was in no hurry to fire, for he saw something in front of him. Enrik's blue eyes glazed over and his eyelids lifted even higher in surprise, and at what he was seeing with his own eyes. He was ready to shoot, but thankfully he didn't do it sooner. It turned out that Eugenia had emerged from the carriage, which was literally flying on the ground, and was barely holding on to something, trying not to fall to the ground. The girl was about to do something that posed a threat not only to her, but to others as well. At the same moment, Enrik shouted to the crazy lady not to do anything stupid and get inside, and the girl who was holding on to the roof of the carriage heard the brunette and called out to him. The girl wanted to object to him even in such a difficult situation, but at that moment the maddened coachman noticed the girl, who clearly already had some kind of plan. Not intending to give up so easily, the coachman pulled the leash, making the horses stir in different directions and thus shaking the carriage at a great speed. The protagonist could have been about to fall, but she continued to hold on, even after such an ordeal. The two men were very worried about Eugenia, and Enrik even shouted her name, showing how worried he was about her now. However, at such a difficult moment, the protagonist continued to hold on to the carriage with one hand, putting herself in great danger. With a shaking hand, the girl showed that she could not control the situation as she wanted to. She held on to the roof of the carriage with just a few fingers. Catching up with the carriage on horseback, Enrik came even closer to Eugenia and angrily shouted at her to climb back inside because it was incredibly dangerous. The girl holds onto the roof and stares at Enrik as he continues to yell at her to get back inside and protect the children. In that moment, she realizes that it's better to obey him and not compound the problem with her heroism. These words caught the protagonist, and she rethought all her actions, going to stop pulling dangerous acts in full view of everyone. Eugenia was already in the carriage, and as Enrik told her, protecting the children while Enrik himself ordered Elvery to step aside, for he was about to start doing something. Elvery obeyed him the second he did. Enrik drew his pistol a second time, aiming at the knees of the carriage and about to fire a few shots. With his first attempts, the hero managed to break one wheel, parts of which flew in all directions. This, at the same second, made the carriage slow down its movement. But that wasn't all. To finally stop the chase, Enrik decided to fire a few more bullets so that the wheel would finally detach from the carriage, creating inconvenience for the traitor. This caused the carriage to skid sideways, but still, Enrik's clever plan worked the first time, and the carriage and horses gradually slowed down. After the luxurious carriage successfully stopped beside the road in the deep forest, the worried Enrik got off his horse and ran up to Eugenia and the children and asked if she was safe with them. In the wrecked carriage was the terrified protagonist and her children, who were also feeling frightened. Eugenia said she was fine and needed to get the children first. Enrik agreed to her request and gave them a helping hand. Immediately Elvery, whom Enrik also asked to help, came up to the couple. Elvery immediately took Selmia in his arms, carrying her out into the fresh air. When the children got out of the ruined carriage, Eugenia, who had been helped by Enrik, also got out. The girl thanked him for every bit of help in her direction. Holding the girl in his arms and making sure she was all right, Enrik asked her to wait with Elvery until he did something. The girl slowly came to her senses, agreeing to her savior's requests. While the protagonist and Elvery were tending to the children, who were a little hurt from the terrible ride, Enrik approached menacingly to the front of the carriage, where the ill-fated coachman was supposedly sitting. He expected to see him injured but conscious, but in reality it did not appear that way. What he saw made him anxiously horrified, holding back his emotions. Enrik looked at the broken flask of the coachman, from which a strange liquid was flowing. It appeared to be poison for him to end his life, which in fact he had done. Enrik realized he had been bribed, but where did the information leak from? While Enrik was examining the traitor's body, his face, his outfit, and his poison, he heard Eugenia shouting Selly's name in shock and excitement, trying to get a response from her. Enrik instantly turned around and asked what was wrong, seeing what Eugenia was holding Selly in her arms while Joshua and Elvery nervously worried. The heroine replied that Selly had suddenly passed out. Eugenia continued to call the girl's name, begging her to wake up, but she only let out faint sighs, which didn't bode well. Holding the girl in her arms, the protagonist realized that it is necessary to do something immediately, because then there could be big problems. With such thoughts, Eugenia began to turn around. Having thought of some plan, Eugenia carefully placed the girl in Elvery's hands, asking him to hold her for a while. Elvery readily agreed, handling the child with care. Releasing her hands, Eugenia moved away from her friends a little and began searching among the bushes for something she thought would help poor Sally. Eventually, she spotted what she was looking for. In the bushes, she spotted a kind of green fruit that, if used, could help a little girl with a seizure. It looked like a green pear or, alternatively, a very light-colored avocado. The girl brought Sally one of these fruits, asking her to say, "Ah," to open her mouth. The girl does not react strongly enough to those around her, so she does not understand the heroine's request the first time. But then the girl did open her mouth, and the protagonist, before cutting the pear-like fruit into pieces, dripped its juice on her tongue like a medicine. After that, the girl swallowed the drop, tasting its flavor. At this point, Joshua was very worried about her, asking what was wrong with her. The girl replied that what she tasted was sweet and delicious, showing everyone her slight smile and the blush on her cheeks. Hearing his sister's light words, Joshua could barely contain himself and clenched his palms into a fist as they shook with nerves. The boy didn't have the patience not to say something to the girl. Joshua shouted with all his anger that his sister was a fool, because if it was sweet, the girl must like it. He wanted to shout out something else, saying that he wanted something so badly, but he didn't. The boy cried from the emotions spilling out, trying to say what he wanted to say, but he could no longer say anything because of the lump in his throat. To calm his brother down, Sally touched his cheek and sweetly told him that he was fine now before apologizing to him. The boy fell to the ground, feeling guilty for yelling at his sister. By this time, Enrik had already approached the heroes, who asked if the girl was okay. Eugenia answered him that everything was fine, saying that she just had a strong shock. Watching the smiling child, the protagonist also said that thanks to the fact that she had eaten fruit, her fever would go down. Enrik listened to the lady attentively, marveling at her knowledge. Enrik was not going to leave the girl, even when she, getting up from the ground, informed that in that case she would go look for more fruit. The brunette clearly wanted to say something to the heroine. It turned out that way. Enrik asked if he could talk to Eugenia now, while she was already looking for green fruits in the bushes. The interested girl replied that she didn't mind talking. Eugenia asked the man what he wanted to tell her, but Enrik did not listen to her, in response seriously asking what she was thinking. The girl remained silent, and in that case the exasperated Enrik asked her a more revealing question, if she had anything to say about when she stepped out of the moving carriage. The flustered girl replied that she couldn't let them be grabbed, so she wanted to attack the coachman and push him away, then take hold of the reins. Enrik waved his hand in response and asked how she wanted to push him off the carriage. The girl began rummaging through her pocket, saying that she was going to do it with the help of this. The protagonist pulled out a pouch from her pocket, saying that it contained the self-defense powder she had used earlier. But the man kept asking the protagonist all sorts of things, talking about why she couldn't just wait for him and why she couldn't rely on him. The protagonist remained silent, not knowing the answer to that question. Lowering her gaze to the ground, the girl replied in a fraction of shame that, in her opinion, she had already accomplished her task. The protagonist went on to say that she thought they had already left the Hergzovdom as they had agreed earlier, and so she felt that she was no longer needed by them. Enrik asked if that was the reason why she had opened the carriage door and stepped out of it. But then Enrik, who was clearly dissatisfied with something on the part of the girl, turned his head away from the protagonist, saying that he probably, in Eugenia's eyes, he looked like a complete lousy guy. Eugenia didn't expect such words from her mentor, so in shock she told him that it wasn't like that at all, but then Enrik said that she forgot something. Enrik told the girl that according to their treaty, they would leave the Duchy of Holland together and make their way to the Empire of Ace. The girl looked at the man with stunned eyes, for he had made her remember that. The guy added the fact that that was why it was his turn to take them safely to Ace's empire, and if they couldn't trust him, she could trust herself who had signed the contract. The girl was confused, saying that she didn't mean to offend him and asking that Enrik forgive her for everything. She wanted to say something else, but did not dare to do so at once. Eugenia, a little shy, lowering her head and her gaze from Enrik, admitted to him that she wasn't sure. She decided to tell him the truth, this time without making up anything extra. And the reason she wasn't sure was because, from what she said, she didn't feel like an important person. In fact, the girl thinks about the fact that she is only a minor character in this novel. The girl remembers that she is that secondary character who can be taken out at any time for the sake of the main character, and for this reason, from the very beginning she had to take care of herself first. But everything changed when she took the place of Eileen's teacher, as she lost her life protecting Joshua and Sally. The heroine remembers hugging Joshua and Sally when they still had blue hair and when she was just an ordinary maid for them who brought food. The girl realized even at that moment that she could suffer the same fate as Eileen at any moment. Eugenia believes that she too had to give her life for the children and protect Selmia and Joshua. While the girl was thinking about the fact that, in her opinion, this is how it should have been, Enrik was already calling her name because she was thinking hard about something. The guy wanted to tell her some important truths that she needed. Looking the protagonist in the eyes, Enrik told the girl that she was much more important than she thought. Eugenia couldn't believe that she was hearing this. The girl continued to look the guy in the eyes while he told her that her self-sacrifice was not the only way out of the situation. Plus, Enrik asked the girl to understand the fact that she was their sole and primary guardian, even if it was her sibling. The heroine continued to remain silent, listening attentively to the brunette. But at this point, when the wind picked up the leaves and ruffled the girl's hair, Enrik's words made her think again when she heard his phrase, brother and sister. The protagonist, remembering giving Joshua his parents' jewelry, realized that she had sought to change their future by being tied up in the affair. The girl even remembers the way she made a promise to Joshua, connecting her pinky finger to his as a sign of strong friendship. The girl asks herself what she has been doing all this time. In this long-awaited moment, the girl quickly rethinks everything she did for the sake of the children and for what purpose she helped them. So the heroine, mocking herself, said that she was a fool. Enrik, realizing that he was able to reach the heroine's common sense, lowered his head and sighed in relief, saying that she needed to realize that. After that, Enrik asked the girl to hold out her hand to him for some reason. Eugenia, of course, wondered why he suddenly wanted it, but she showed him her palm anyway. At this time, Enrik pulled out a cloth from his pocket, which he had already used to rewrap the wounds on the girl's arm. Enrik explained why he needed her hand, to which the heroine said, "Thank you," in response. The protagonist said she would wash his handkerchief afterward and give it back to him, but Enrik turned around and indifferently told her to do what she wanted, informing her that they should be heading back already. Eugenia was glad for the care and help from the lad, happily and smilingly agreeing to walk back to the children. And the palm that Enrik had bandaged her, she kept carefully near her chest. After a while, when everyone had settled their attitudes towards each other, Enrik decided to put Joshua on the horse, knowing that he liked these animals. The boy sat seriously on the saddle, and you could see by his face how much he liked horses, although he was trying to hide it. At this time, Eugenia was bringing the suitcases from the carriage, and when she saw Shusha on the horse, she realized that he was very, very cute sitting on it. Enrik was already calling out to Eugenia, saying that it was her turn to get on the horse and set off. Putting her suitcase on the ground, Eugenia tried to get on the saddle the first time, but she still couldn't do it, even on the second try. Joshua looked at his supposedly sister, watching her try to handle everything on her own. The girl tried to climb more or less steeply. She was having no luck. Then Enrik came up to her, wondering if she needed help, to which the tired heroine replied that she would be very grateful to him for it. Preliminarily apologizing to the girl for the fact that he touched her waist, Enrik easily picked up the protagonist and lifted up to the saddle. In order not to fall, the protagonist held on securely to the man's forearms, looking him straight in the eyes, although in fact, even here, she was a little scared. Finding herself very close to Enrik's face, the blush on the protagonist's cheeks appeared on her face at the same moment, and she didn't know what to say. However, she realized that it was too much. The blonde-haired girl, who was being romanced by the sunny golden light, could only close her eyes in embarrassment, realizing that this was just too close for both of them. Eventually, when the protagonist was already on the saddle and still squinting her eyes from embarrassment, Joshua and Enrik looked at her with a slightly incomprehensible look. Joshua even asked her what she was doing. After opening her eyes and realizing that she was acting really weird for the guys, she confusedly told them that she was just tired and they should get going already. When the heroes were on their way, Shushu once again asked the protagonist if she was acting too weird for her and if she had a fever, to which Eugenia replied that she was just hot and was fine. Joshua accepted her answer, but still suspected something. In this relaxed manner, the couple walked all the way until it got dark. When night fell, they left the horses, built a fire, and spread out a blanket for the children to sleep on. Sally was already asleep, but Joshua, Eugenia, and Enrik were not. Enrik, wanting to break the silence, said that they would have to sleep in uncomfortable conditions for now, but Eugenia replied that it was no big deal, and Joshua said he was just worried about his sister. Looking at Sally, Eugenia thanked herself for taking the luggage, even though it wasn't easy to carry. Since the girl is sleeping on the cold ground, the medicines in the suitcase might come in handy. The brunette also warned everyone that only he and Elvery would be left on night watch, so they could already go to bed. Eugenia thanked Enrik and agreed with his words. The girl was already lying on the ground, looking up at the starry sky. She was asking herself if she would be able to fall asleep, since it was the first time she was sleeping outside, or if she should figure out what to do tomorrow. The protagonist slowly fell asleep, memorizing the fact that she needed to give Sally another medicine just in case, then check on Joshua's condition and do many other things. But at that moment, her brooch, which she was still wearing around her neck, suddenly began to glow with a magical blue light. Because of this glow, magical blue butterflies appeared, and with them, a mystical, unique melody began to play. The glowing butterflies flew over the head of the main character, who was already sinking into sleep, and the pleasant melody that appeared with them did not even subside. The girl was already sinking into sleep, but then she heard that some magical and pure voice told her to wait for him. The girl lay on her side, letting the magic happen around her. But upon hearing the mysterious melody, Eugenia did open her eyes, wondering what the music was and if it was her children, Joshua and Sally. However, when she lifted herself out of bed, the girl realized that they were both already sound asleep. Then the heroine thought that all this, most likely, dreamed to her. After such a dream, the blonde-haired girl realized that she would not be able to fall asleep so easily in a new place and got up, wondering what it was. At that moment, Enrik asked her if she was awake. To her side, Eugenia noticed Enrik, who was still by the fire. She asked him why he was still awake, to which the man replied, Mole Elvery had gone on a scouting trip, so he needed to stay alert. Eugenia came closer to him, saying that in that case she could replace him, but Enrik said that it was not worth it, because even if he lay down, he would not be able to sleep. And then the curious girl, apparently realizing something, stopped in front of Enrik, about to ask him something. Eugenia asked him if he by any chance suffers from insomnia, to which Enrik, lowering his head, said that yes, and a very long time ago. Realizing that she needed to immediately find something in her suitcase, the girl did so, reassuring Enrik that he would definitely be able to sleep. He just needed to wait a little. After a few seconds, the girl pulled out a few things from her healing suitcase, one of which was a bottle of peppermint oil. And the second thing was dried peppermint leaves in a small amount, which were also in a glass bottle with a brown stopper. The girl very quickly made peppermint tea from them, pouring it into a cup and telling Enrik that if he drank this, his fatigue would decrease and he would be able to cope even with insomnia. After the girl poured the flavored tea into the cup, she held it out to Enrik, offering to taste it. Enrik took the cup in his hand, thanking the heroine for her concern. Presenting the tea to his lips, the brunette immediately noticed and heard its pleasant aroma and told the girl about it. After that, he was about to take the first sip of the healing medicine. However, before that, the protagonist asked if he happened to have a headache. Enrik was surprised and said that it did, asking how she guessed it. The girl, as if she were a classified healer, replied that lack of sleep could accompany a headache, and it would be best to dab the temple and the back of the neck with this ointment. Enrik picked up the jar of ointment, wondering if he could have it for himself. The heroine replied that of course he could keep it, as this ointment was easy to obtain, so she could easily make it again. The brunette said that in that case he wanted to thank her and asked her what she wanted. The girl replied that she didn't need anything because it was just an ointment. In addition, the girl admitted that it is just a friendly gift to someone with whom she shares joy and sadness. The heroine said this shyly, placing her index finger on her cheek. However, at the same moment, Eugenia rethought all her actions, remembering that Enrik was above her in status, and it would be very improper to call him her friend on an equal footing with her. The girl spread her hands, trying to say that she didn't want to say that. But Enrik didn't even pay attention to it, clarifying to the protagonist whether it was really a friendly gift from her. The girl was surprised, which made her eyelids lift up. Unexpectedly for the girl, Enrik, holding her gift in his hands, said that in such a case he would accept it with gratitude and make good use of it, calling the girl Miss Eugenia. Such a warm attitude pleased Eugenia, so she looked at Enrik with comfort and affection, no longer feeling ashamed of anything. A blush appeared on the girl's face when she, wanting to break the awkward silence, told Enrik that the medicine would definitely help him. In response, the brunette smiled, looking the heroine in the eyes. And so the time passed by the fire. Enjoying the pleasant night, Enrik decided to ask the protagonist if by any chance she had studied herbalism, for he had noticed her using the powder to defend herself against an attacker. Enrik also said that she was able to help Sally recover without anyone else's help when she was sick, and when she used the juice of an interesting fruit to do so. Finally, Enrik also mentioned that she was great at curing insomnia by giving him ointment and giving him healing tea. Enrik asked the heroine how a maid like her could have such knowledge. The brunette even joked that she should have run an apothecary, to which the girl laughed, saying that perhaps he was right. The protagonist, looking at the twinkling stars and smiling, began to tell that since childhood she had aspired to a luxurious urban life. However, the girl sadly lowered her head as she told Enrik that after her father died she had no one to rely on, so she had to look for a job, which was the reason she ended up in the city. Enrik listened to her carefully, saying that he now understood how things really were. The girl was ashamed to say it, but still admitted to her interlocutor that in truth she had never studied herbalism. At that moment, the girl tried to remember at least something from her past. Enrik asked the girl a logical question, asking then what was the reason she was so good with it all. The girl wanted to evade the answer, saying that she was hearing too many questions from him today. The dark-haired guy asked the protagonist with a smile why they wouldn't talk about this topic, and isn't there any point in having a dialogue about it. The heroine agreed with her co-worker's words, starting to hesitantly and shyly tell the fact that her father was an herbalist. However, the girl said that she had never learned from him, recalling how, as a child, she used to go with him to the forest for healing herbs. The girl admits to Enrik that he wouldn't even let her go near the herbs, without giving specific reasons. Enrik only kept silent and looked carefully at Miss Eugenia. The brunette decided to confess to the girl that it wasn't something that would help her to know all medicinal plants so perfectly, so he asked on what day she learned about them, while the girl picked up the answer with a look as if she didn't understand or know anything. In fact, the girl really didn't know anything and was worried about it, for she didn't remember her childhood in her new body. But at this point, Enrik said that it really didn't matter to him. The confused girl replied that she thought so too. However, at this point, the girl actually thought about how in this life she knows about certain aspects of herbalism that she uses in different situations. The protagonist recalls that no matter how hard she tried to remember her childhood, nothing ever occurred to her. In addition, the girl realizes that she does not have any memories of a certain age. At the same time, Eugenia recalls that she heard one incident from her father a long time ago. Then she walked with him through the forest and caught butterflies while her father was collecting useful grass. It turns out that the girl remembers her father telling her that when she was only 5 years old, she was lost in a large and deep forest. Her father kept calling for her, but she didn't respond. However, after 3 or 2 days, they were able to find her on the highest point in the forest. Then the woman who had been helping the girl's father with the search, standing on the cliff, pointed an equal sign finger at the girl and called out to everyone else. According to her father, she was completely safe, for as she slept on the ground in the terrible forest, she was surrounded by various forest animals, such as a deer, a fox, and 2 rabbits. They hugged each other, keeping the girl warm. The girl kept thinking about it, not understanding why she didn't memorize this unique experience, because if you think deeply, it seems like she should have known the names of all the herbs in that period. At this point, the girl was already being called by name by Enrik, who didn't understand why she was thinking so hard. While the protagonist speculated that it might be the consequences of what had happened, Enrik called out to Miss Eugenia once more, and this time she was able to respond to his words. With suspicion, Enrik asked the blonde-haired girl what she was thinking about so hard, and the heroine only replied with a smile and a laugh that she was thinking about going to study to be a pharmacist. Enrik replied that it was a good idea, and there were many precious herbs in Ace's empire where they were now. Saying this, Enrik's smile was missing for some reason, as if he was also thinking about something. Hearing this, the protagonist excitedly said that it sounded tempting, to which Enrik asked if she was really interested in such a small thing. The girl replied that she was, because then she could create a greater variety of medicines. Under a beautiful sunrise, the couple cheerfully discussed how they would arrive in Ace's empire and live a new life. The main character was telling Enrik how she would definitely make a cure for insomnia, and Enrik politely replied to her that it sounded very interesting. The pair talked for a long time more, until towards morning when the sun came out from behind the horizon and illuminated everything around them. Drops of morning dew dripped down the grass while Eugenia thought about the fact that a new day had finally arrived. On that beautiful day, the heroine realized that Selmia's condition had improved, which could not help but make her happy. Selly joyfully told the girl that she had recovered, but Eugenia insisted on taking more medicine. However, the protagonist also needed to take medicine. After a long ride on a horse, she felt strong pains in her muscles, which she tried to cure by eating healing herbs from the ground. And while Selly and Eugenia were taking their medicine, Joshua and Enrik were in frequent contact with each other because Enrik was teaching the boy how to ride a horse. Telling everything in detail, Enrik watched Shushua write down his every word on paper. Having left good, warm memories for each other, the heroes were already moving towards the empire of Ace on a long road. And when the first outlines of the long-awaited gates of the empire appeared on the horizon, Selly shrieked with joyful cries. Before all the heroes appeared a large and tall gate, through which many carriages and people were passing. They too had to pass through them to be in the long-awaited place. At this moment, the protagonist had already noticed that the atmosphere here was radically different from that in the duchy, but at this moment, Enrik warned the girl that there would be a small inspection. The protagonist turned to Enrik and, in an encouraging, motivational voice, said that they would do it, but Enrik said that there was no need to try so hard because the inspection would be over quickly. Eugenia didn't understand how this was possible, but by this time, they were already approaching the armed soldiers while Elvery told her not to worry so much. The girl agreed to the Lord's words, hiding her anxiety. After introducing herself to the soldier, the protagonist gave him her ID while looking at him with disdain. While the soldier read the piece of paper, he yawned a few times, which made Selly smile. After examining Eugenia, the other soldier asked for Enrik's ID as well. The man, of course, provided it, but grudgingly said that it was just an extra hassle for him. However, as soon as the soldier read what Enrik gave him, his tiredness and lightheartedness towards heroes immediately disappeared from him because the paper showed that he was far from being the last person in Ace's empire. The soldiers handed over the ID cards to the heroes, and after that, they said loudly that they apologized for their unnecessary worries. The guards also said that they were honored to meet them while letting them through the gate. As the protagonist watched in shock as they easily walked away from the soldiers and into Ace's empire, Enrik only said that they needed to hurry, as there would be more noise now. Eugenia continued to stare back, watching the soldiers and the newcomers, and not understanding the fact how they managed to sneak in so easily. But Selly at this point couldn't take her eyes and smile away from the new place and city. Eventually, the girl accepted the fact that coming to the cherished empire had come much easier than she had thought. But she continued to watch in shock at the new road in a new place. It may all seem like a dream to the heroine, but in reality she was really galloping through Ace's empire, which she had previously promised to bring Joshua and Selly to. And lo and behold, she was able to do so. After a while, when the heroes enjoyed the new place and nature, they decided to stay in one beautiful hotel, which is surrounded by trees and foliage. And in the inn, Eugenia was already washing Selly and her hair, while Joshua, standing outside the door, was nervously telling Eugenia not to go into the bathroom because he was washing himself. The protagonist said with a smile that she wouldn't do that, telling the boy to go. However, on the flat spot, when the heroine was calmly washing the girl's head, she noticed something that made her stop for a moment and look at the top of Selly's head with surprise. The fact is that the black paint with which Eugenia hid the real color of the children's hair over time began to wash off because the girl's hair continues to grow. The main character decided to think about whether to buy more hair dyes or save the remaining money and spend it on something else. At this point, the girl noticed Eugenia's ponderings and asked her what was the matter. Eugenia decided to tell the truth, informing the girl that her hair had grown out a little of its native color. Sally wondered if she needed to dye it again, but the girl replied that she only needed to lift her head up so that it wouldn't show. In addition, the protagonist confessed to Sally with a smile that she would soon break up with Enrik, so they would just have to wait a bit. The girl happily agreed with the heroine's words. While the girls and Joshua were getting cleaned up, Elvery was on the first floor already celebrating his homecoming by drinking a large mug of native beer to the bottom. After he was able to drink it all the first time, he proclaimed with happiness on his face that he was finally home, and this was a real taste of his favorite city. Closer to the day, the heroes decided to have a feast on the table where Joshua and Sally and Enrik and Eugenia were seated. At the end of the dinner, Enrik asked if the main character liked everything, to which she replied that everything was fine. Finishing her dishes, the girl could not help but notice one little thing, which every day attracted more and more of her attention and concerned Enrik. The girl was looking closely at his hand with the fork in his mouth. The girl noticed that even today he was wearing gloves while sitting at the table and eating his food. The girl is curious about the reason behind it, but for now she hesitates to ask him about it. While the protagonist was thinking about Enrik's gloves, Sally, who was sitting next to the heroine, contentedly said that she had had enough. Selmia also said that it was delicious and she could eat it all day. Joshua was also sitting next to her, wiping his lips with a cloth after dinner. He too said that the feast was not bad. However, Enrik, who wished to be alone with Eugenia, waved his hand and told the boy that in that case they could go first. Joshua freaked out over this, saying that he wanted to say something to Eugenia again. Enrik explained again that his talk would only be about adults, but Joshua folded his arms and grudgingly said that he didn't understand why things were always discussed only by adults, and he wanted to listen too, so he wouldn't leave. But Eugenia, making the most frightening smile and look possible, menacingly called the boy by name, hinting that he should do exactly the opposite. Joshua instantly rose from his seat, uncertainly saying that he too could become an adult from this day forward. The main character said she would be sure to tell them what they were talking about, but now they had to go. Joshua only clucked unhappily, getting up from his seat and getting ready to leave for his room. Sally was eating her grapes with a smile, but her brother had also told her to go, and the girl said at the same moment that she would do so now. Unlike the boy, Sally was obedient and understood everything the first time. The brother and sister were already on their way up to the second floor as the girl waved to everyone and told them once again that dinner was delicious. Elvery waved goodbye to the girl as well, wishing them a good night. When the children left and Eugenia saw them off, and with a look, Enrik told her that, in that case, they began the long-awaited conversation. Eugenia turned to her colleagues and happily agreed with Enrik. Unexpectedly, Enrik immediately told the heroine to her face that they had put a lot of effort together and they needed to part now. This came as a complete surprise to the girl. The heroine wanted to say something, but she couldn't. She thought about the fact that sooner or later they would have to separate, but she did not assume that it would happen today. Eugenia folded her arms and looked down, saddened by such news from Enrik. At the same time, Anne wondered why she was upset about it. The main character stood up from her seat, sadly telling Elvery and Enrik that they had been through a lot during this time, and because of them they were able to reach Ace's empire. Elvery decided to say that this was not true. After all, she was the one who helped them accomplish their plan. However, here the girl, clutching her dress with her hands in embarrassment, asked if she could ask one question. She inquired if her wanted was valid in the empire as well. Eugenia sat back down at the table, while Enrik answered her question by saying that the Empire does not receive wanted lists from the Duchy, so according to Enrik, she may not worry about it. After that, Enrik, gesturing with his hand, said that he would like her to return her ID card, because they are good at forgeries. And at that moment, when the heroine began to search for the fake document through her pockets, Enrik whispered something to his mentor Elvery, which the girl did not hear or notice. Unexpectedly to the blonde-haired Eugenia, Enrik placed a large bag of coins on the table as the girl handed him her fake ID. Enrik also said that they thanked her for such hard work. The protagonist stared in a daze at the very large fee for her, while Enrik continued to say that this was their promised reward. For a young girl, such a sum of money is a real fortune, which even makes Eugenia dread it. Eugenia took the bag in her hands, holding it tightly against her body and saying thank you to her partners with a smile. She couldn't even think how much money was in that sack. Elvery suddenly bowed to the young lady and said that he had something left that he needed to prepare, so he was distancing himself from them. At this time, Enrik was removing the pendant from his neck that Eugenia had given him for the time being. Enrik took one last look at the beautiful and flawless blue stone pendant while holding it in his hand. He remained silent, admiring its beauty so that he could give it to the girl later. The man placed the pendant on the table, telling Eugenia that he had kept it under his clothes, so no flaws appeared. Enrik also said that he had treated it well. The girl continued to look at Enrik, wondering if he would go right now. The shy and most likely tired brunette lowered his head and replied that he would, as he had unfinished business. Grabbing his head, Enrik wanted to tell the girl his thought, that even though the Empire is much safer than the Duchy, he still wants to warn the lady. With an angry look and voice, Enrik warned the protagonist that it is better to buy good things rather than cheap things, because the price of the goods should include the safety of the buyer. Enrik also said that the girl should not expose herself too much, and Eugenia frightenedly replied that she understood everything perfectly well and would take it into account. The girl looked at Enrik with her mouth ajar, excited about the conversation, but it turns out that Enrik had something else to say, which he informed the lady about. It turns out that Enrik asked Eugenia if she wouldn't mind going for a walk. The girl agreed to this, and right after that, the couple went for a walk while near a big and tall old tree. Coming to the magical place, which was complemented by the sunset, the heroine, whose dress was blown by the wind, was surprised, saying that this tree was very huge. The girl was followed silently by the serious Enrik. The brunette silently looked at the protagonist while she touched the trunk of the tree and wondered how old he was. But what Enrik was really thinking about was exactly what she knew about the gun. At the same time, Enrik realized that the information about the pistols was top secret, so he would have to report it when he got to the capital. In that case, Enrik decided to ask the girl about the pistols a little more. As he approached her, Enrik told Eugenia that last time she said she knew about the pistols. The girl turned to him and said with a smile that she did, but she didn't know about them in detail. Hearing that, Enrik asked her, guessing that in that case, she probably didn't know how to shoot. The girl to whom the guy had asked such a question was surprised, questioning him again. The protagonist replied in awe that she didn't know how to use it, because then she saw it up close for the first time. Enrik only calmly said that he understood her words. Eugenia recalls that if the civilian had such a gun in his past life, he would have been immediately caught and sent to the station. Introducing the civilian, the first thing the girl does is to imagine herself in his place. After thinking about it, the girl turned to Enrik, asking why he was asking her about it. Enrik continued to stare at the girl as the sun set behind him. Enrik wanted to confess to the protagonist that, in fact, any information about the guns was top secret, but he could only say one word, not knowing what to say. Admiring the beautiful girl, whose blonde hair was developing in the wind, along with her long skirt, Enrik still recognized the fact that he had doubts about her. Eugenia continued to stare at Enrik, waiting for him to speak and piercing him with her olive eyes. The girl was fixing her hair behind her ear, which most likely meant that she was a bit embarrassed as well. Enrik couldn't utter a single word, continuing to look the beautiful girl in the eyes and feeling something deep within his soul. His blue eyes were also observing Eugenia's unique image. In the end, Enrik admitted that he was interested in this from the girl just for fun, because he wants to lend her a gun for self-defense. The heroine replied that this should not be done, because even if she had it, she would not use it. After listening to the girl, Enrik said that in that case, she should take it. The man handed her the piece of paper he had shown her earlier when entering the Empire, which caused the soldiers to immediately let them all through. The girl's hand reached out to take it. The girl took the paper for herself, but she anxiously asked the brunette if she could take it and not give it to Enrik as a memento. Enrik clearly said he didn't mind giving it to her himself. Still, the girl inquired when exactly she should return the card to Enrik. Enrik replied that the heroine could do so the next time they met, or she could return it a year later. Eugenia bent down to the ground and said with a smile that in that case, if he didn't show up, she would bury it in that spot. While the protagonist was already doing something interesting near a large tree, Enrik peeked from behind her back and curiously asked what she was doing. The girl replied that she was using the stone tower she had built as a sign. There was indeed a tower of weighty stones near the heroine, hard to miss under the tree. Enrik did not understand exactly what the lady wanted to do. He scrutinized the tower of brown stones, wondering what sign the lanky Eugenia was telling him about. Stepping closer to the girl, Enrik said idly that in his opinion it would collapse if someone kicked it. The girl, looking at her turret, replied that this world is not so bad. The girl supplemented her words by saying that perhaps it would not be destroyed as someone's sincere wish. At that moment, the heroine looked at Enrik with the most sincere eyes he had ever seen. While Enrik couldn't take his eyes off the girl who was gradually enchanting him, Eugenia thanked him for all the time they had been together. Eugenia also said that she thanked him for it from the bottom of her heart. The man continued to look at the girl, obviously thinking about something. Good Eugenia gave her devoted mentor a smile, showing with all her appearance that she did not regret spending time and getting to know him and Elvery. Enrik looked into her eyes as well, probably thinking that he regretted their imminent separation. In all likelihood, he was now dreaming of meeting her again after a long time. To cement their friendship and strong, rewarding relationship, Eugenia, as well as Enrik, extended their hands to each other to shake in honor of their last meeting. While at the majestic location that overlooked Ace's empire with a large gate, the girl once again said thank you to Enrik, shaking his hand and looking into his eyes. After a touching separation under a large tree, the protagonist returned to her inn late at night, where a disgruntled Joshua was already waiting for her. The boy, folding his arms, asked why she had returned so late. Eugenia wanted to just bend over to him, apologizing for waiting for her, and then tell him to go to bed, but the boy insisted, saying that he couldn't go to bed so easily, because curiosity was eating him up. He asked again what had happened. Kneeling down, the protagonist told him that she had come late because she was seeing them off. Joshua was surprised, asking if those misters were really gone. The boy became sad the second he realized that he hadn't even said goodbye to them. He told this to Eugenia, and it clearly made him sad. However, then Eugenia started going through her left pocket in her skirt, saying that she was returning them to him. The blonde-haired girl pulled out a pendant and brooch from the pocket of her clothes that she had borrowed from the boy earlier. She carefully held the jewelry in her hands to hand it to Joshua. However, suddenly, when the girl wanted to give the jewelry to its rightful owner, telling Joshua that they had treated them very carefully, she heard a mysterious, unknown voice asking her when she would come. At that moment, they also glowed with a magical light, something that had happened before. The girl was shocked by this, not knowing what to say or do in such a situation. She only had to stare at the magic with incomprehension while it was happening right in front of her. The main character leaned over to the little boy, asking him when you were coming and who he meant. But Joshua was surprised by the heroine's behavior and said he didn't say anything. Eugenia looked at Sally, thinking that those words belonged to her, but the girl was already asleep on the bed in a deep sleep. Eugenia assumed that she was the one talking in her sleep, but Joshua replied that in that case he would have heard her too. Joshua, aiming to make a joke of the girl, said that she was already an old woman if she often heard voices in her head. The bewildered Eugenia replied that she was not that old, only 21 years old. But Shushu turned to Eugenia and said that it didn't matter because she was much older than him anyway. Saying this, the boy began to ostentatiously wiggle in the girl's face. The protagonist decided not to scold the boy for this, and not even make a remark to him, because she realized that Joshua at the moment feels comfortable around her. After such strange events, Eugenia put the boy to bed to sleep, wishing sweet dreams to Joshua and Selmia. The girl also doesn't forget about herself, remembering that she too needs to get some sleep for tomorrow. Eugenia lay in bed next to the children, snuggling into the same blanket with them. The children had long been asleep, but she still could not sleep. The girl did not even close her eyes, thinking about the mysterious voice and what he said to her. She clearly heard someone asking her when she would be back, but she didn't feel more than that. The protagonist recalls that this voice is clearly similar to the one she heard in her past dream, but what she now realizes is that she didn't hear it. Eugenia, squeezing her eyes shut to sleep sooner, wondered what it could be. The girl yawned tiredly, realizing that she hadn't slept on the bed in a long time. It even made her tears come to her eyes. Eventually, the protagonist was able to fall asleep sweetly on the soft bed while the full moon shone outside her living room window, illuminating every alley and street near her home. The next day came, bright, sunny, full of new emotions. The little family decided to go for a walk outside, and there the heroine watched as Selly smiled happily, calling her little sister. The little girl took a pink-colored cotton candy in her hand that was being sold on the street and lifted it up, exclaiming with a smile that she wanted to eat that strange thing on a stick. The main character crouched down closer to the sweet girl, warning her affectionately that if she did so, she would have to eat whatever she was currently holding in her hand. Hearing this, Selly got excited, saying that she really wanted to eat another thing on a stick as well. Eugenia then went over to the shop where the man was selling the goodies and said that there was nothing she could do about it, and so she could share what she couldn't eat alone. The girl happily agreed, bouncing upwards with happiness. While Selmia enjoyed the taste of the street food, Eugenia looked away and wondered where Shushu might be now. Nowhere else to be seen. It didn't take too long to find the boy, however. Eugenia spotted him standing near the forge, where there were various items of iron, including swords. Most likely, the boy liked them very much. Eugenia was about to go closer to him while Joshua himself was scrutinizing the cold weapons. She realized that if he liked something as much as Selly did, she would buy him one of these. Sneaking up behind the boy, Eugenia wanted to do what she had in mind, but eventually, when Joshua noticed her, the protagonist embarrassedly said they had to go. The obedient boy agreed with Eugenia and never looked at the forge again. Walking through the streets of the village with a basket in hand, Eugenia informed the children that they had already bought all the necessary medicinal herbs and necessities, and now they needed to come to the village information office. Eugenia, leading Joshua with Selly, did find the building in the village that was the information office. The heroine happily proclaimed that this was what they were looking for, going to apply here. Standing behind the counter, the protagonist asked the employee if they happened to have a map of Ace's empire. The kind woman, who was carrying a box of papers, replied that she would bring it to the girl in a moment. As the woman went to get the map, she paused to listen to Eugenia's conversation with the children. Joshua asked what the girl wanted the map of the empire for, and Eugenia, smiling, answered him that it was to find out which road led to the Duke's lands. By this point, the girl had already brought Eugenia the map, handing it to the client while the protagonist herself asked Joshua if he had forgotten where they were even going. The boy didn't answer anything, turning away from everyone due to embarrassment. When the map was already in the girl's hands, all three heroes walked back outside. The main character was thinking in her voice about where they should go now. But at that moment, the curious Selly pointed in some direction with her finger, saying that that place seemed interesting to her. And immediately afterward, the little girl suddenly ran in the direction of her interest, which seriously alarmed Eugenia and Joshua. Shock and fear quickly appeared on their faces, for they had not expected such frivolity from Selly. Selly was already running away, not even listening to the adults telling her to wait for them and not to run anywhere at all. Eugenia and Joshua together shouted their last words to her, trying to stop her. The girl was already running not far away from her family, trying to say something to them. Listening to Eugenia and Joshua's displeasure, she would clearly also be displeased that they were overprotective of her. Selly grudgingly covered her ears with her hands, angry at her guardian and brother's words. She yelled that she was sick of this mumbling, and she also confessed that Eugenia and Joshua were exactly the same. At this point, the protagonist and Shushu looked at each other, expressing on their faces a clear misunderstanding and slight surprise over Selmia. Realizing that they were being too harsh and reprimanding the little girl, forbidding her to do many things she really wanted to do, Eugenia and Joshua decided to gently express their opinions to her this time, telling her that if she fell down, she would be in trouble. Joshua also wanted to compliment the main character's words, but the little girl suddenly asked them why they were smiling and if they were laughing at her. Selly happily jumped into Eugenia's arms while Eugenia was really happy. Afterward, Eugenia suggested that the children go home together. The little family had a fun walk through the streets of the village of the Empire, after which, towards evening, they returned back to the living room, and as night fell, Eugenia, along with Selly and Joshua, were already lying in bed before going to sleep, before deciding to look at the map they had taken today. Uncovering it completely, the protagonist pointed her finger at some place on the map and said that it was the village they were staying in. Looking at the map, Selmia noticed on it what they had been looking for so long. The girl pointed to a spot on the map with her finger, saying that it was the very Duchy of Juratia where they needed to arrive. Hearing this, Joshua excitedly asked Eugenia if they could meet their grandmother there if they got there. The protagonist replied that it was quite possible because her residence could also be in the capital of the empire. Suddenly, Sally, who was over the moon, said that she had one question regarding the topic at hand. The protagonist kindly allowed the girl to say it. The girl, who was clearly not happy about what might happen and what she was talking about, asked Eugenia if they would ride the carriage again. The heroine realized the little girl didn't want that after being quiet for a while. Eugenia put her hand to her lips and thought for a moment and realized that after what happened, the weakened Sally is not easily given carriage rides. For that reason, it was evident from her that she did not want a long ride. However, remembering that they are no longer in the duchy, the heroine realizes that they will reach quickly. The protagonist decided to reassure the little girl with her thoughts, confessing that this time they will not go by carriage, but by train. The little girl rejoiced at this, shrieking happily and raising her hands in the air. While the protagonist was looking at the children who were talking about how this time Sally could ride in comfort, Eugenia thought about the fact that she was very happy to see them happy, however. When she would take them, her work would come to an end. The last thought made the main character think even deeper for a moment. She hadn't even thought about parting with her children, but it turns out that it might happen very soon. She seems to be upset about it. The girl, looking at the happy children who played together and watched the map, realized that they will separate, and then she will return to life alone again. Eugenia thinks about how she has wanted this for a long time, but now she has some doubts. Sitting on the bed surrounded by the dim candlelight, the blonde-haired girl realized that she would be very lonely. She realizes the fact that she no longer has anyone close to her, and she will already be very attached to her children. Realizing this, sad Eugenia lifted her head up and sadly tried not to cry, so that her children would not notice it. She was not going to spoil their cheerful mood with her tears. The main character decided to add her own pinch of fun to the company, wrapping Sally and Joshua in a blanket like a sausage and dough. Cheering the children up, the heroine suggested they get ready for tomorrow while the children cheerfully shouted and laughed. The next morning, the heroes had already arrived at Horatius's domain. Eugenia, holding 2 large suitcases while flanked by Joshua and Sally, stepped out of the train car, surveying the beautiful houses and streets. Eugenia gazed at the Duke's domain with childlike delight, exclaiming that they had arrived at the place. She was not dressed in light clothing, but instead had warm fur and several layers of cloth. Joshua and Sally were also dressed in warm clothing, and they too were surveying the beautiful cityscape from all angles. Joshua admitted with a smile that because it was a northern region, it was colder than he thought. After that, the curious boy asked Eugenia if they would go to the Duke's house right now. The main character answered Joshua with a smile that no, because right now they needed to prepare themselves first. Both children turned to their guardian and asked her what they needed to prepare for now. Eugenia leaned over and said that they were to meet a noble lady and now they would go to the parlor. Joshua wanted to say something about that, but he didn't. He only looked at the protagonist, uncertainly agreeing with her plan of action. After a short time, the children and Eugenia were able to settle down in the same cozy living room, a room in which Joshua and Sally were already sitting on the bed while the heroine opened suitcases and searched for warm clothes in them. Going through all the things she had in her suitcase, including dresses, towels, t-shirts, and other things, the girl noticed a white handkerchief in it. It was the one Enrik had given her to dress her wounds on her arm. The girl took it in her hands, shocked to remember that she had completely forgotten to give it to Enrik. Now she didn't know whether to bury it with the card or keep it. Touching the soft handkerchief, she simply remained silent, continuing to ponder not only the cloth, but Enrik and the others. She seemed to pine for them. The main character kept looking at the handkerchief, realizing that if she returns it too, there will be nothing left to remind her of Enrik with Elvery. This makes the heroine feel sad. Eugenia kept calming herself with the fact that in a year, she will definitely meet Enrik again and will be able to return everything to him. The main thing is not to meet him beforehand. But at that moment, the girl was already called by name by an uncomprehending Joshua. The little boy had to shout Eugenia's name quite loudly so that she finally responded to him. The protagonist heard him and was confused, not knowing what to do. The boy folded his arms and became indignant, saying that he had called out to the girl several times, even though she didn't respond in any way. Joshua then asked what they needed to do now, but the blonde-haired heroine, putting on her warm cape, apologized for ignoring them and replied that all they needed to do now was sit here while she went out into the city. However, at that moment, the girl Selly ran up to the protagonist and grabbed her dress and inquisitively asked if she could come along with her. You can see from the girl that she is burning with a desire to spend more time with Eugenia. Eugenia cannot risk the life of one child, so she politely told the girl that she would go alone, apologizing before doing so. Selly became sad, putting her head down. To prevent the girl from falling into despair and sadness, the protagonist promised her that perhaps tomorrow or the day after tomorrow they would take a walk together. Selly still sadly agreed to Eugenia's proposal, and Joshua at this moment was thinking about something of his own. Joshua approached Eugenia and told her that he and Selly would look forward to seeing her. The boy also told her to come back soon. Eugenia thanked the children for their understanding as she was getting ready to leave. In addition to all the advice, Joshua also warned her not to get lost, to look in front of her so she wouldn't fall, and not to follow strangers for the reason that they offered her candy. The girl cheerfully replied that she would be back to them in no time. The anxious boy watched the protagonist walk away with folded arms. His sister, who was behind him, asked him if Eugenia would be back soon. Shushu replied to his sister that of course it will happen, as it is not some person but their own Eugenia. Selly accepted Joshua's answer and said that in that case she believed him because he was right. At this point, the boy told Selly that she had better come closer to him because he had something to discuss with her about Eugenia's job. Selly became interested, asking what it was. The girl moved closer to Joshua while he was near the table. The boy quietly told his sister a secret, saying if his sister understood. Selmia told Joshua that she understood perfectly. After Joshua told his sister one important secret, he told her not to tell it to anyone, to which Selly replied meekly that of course she wouldn't. Joshua even put his index finger to his lip so that his sister would finally realize that what he had told her was in no way to be told to anyone. Unexpectedly, it was at this point that Eugenia, who had already returned from her walk, entered their living room. The heroine cheerfully notified the children that she had come, asking how they were doing. At this moment, Selly turned fearfully to her guardian, wondering that she had returned so quickly. The little girl ran to Eugenia to hug her torso tightly. And unlike his sister, Joshua wasn't as emotional and calmly approached the heroine about what had happened to have her back so early. Among other things, Joshua noticed that the heroine looked very happy and he asked her about it. But in response, the heroine only laughed, not intending to say the reason for her laughter and good mood at once. The girl decided to show the children about what she brought with her. It turns out that she bought them combs and hair dyes of yellow and blue colors. Eugenia gladly offered the children to return their natural hair color. Showing the package with the contents, the protagonist offered them to do it right now, but the children were not very happy about such news. Selly didn't even know what to say, seemingly frightened by the hair coloring. Looking more carefully at the children, Eugenia noticed that there was no emotion of joy and curiosity on their faces. Selly had her eyes downcast at all, and Joshua was looking at Eugenia with a slightly sad look. Eugenia decided to ask them what was wrong, but in response, Joshua only turned his head away, saying nothing. While Selmia remained silent, the heroine said that under these circumstances she would go and get hot water. However, the children continued to look at each other as if they knew the real reason why they were suddenly sad and serious. They might even be worried about something, and it was probably related to the secret that Joshua had told Selly. After a few dozen minutes, thanks to the bath, Selmia's hair was the same soft blue color it had been from the beginning. Eugenia wanted to cheer up the saddened children by saying that the black color was well washed out of their hair, but Joshua and Selly continued to be sad. There wasn't even a smile on their faces, and their eyelids were as drooping as possible. The heroine offered to let Selly dry her hair first, but the girl was in no hurry to run to her for it. As she came closer to Eugenia, Selly lowered her head and said that she didn't like the color. The protagonist was surprised, saying why, since it was her native hair color. The little girl, who was overwhelmed with excitement and fear over something, decided to tell Eugenia that something happens when that color comes back. The little girl wanted to say exactly what it was, but she didn't have time. The reason she didn't have time to say anything was because Joshua yelled at her, telling her not to talk nonsense. The girl was startled by this, immediately covering her mouth. Sally never said what she wanted to say, turning away from both Joshua and Eugenia. The main character was shocked by the children's behavior, waving her hands and asking them what was wrong. Joshua also turned away from his family people and was not going to speak. Watching the behavior of the young children, the alarmed protagonist began to speculate that they might have had a fight, causing them to behave like this. But she did not say anything, deciding not to alarm them further. A little later, the heroine decided to invite Joshua to drink tea at the same time and discuss something important. When the mugs already had fragrant tea, Joshua asked if Eugenia had anything to say. The girl replied that she did. Eugenia looked at the boy with blue hair and admitted that she thought it would be difficult to come to the Duke of Juratia's house at once. Joshua was surprised by this, wondering why. Lowering her gaze downward, Eugenia began to tell the boy what had happened to her earlier. The thing is, when she was out in the city, she learned something important. The girl recalls how earlier, before she had been looking at the wares of a vendor, talking to him about how his wares were also good, just like the village itself. The seller replied with a smile that they were. The vendor also told the protagonist that it was all thanks to the Duke. The girl was surprised, confessing to him that she dreamed of seeing him in person at least once in her life. Leaning on the table, the salesman dreamily said that it is not easy for commoners like them to meet them because you have to be a real aristocrat to do so. Suddenly, the woman who was bringing a crate of tomatoes to the shop intervened in the conversation, saying that even that wouldn't help now. When asked by the protagonist why this had happened, the woman replied that at about the time all the relatives had gathered, the Duke's house had stopped receiving any guests, for the relatives had said they were staying for the whole season. Touching on such a subject, the vendor behind the vegetable shop blabbed that the Duke had said he would not open the door even if His Majesty the Emperor came. The woman heard this and pulled the chatterer by the ear, telling the heroine that there was nothing he couldn't keep secret. Eugenia only laughed sweetly at this. Picking up the bag of groceries, Eugenia checked with them one last time to see if the noble lady and the Duke were supposed to be here and now. The vendor politely replied that they were, adding that the Duke was staying in the capital for now and would return to his lands around this time. Because of this, the girl walked onward through the market, wondering if she should at least come and see it, or if, given the situation at the Duke's house, she wouldn't be able to do even that. Just then, however, the girl noticed in her field of vision a building sign with a letter on it. The girl guessed that she had to do at least something, deciding to write a letter to the aristocrats. Eventually, while sitting at the table with Joshua, Eugenia revealed that she had written a letter to Jacqueline Juratia, informing her that she wanted the 2 missing flowers returned to her, but the heroine doubted that the door to their house would open before the event was over. Joshua said that he understood what the protagonist did, but the girl supplemented her words by saying that she could get a job at the duchy as a maid if their house had an increasing number of guests to serve. Watching Selmia, who was sleeping a sweet dream, Eugenia sadly warned the boy that it might take some time. But she had no idea that Joshua also had his own plan of action. Joshua began rummaging through his pocket, telling the heroine that if she ever got the chance to meet his great-aunt, she should take it, because she needed proof of their status. The boy placed on the table the pendant and necklace with blue stones that the protagonist and Enrik had previously used to escape from the Duchy of Hallant. The boy asked what Eugenia thought about it, but the girl said that in her opinion it wouldn't work. Eugenia sat at the table and told the young boy that it wouldn't work for the reason that it wasn't a jewel inherited from the Marquise, so there was little chance that she would recognize it. Joshua was saddened by such words. But he wasn't going to give up so easily. He was going to get up from the table, saying that he would do something else in that case. The protagonist wondered what exactly Shushua wanted to do. Suddenly, the boy picked up a golden, ornately patterned pair of scissors that glistened from the lights in the room. The determined boy was already cutting his blue hair away from Eugenia while she stood up from her seat and asked him in amazement what he was going to do. But Joshua continued to clip small strands from his hair. After the boy had trimmed his hair, he presented it to the girl and placed it in the palms of his hands, urging her to show it to her grandmother. From the boy's words, even if she couldn't remember them, it would definitely make her realize that they were alive, and Eugenia wasn't lying to her. Kneeling in front of Shushu and touching his hair with her hand, A worried Eugenia said that he shouldn't have done that because it was very dangerous. The boy continued to sprinkle his shorn hair in the heroine's hand, saying that it was okay and it would grow back soon. Joshua confessed that he was confident that the heroine would be able to handle everything. Those words made the girl hesitate and look at the boy with a more serious, firm gaze. Wrapping the blue locks of hair in the handkerchief that Enrik had given her earlier, Eugenia said she would only do so on the condition that the boy never did so again. Joshua rejoiced, agreeing to her entreaty. Under the light of the sunset, the protagonist promised the little boy that she would show Jacqueline Geracia his locks of hair, no matter what it cost her. The girl clenched her hands into fists, making the boy a firm promise. The girl realizes that she has a difficult road ahead of her to reach her goal. However, she is encouraged by the fact that Joshua really wants to meet his great-aunt. Eugenia, looking at Shushu's hair, realizes that half of the way she has already passed and she cannot stop. The next day, the heroine moved to keep her promise, trying to get to the event where the work in the Duke's house was distributed. However, Eugenia was late for recruitment, which made her very upset, and fell to the ground in despair while many people were walking around her. The girl decided to look for work in other places, but everything was to no avail. She walked down the street and sadly kicked a stone, realizing that she was most likely hired for the reason that she supposedly left her previous job irresponsibly if she did not have a letter of recommendation, so the heroine sadly searched for a job for several days. Eugenia stopped in the middle of the road as her thoughts raged in her head. She couldn't afford to stop, for she must do what she had promised Joshua and Sally. Looking at the Duke's house, which was striking in its size and beauty, Eugenia thought about how to get into it, if the most direct road to it is now closed to her. But the thoughts of the protagonist were interrupted by a cold wind, which she felt from behind. The girl recalls that now the warmest weeks of the year have begun, but by sensations one would rather think that now they are in the fall. Eugenia recalls that Sally even got sick because of this cold, so she makes a decision to find a shop with medicinal herbs. The girl was already wandering around the market, and a voice saying that she needed to buy dried thyme, anise, and many other things, but at that moment she was distracted by one event. Turning back, the girl heard some vendor behind her back arguing loudly with someone about why a customer wasn't buying his goods. The heroine was curious, so she decided to eavesdrop on their conversation. There were indeed two men standing not far from the girl, talking about the seller's product. The seller, who was very short and had a beard on his face, was indignantly pointing his finger at the buyer, asking him if he didn't believe the words of an expert like him. The buyer only waved his hands and wanted to apologize for possible rudeness. Eugenia scrutinized the tall guy with whom the seller argued because he seemed very familiar to her, recognizable to the point that she assumed she had seen him before. The guy the heroine thought about and looked at had an unusual and bright appearance, which consisted in his golden hair and blue eyes. While the guy was talking to the salesman, Eugenia realizes that she would never forget such a handsome man if she had met him just once. Apparently the men were arguing about a healing herb. The handsome guy told him that his master had sent him here solely for Moeverick, but the vendor indignantly showed him Hecken, saying that they both had the same efficacy and he should take this one. The bearded salesman was holding the herb he wanted to sell to the guy, which had the name Hecken, trying to convey to him that Moeverick and Hecken were even similar in appearance, so they treated just as well. But the white-haired guy wasn't going to buy Hecken from the emotional salesman, causing the bearded man to become even more freaked out and nervous. Eventually, giving in to his strong emotions, the vendor threw his weed on the ground, angrily shouting that he wouldn't sell the guy anything in that case, then threatening him to leave. The blond man was shocked by the older man's actions. The blond man in the brown cape wanted to apologize to the seller for possibly causing him rudeness, but the man only turned away from him, saying that he would not sell him the goods anyway, because the grass was already dirty. After saying that, the blond man looked sadly at the grass that the old man had thrown on the ground. He didn't want to upset him, so he decided to make the opposite decision for himself. When the vendor was about to leave the guy, the blonde told him to give him this herb because he would buy it. These words immediately made the man stop. Picking up the Hecken he threw under the guy's feet, the salesman indignantly said to himself under his breath that it should have been said right away. But at this point, the play, it turns out, was not over. At the moment when the man was about to put his weed in his hands and say its price, the protagonist intervened in their conversation and loudly told the salesman not to give the heckin' to the guy. The girl pushed the blonde man away from the seller with her hand to get into the conversation. Eugenia, with serious intention, supplemented her words with the fact that heckin' is not that effective, but completely useless. Hearing such shocking words, the blonde turned to Eugenia and asked her what ineffective meant. The girl seriously replied that everything meant exactly that. In addition to all that, Eugenia told the blonde man that if his boss asked him to buy a Maverick, it means most likely he has joint pains. The blonde was surprised to hear that this was the case, after which he asked the girl how she knew this. Eugenia told her interlocutor that Maverick is dried and ground into powder, making pills out of it because it is an old folk remedy that reduces arthritis pain. The girl also said that compared to a medicinal plant like Maverick, heckin only looks similar, but it is a different medicinal plant. Having said this, the heroine looked menacingly and with great disdain at the malicious seller who deliberately wanted to sell the wrong product to the customer. Eugenia said shocking information that if the blonde man's boss has long been taking heckin, then this plant weakened the properties of the real medicine, which will make the situation even worse. Hearing this, the salesman was stunned, for he had been exposed. The astonished seller asked how Eugenia dared to consider him a fraud because he had been cultivating medicines for 20 years. Eugenia continued to look at the man with contempt. But the protagonist was not intimidated by this. She pierced the man with her judgmental gaze, wondering why he wanted to sell the guy this very thing if he is so well versed in medicinal herbs. The serious girl questioned the seller if he only wanted to sell him heckin because of making his own profit, reminding him that it was a crime. The girl also suggested that the illiterate salesman check her facts by going to the nearest pharmacy nearby. However, the bearded salesman no longer wanted to talk to them or go anywhere at all. He knew that he had already lost in this dispute, so there was nothing left for him but to run away from such bad luck. While the man was already in a hurry to escape from the main character, who had already offered him to voluntarily surrender to the police, the blonde man just stood there and looked surprised at how a random passerby saved him from deception. The intruder eventually fled from the couple, shouting his curses at them about living the worst life in the world. After the incompetent salesman disappeared from the hero's sight, Eugenia, under a clear, sunny sky, asked the blonde man to follow her to come to an herb shop in the other direction. The blonde happily agreed to the heroine's suggestion. After some amount of time, the lad was able to buy what the Lord had sent him for, namely a real medicinal Maverick. He held it in his hand, already thanking the protagonist for her help. The blonde man also admitted that he had never actually received such an errand before. Eugenia answered him that in such cases he should go to the hospital and get a referral to the necessary pharmacy. Already about to leave and waving to the guy, the girl said with a smile that although there may be more expensive than in the shops, but at times safer. The blonde also thanked the lady for such valuable advice. When he heard that the main character was about to leave, the blonde was surprised because he didn't expect her to leave him so quickly. He wanted to say something to her to stop her, but he didn't dare to do it. The guy held out his hand to the girl, asking an unexpected question that made the young lady stop and turn around to him. The blonde man inquired if by any chance she was from Hergzovstvo. The protagonist was startled by such a question, but did not give much of a look. She's afraid for the fact that he may recognize in her a wanted criminal about whom everyone is talking in the neighboring country. The girl asked warily as the guy realized this. The blue-eyed guy replied that her accent was slightly different and a simple person wouldn't be able to understand it, but he could sense some unique rhythm of the inhabitants of the duchy. The heroine wanted to say that she understood the guy, but thought for a second. Eugenia was shocked even more by the fact that most likely this guy also comes from the duchy, and he probably knows about the fact that she is now actively wanted. The whole time the girl was thinking, the blonde guy was looking at her with a slightly incomprehensible look. But on top of everything else, the annoying gentleman came closer to the girl and asked her if he could thank her before asking her what her name was. The heroine took a few steps back, hesitantly saying that she didn't need any thanks, as she hadn't done anything wrong. Stepping away from the guy, Eugenia said that she had to go, while the perplexed blonde looked at her, not knowing what to say. However, at one point, when the girl already thought she had kindly gotten behind him, the guy lightly grabbed her by an element of her blonde dress, asking her to wait a bit. The blonde also admitted that he wanted to pay her back, and at this point, the protagonist turned around, saying that if he let her go, they could talk normally. Realizing that the girl was no longer planning to leave him, the blonde man let go of her dress sash, apologizing for grabbing her without permission. The heroine embarrassedly said it was no big deal. The guy looked at the heroine with his blue eyes, saying that her help was no mere courtesy, for she truly helped him a lot. After admitting this, the handsome blonde man, putting his hand on her cleavage, kindly asked the girl if she believed him about it. At this moment in the eyes of the guy was observed real sincerity and gratitude. The girl found it difficult to answer, not knowing what to say, but the guy interrupted the heroine, saying that he perfectly understands her, addressing her on you. The blonde explained his words by saying that anyone would be confused in the girl's place when a man she met for the first time would ask her name and grab her dress. However, he was still very grateful to the protagonist, so after looking her in the eyes, he confessed to her that he was working for the Duke of Juracia's family. This moment completely turned Eugenia's fate and her thinking. The guy also added that even though he was in the lowest position, she could still vouch for him and trust him. Hearing the fateful words for herself, a real shock appeared on the girl's face, from which she was even taken away from speech. She realizes that she has not just smiled at her luck, but she has just caught a goldfish with a minimum of effort in the form of her kindness. While the girl was shocked that the guy works for the Duke and his family, the blonde himself told the lady that, but wants to repay her for her kindness, thanks to which he will not be disgraced in the family. Eugenia was in no hurry to say something, realizing that he really wasn't joking, and that he, after all, did not know that she was wanted. Otherwise, he would not have been so compulsive to pay her for her help. The protagonist decided to modestly confess that she was having trouble finding a job, so she was very requesting to ask about a job in the Duke's family. The guy replied that he understood her perfectly. For a moment, the blonde guy thought about the girl's request, making Eugenia wait for an important answer for long moments. While the guy thought about what to answer, Eugenia was already holding her fist for herself. And unexpectedly, for the blonde-haired girl, her new acquaintance said with a smile that he would definitely find out about it in the Duke's family. The girl also smiled, unable to believe what she had just heard. Happy for the wonderful news, the protagonist excitedly said how long it would take then. The blonde answered her that most likely a couple of days, and they should see each other here at noon that day. Eugenia literally glowed with happiness, looking at the guy with her sparkling green eyes, which seemed to play with new life. The girl smilingly agreed to the guy's proposal, saying thank you to him. The cuteness of the heroine surprised the blonde to the point that he could not even say a single word. The guy looked at the happy girl, and he seemed to be surprised by the young girl's emotions. After that, the blonde modestly said that there was no need to thank him so much, because he was just glad that he could thank the girl. The protagonist was embarrassed because of the bright emotions that she showed to her new acquaintance, and at that moment the blonde asked what her name was. The main heroine decided to reveal more to the stranger and say that her name is Eugenia, but he can call her freely. And at this point the guy got ready to speak his name. But before introducing himself, the guy hesitated, not intending to say anything. He put his hand to his chin, thinking about something. It turns out that the blonde guy wanted to take the girl's hand and kiss it, which he actually did. The guy, kissing the hand of the surprised lady, politely said that his name was Cheyenne. After that kiss, he culturally told Miss Eugenia to take care of him, looking the girl in the eyes and watching her surprised reaction. While the protagonist was making new acquaintances and moving forward towards her goal, some heroes had already arrived at a beautiful castle with a red roof, which was the capital of Corin in the Empire of Ace. Enrik and Elveri, who were on brown horses, looked up at the immaculate building. They admired the view while standing on a steep cliff that gave them a view of the capital. After a while, Elveri and Enrik were already walking down a luxurious and immaculate corridor from which large chandeliers made of crystal hung and which illuminated everything around them. Enrik was admitting to Elveri that the road to the Empire was longer than he had thought. All the while, Elveri followed Enrik and waved his hand and told his master that nevertheless they could rest after the report. Enrik mumbled at this without saying a word. It turns out that Enrik was gazing at the yellow flowers that were growing nearby. Looking at the beautiful flowers, Enrik realized that they reminded him of someone. Elvery continued to say something of his own, but the Lord was thinking about whether Eugenia had reached the capital safely. Noticing that Enrik was focused on something else, Elvery asked if he was listening to him. Enrik, however, turned his head away from the flowers and angrily replied that he was tired. Elvery then said that they had really been working hard lately, and it was probably much better when they were with Miss Eugenia. While Elvery was gesticulating vigorously, telling the captain his thoughts, Enrik continued to be silent. Moving closer to the doors that clearly led to the rich hall, Enrik warned Elvery that he was on his way to meet His Majesty now, so he should wait for him. Elvery understood the command and, bowing, politely told his master to return. Entering the luxurious red-carpeted hall, Enrik bowed and greeted His Majesty the Emperor, before calling him by the etiquette of Isa's boundless glory. Ahead of Enrik, sitting on the throne, was indeed the white-haired emperor, who said that he was looking forward to the return of his best knight. The emperor, who has beautiful, mesmerizing red eyes, ordered Enrik to hurry up and get up from his knees, because a person like him, who had gone through so many hardships, shouldn't have to do that. The emperor also said that he had done well, and he was even worried about him since he had arrived later than planned. While telling Enrik about everything, the emperor admitted that if he made any mistake, he would be ashamed to appear in front of his father and younger brother. Enrik, lowering his head, apologized for making His Majesty worry. Raising his head slightly, Enrik, without emotion and yet with strictness and seriousness, said that he would now begin his report. Putting his hand on his heart, the knight, dressed in luxurious, shiny robes, said that he, the captain of Shaitan, Enrik, had returned after the emperor's assigned task. After a solemn greeting, Enrik said that he had hidden something in a safe place and he was successfully protecting it. Enrik also asked for an audience later. The emperor, hearing this, rejoiced, for he had succeeded in doing so. But that was the end of the joy. Enrik suddenly said that he was not able to fulfill the assignment that was given to him additionally. The emperor hesitated, touching his beard with his hand and asking him if this was so. Enrik replied that it was so, and he could not find the seal of the previous duke. This news made the emperor saddened, tilting his head to the side and asking what had happened. The brave knight replied to his emperor that those people who had agreed to help him had died, and because of this, the location of the seal remained unknown. Enrik also added that even though he could not find the seal, thanks to the dynamics of the Halank capital, he found out that it seems he had not found the seal either. The frustrated emperor said that it looks like the seal is hidden in a place where it would be hard for an assistant to find it. You could see by the ruler's face that he was distressed. Having learned all the necessary information, the emperor said, asking if there was anything else Enrik could report to him besides what he had said. And at that moment, the knight remembered the conversation about the pistol with Miss Eugenia. Enrik remained silent for a short while, thinking to himself that this information would be best kept silent from the emperor. So he bowed to His Majesty and said that there was no such information, and that was all. Raising his hull, Enrik said that there was something else he wanted to tell the emperor besides this. Interested in this, His Majesty asked what exactly his knight wanted to ask him. Putting his hand on his heart and looking at the white-haired emperor, Enrik said decisively and loudly that he wanted to resign. Hearing this, the emperor unhappily lowered his head and covered his face with his hand, saying with an exhale that he was hearing this conversation again. The emperor recalled that he had already heard this request 3 years ago. However, it did not give him any peace. Running his hand across his throne, the emperor pondered that he was sorry to let go such a top warrior from the Shaitan squad. But suddenly, he thought of a way to capitalize on this. Suddenly to everyone, the emperor decided to get up from his throne, saying that it was time for Enrik to go on vacation. As soon as the emperor got up from the throne, the butler who was standing next to him immediately bowed. The ruler said that right after Enrik's vacation, they would revisit this conversation again. Enrik couldn't object to the emperor, but at the same time, he was dissatisfied with the ruler ignoring his requests and wishes. He had no choice but to remain silent and thus agree with His Majesty. Gracefully tapping his cane against the stone floor, the emperor stood before his best warrior and said that this was exactly what would be done. Immediately afterward, Enrik bowed to the emperor and agreed to his decision, warning him that he was leaving. The emperor turned around as well, about to go somewhere. His Majesty told Enrik that he would entrust all other matters to him. Remembering the incident with Eugenia and the conversation about the gun, Enrik realized that it would be better to postpone that for a more appropriate time to talk to the Emperor. In the meantime, Eugenia was already doing well. She had met with Cheyenne again, and while enjoying the aroma and taste of tea, the blond man was saying that he had great news for Miss Eugenia. Speaking with a smile, Cheyenne said that he would most likely be able to get Eugenia a job. Hearing this, the protagonist stood up from her seat out of shock, not believing her ears. She asked him in amazement if it was true. Cheyenne replied that it was, but he also had some bad news that made him lower his head. The guy confessed to the girl that the position was not a good one, namely laundry. However, the heroine politely told the blonde guy that she would be happy with any option, and she is overly thankful that Mr. Cheyenne fulfilled her request. Cheyenne added that in that case, he was happy for her. Talking at a table of one coffee shop, Eugenia asked him when she could get an interview. Cheyenne replied to the girl that there is a possibility of doing it right now, so he asks her to finish her tea and go to meet the head maid. Hearing this, the protagonist at the same moment took her teacup in her hand and instantly drank it in one gulp while Cheyenne looked at it in shock and warned the girl that she could drink in peace. But the protagonist put the emptied cup on the saucer, saying that this was her usual speed. The girl already wanted to go to the interview as soon as possible, so she drank the tea at an incredible speed. Wanting to go to the meeting as soon as possible, Eugenia got up from her seat and looking at Cheyenne, telling him to go to the Duke's house as soon as possible. But because she couldn't see where she was going, there was an awkward incident. In the next moment, the girl clumsily crashed into a passerby with her back, which was a complete surprise to her. Eugenia didn't even know what to say in such a situation, but Cheyenne was already rushing to help her. The awkward moment was interrupted by Cheyenne, who approached the protagonist and thanks to whom she was able not to fall, leaning against his body. While the girl couldn't look him in the eyes with embarrassment, Cheyenne asked her if she was okay. The girl couldn't figure out where her hands were, and at the same time she was embarrassed to tell Cheyenne, stammering, saying that she was very grateful for his help. Cheyenne politely inquired if the protagonist was hurt. Not knowing what to do, Eugenia decided to run away from Cheyenne to the side, saying that she was completely fine. The surprised blonde extended his hand to the girl and warned her that she might fall again. After some amount of time, the pair had already arrived at Duke Horatius's house. Eugenia turned her head around, looking at the beautiful scenery that mesmerized her. At the moment when the heroine in her mind rejoiced for the fact that she was finally in the house of the Duke, Cheyenne asked the girl to follow him. However, the heroine's joy was interrupted by the thought that she must succeed, because for the sake of her being here, she had to go through many trials, just like Joshua and Sally. She was willing to risk herself for them. The couple arrived at the Duke's luxurious home, telling them that they are now in the annex, that is, the place where the servants and the head butler live. Cheyenne also said that this building was being used as the senior maid's office. Eugenia briefly said that she understood all of her new colleagues' words perfectly. Walking down the corridor, Cheyenne led Miss Eugenia to one door and then said that this was where the head maid's room was located. Eugenia said that she understood everything, adding that she was fully prepared. The blond man then opened the door and proclaimed to the head maid that it was him, hinting that she should come out to talk to him. At this time, the protagonist stood behind and waited eagerly and excitedly for the interview. However, who Eugenia saw made her surprised, which was perfectly visible on her face. A maid with brown hair and glasses appeared in front of the heroine and said with an angry look that she had been expecting them. Miss Eugenia was surprised that it was the older maid who opened the door, and because of that, she thought it should have been opened by her. Eugenia cannot believe that she could have made such a mistake. Eugenia folded her hands modestly and greeted the senior maid, saying her name was Eugenia. The maid also said hello to the girl, informing her that her name was Leia. Senior maid Leia decided to tell Cheyenne that they should first go inside and talk there. However, it was the blond man that she asked to go to the head butler, as he had been looking for him recently. Hearing this, Eugenia realized that it was most likely a request to leave. She looked at Cheyenne awkwardly, watching his reaction. At the same moment, the joyful blonde Cheyenne left, while the head maid informed him that the head butler had told him to come see him immediately. Cheyenne replied that he had to go in that case, and he ended by wishing the women a good talk. After Cheyenne left and left the girls alone, the head maid asked Miss Eugenia to sit down first, pointing to a vacant chair with her hand. Eugenia happily said she would do so. Eugenia and the senior maid Leia sat down at the table on which there was a lot of papers, and then the woman decided to first ask the main character about whether Eugenia has experience in working as a maid. The girl replied that she did because she worked in a family of aristocrats. The maid immediately asked her if she had a letter of recommendation in that case. Eugenia answered honestly, saying that she could not get one. The girl looked at the maid with honest eyes, expecting any answer from her employer. In order not to seem any different in Leia's eyes, the protagonist decided to say that there were circumstances and a situation that made it necessary for her to leave urgently. However, the senior maid sharply said that she understood it. Eugenia realized that, as she expected, it will not be easy for her. She knows that when applying for a job in a noble family, a letter of recommendation is simply necessary, and she does not have one. The girl lowered her head, waiting for Leia's next words. But then, folding her arms, the older maid also lowered her head and said that she wanted to say something to the protagonist as honestly as possible. Leia explained to the young girl that the recruitment had already been finalized 2 months ago, and the division of duties had also been finalized. Because of this, the senior maid warned the heroine that if she hired her, it might seem like some kind of privilege. However, Leia also told and recalled how Cheyenne had asked for it quite seriously, and she simply couldn't refuse him, because he didn't just ask, but bowed in front of her, begging her to accept the main heroine for the job. The head maid returned to the previous topic, telling Eugenia that she didn't even have a letter of recommendation, which made the process very difficult. Eugenia replied that she understood exactly what Leia meant. The main character lowered her head, already resigned to the fact that the head maid wouldn't be able to hire her just because she didn't have a letter of recommendation. The girl prepared to hear Leia's rejection, and at that moment the maid was already starting to speak her verdict. Suddenly, Leia got up from her seat, showing her a certain piece of paper with the words that it would be difficult for her to employ her in a permanent job. Eugenia looked at her, not understanding what she meant. Realizing that the maid was giving her one chance after all, the protagonist immediately picked up the sheet, convincing Leia that she would succeed. The head maid also said that she would give her a position until the reception was over. Signing the job document with a trembling hand, Leia also informed the girl that she would now be working as a maid in the laundry room. The woman warned Eugenia that it was hard work, but if she really wanted to work, she could sign the document. The heroine has already done this, agreeing with all the words of the employer. After that, bowing as low as possible to the maid and giving her the signed document with both hands, Eugenia motivationally said that she would do her best. Leia took the piece of paper in her hands, saying that it was a good answer. Looking at the paper, the senior maid informed the girl that in that case she would wait for her tomorrow at 8 in the morning in her office, also warning that any tardiness was unacceptable. Asking the heroine if she understood everything, the head maid watched as Eugenia nodded happily at everything said. Understanding everything, the protagonist decided to once again bow to the head maid Leia for her help, thanking her for everything done for her. Having settled down to work in the house of Duke Horatius, the happy protagonist went home, where she spent the rest of her day. And on the morning when the heroine had to get ready for her first day of work, the sun had already lit up the sky and all the houses on earth. Noticing that their guardian was leaving somewhere so early, Joshua and Selmia got out of bed, wiping their eyes and asking Eugenia where she was going. The girl, already throwing her coat over herself, was surprised and said that they had woken up very early. The children had already gotten out of bed to hug the heroine goodbye, while Eugenia told them that it was too early and they should go back to sleep. Sally hugged the heroine and told her back that she wanted to walk her out, while Shushu told her that he had slept enough already. Enjoying the little girl's hug, Eugenia looked on and admired Sally's cuteness before leaving them to go to work. Eventually, the protagonist couldn't help herself. She picked the little girl up in her arms and kissed her on the cheek, reassuring her and telling her that she would be back soon. Sally sleepily tried to say something, and Joshua only fearfully said that he refused to be kissed on the cheek. However, the protagonist still stroked the boy's head, saying that he was a bit of a prude. Joshua grudgingly told her to just go home as soon as possible. When the girl was already leaving the room, Shushu couldn't help but be silent, telling the heroine to eat well, make friends with her co-workers, and don't mind her elders. The boy cares for Eugenia a lot, as if she is a small child here. At the end, Joshua shyly told Eugenia to take care of herself. The protagonist heeded all the advice, saying with a smile that he always worries about her, for which she thanked him. Having said goodbye to the children, Eugenia already hurriedly went outside, knocking her boots on the wooden floor. At the last moment, she shouted to her children that she would do well in her new job. Even though the girl talked to Joshua and Sally as if she wasn't afraid of anything, she was actually quite nervous as it was her first day at her new job. Realizing that she was not allowed to make any mistakes, she allowed herself to relax as she leaned against the door. Thinking about how hard it would be for her, she took the handkerchief Enrik had once given her and whispered to him to give her courage on the big day. The girl was able to successfully make her way to Duke Horatius's house, where the collective gathering was already underway. Leah, the head maid, asked all the staff to pay attention to her by clapping her hands. It turned out that Leah asked everyone to pause for a moment to introduce all the maids to Eugenia, the new girl who, according to the senior maid, would be working with them. Making a decision not to keep silent, Eugenia, putting her hand on her chest, told her new colleagues that her name was Eugenia, and she would work hard at her new job. However, the expectations of the protagonist were not met, because the other girls said absolutely nothing to her, pretending as if they had not even heard her. Eugenia did not expect them to react in this way to her greeting. After Eugenia introduced herself to everyone, the head maid loudly said that this was the end of the introductions, and they should get to work. All the girls agreed with Leah's words, hurrying to fulfill her order. And while the other maids were already finding something to do and working on something, Eugenia did not even know what to do. To find out, she decided to ask the nearest red-haired girl who was standing in front of her about the job. The red-haired girl with pigtails immediately gave the heroine a large bucket with a white cloth in it, telling her to wash it. The bewildered Eugenia took everything in her hands, agreeing to the girl's errand. In addition, the red-haired lady warned Eugenia to wash this as carefully as possible because this cloth cost more than their monthly salary. After that, asking if Eugenia understood everything, the girl heard from the heroine that she would be as careful as possible in this work. Eugenia was already walking to a suitable place with a bucket in her hands, thinking that she would make every effort for the sake of the children. But at that moment, she happened to overhear a conversation between two maids who were gossiping about whether they had heard the latest rumor. It turns out that the two lovely maids, while washing the cloth, were talking about the fact that the master should be back soon and they would finally be able to see his beautiful face. The protagonist was laying a bucket on the ground at this time, while one of the gossipy girls confessed that she had been waiting for this day for a long time. Hearing the two girls talk about the host and how handsome he was, Eugenia herself wondered if he was really as handsome as others said he was. Thinking about real beauty, the protagonist couldn't help but think of her new acquaintance named Enrik, whom she remembered as a real handsome man who has black hair combined with blue eyes like the sky. Eugenia came to the immediate conclusion that the host was unlikely to be more handsome than Mr. Enrik, whereupon she simply told herself to stay focused and get on with her work. The day had already come to an end, and so had her first day of work. The girl was returning home late at night, marveling at the fact that the atmosphere at her new job was as awful as possible. As she approached the door of her house, Eugenia sluggishly walked up the steps, realizing the fact that since she hadn't gone through the proper hiring process, the other maids definitely thought she had been promoted to the job. Because of this, the tired protagonist is a bit upset. While outside the door, the heroine realized with a smile that she still did expect roughly such difficulties, so she is ready to overcome them further. Raising her mood, the girl prepared to enter the children with joy and good news. The main character solemnly appeared in front of Joshua and Sally, telling them that she had arrived. Eugenia even brought home some sort of package that most likely contained groceries. The children immediately pounced on the girl, flooding her with questions. Sally was happily hugging Eugenia, and Joshua was asking if she had eaten well. The blonde-haired lady answered the boy that yes, for the food at the Duke's house was quite good according to her. Relieved at the good news from Eugenia, Joshua said that in that case he would be calm, then asked what was in the bag she had brought with her. The girl replied that it contained foodstuffs to prepare a welcome presentation. The heroine was already laying out on the table the necessary products for the dish, while the children asked her what kind of present she would prepare. However, Eugenia only cheerfully offered to cook it together without explaining anything for now. Eugenia had already started preparing her dish, telling the children that after adding the ingredients to her measurements, they needed to stir everything until evenly mixed. After the ingredients had made an unusual dough, Eugenia, wearing a pink apron, would pour the mixture into a wooden box, which she would tell Joshua and Sally. Placing the box on the table that contained the prepared mixture, the protagonist happily told her children that the soft hand cream was completely ready. Curious Joshua and Sally sat on the bed and watched the laughing heroine's actions, as she hoped that thanks to this cream, the maids at work would no longer be as cold to her as they were now. However, Selmia still didn't understand Eugenia's actions, asking her brother what she was doing. But Joshua only said that things are not the way his sister really sees it. That's how the evening went after the first day of work at the new job. The next morning, Eugenia appeared in front of the maids for the second time, lip tucked and about to present them with her gift for them. Trying to make a good impression on her new girlfriends, Eugenia, with a basin of cream in her hands, politely greeted everyone around her again, until no one even looked at her. Imposing herself on each maid, Eugenia kindly wanted to give at least someone her own hand cream, thus getting closer to them, but the girls bypassed the heroine without speaking to her. Eventually, Eugenia approached the red-haired girl with whom she had talked the day before and smeared her hand with her own cream, trying to get closer and appear good at least to her. The girl already wanted to grudgingly say that she didn't need any hand cream about the protagonist, but at that moment she felt how soft her palm became from it. The red-haired heroine realized in the blink of an eye that her palms were perfectly moisturized, making them look much better than before. This incredibly surprised the girl with pigtails. Hearing this, Eugenia immediately portrayed a sly smile on her face, having achieved what she had wanted from the beginning. To the red-haired lady instantly ran to all her friends, asking her where she bought such a good hand cream, and at this opportune moment, Eugenia, who was leaving them, said that she did it with her own hands. The girl with pigtails inquired curiously of Eugenia how she had managed to make such a fine cream, to which the heroine replied that it was a simple skill, and if they so requested, she could make it again. Upon hearing this, the maids immediately started getting to know Eugenia. The red-haired girl said her name was Genia, asking the protagonist to make the cream for her. Another girl also asked to make a moisturizer for her, saying her name was Lilia. At this rate, Eugenia was able to meet everyone she wanted to meet. This was how Eugenia's interesting working days passed in the Duke of Horatia's house. The girl continued to work hard to do her best for Joshua and Selmia. After a few days, Eugenia was already able to settle into the Duke's house, doing her job professionally. The girl was hanging clean laundry to dry in the sun, covering her head from its bright rays. At this moment, the girl heard some man calling her by name. The heroine, at the same moment surprised, looking out for someone through the fabric. The mysterious man who called the girl by name turned out to be Mr. Cheyenne, who, removing the linen from her path with his hand, asked Eugenia if she could now give him some time. The overjoyed girl replied that she certainly wouldn't mind doing so, telling Cheyenne that he didn't have to come here so often. Cheyenne replied that he was just passing by, as he was worried about her. Suddenly, Genia appeared behind the main character, who told Cheyenne with a smile that they would take good care of Eugenia together, so he shouldn't worry about it. Cheyenne immediately thanked Lord Genia for such care and favor. In response to Cheyenne's words, Jenny surprisingly asked him how he knew her name since they had never even met before. Cheyenne replied that he only knew it because she was Eugenia's friend, after which he bowed politely. This made Jenny so embarrassed that she started laughing and touching Eugenia's shoulder. She was embarrassed that her friend had such a handsome blonde like Cheyenne. But Cheyenne himself said he almost forgot to tell them something. The cute and tall blonde pulled out a certain white bag from his pocket, which he held out to Eugenia. He told her to eat it with the others. In response, the serious protagonist said that she was very grateful to him for giving her gifts every time, but it was still optional. To this, the amiable Cheyenne said that it's just his little gift, so he asks her not to refuse it. It turns out that the pouch contained chocolate chip cookies. Eugenia accepted the gift, though, telling the blonde man thank you. Also, the smiling blonde looked at Rena and said that the Duke's relatives would be arriving very soon, and so absolutely everyone should gather in front of the entrance to meet them. After that, as the clean cloth was being blown by the wind outside, Cheyenne said that he would go about his business, and Eugenia thanked him once again for all the help he was giving her. And right after the attractive blonde man left, Jenny instantly started secreting, with Eugenia asking her what's between them in terms of a relationship. The calm girl immediately said that there was nothing between them. Jenny resented this, for she had heard that Eugenia had only come to work for them on Cheyenne's recommendation. Already about to go to the mansion to meet her relatives, Gina smilingly told Eugenia that there was some unusual aura between her and Cheyenne from the very beginning, and asked why they were still not holding hands. Unsurprised by anything, Eugenia replied that Gina couldn't even see anything as she didn't even fall in love with her right after their first meeting. The protagonist seriously thought about what an awkward and unforeseen rapprochement they had before. Remembering uncomfortable moments with Cheyenne, Eugenia suddenly realized that she was thinking the wrong thing, after which, waving her hands, strangely told Jenny to just go faster, which surprised the girl's friend quite a bit. After all the palace maids gathered in the hall to meet the guests, Eugenia was still gathering her strength and thinking that she should stop thinking about Cheyenne because she had more important things to do. The girl thought about this situation. Putting her hand to her chin, Eugenia realizes that there was no answer to her letter sent earlier, and besides, it was difficult to get into the main building, where the noble lady lives, whom she needs very much. Suddenly, the protagonist became sharply agitated because of the fact that suddenly she will not penetrate there at all, and she will be kicked out of the palace. This was immediately noticed by Jenny, who was standing nearby, and told her to calm down, because the head butler is looking at her. Looking forward, Eugenia really noticed that a short man in a suit was staring at her intently, keeping his contemptuous eyes on her. And next to him, Eugenia noticed someone else. Standing next to Rena was also Mr. Cheyenne, who was smiling at her and was generally in a good mood. The blonde man was also looking at Eugenia, but did not dislike her, unlike the head butler. But suddenly, for Eugenia herself, who on the contrary was tuning in, looking at Mr. Cheyenne, the blonde winked at her as if flirting with her directly. These unfamiliar actions of the handsome blonde towards Eugenia quickly embarrassed her, which was clearly visible on her flushed and surprised face. It was no longer surprising that the maid Jenny in this was able to easily notice. She calmly told Eugenia that she knew there was something between them. The protagonist shyly replied that it was not so at all, but at that moment the other maids were talking to each other. One was asking the other if she was all right. One girl was telling her friend that if she was sick, she could give her medicine, but her friend would reply that everything was fine and she was fine. This conversation was overheard by Eugenia, who was standing nearby. Eugenia also heard that the black-haired maid, who was not feeling well, continued to complain about her condition to her friend, and this was perfectly heard by Eugenia, who already wanted to offer her help. Looking at the black-haired maid, who was in a bad state and biting her fingers from excitement, Eugenia suddenly realized that she was the maid who was responsible for the clothes and bedding of the noble lady. The protagonist suddenly realized that this was her perfect chance to make her move. She turned to the very same girl while she excitedly talked about what she should do in such a situation. Eugenia spoke to her after all, asking if she had any difficulties. But the black-haired girl answered rudely, asking the heroine what she needed and what she was bothering about. To smooth the conversation, Eugenia replied that she just thought it looked serious and she seemed to be able to help her. The maid was surprised, asking why exactly she wished to assist her. But there was no answer. The sick maid only lowered her head and looked down, which meant that she was thinking carefully about making a decision, for this was very serious. Deciding to push her friend a little with the decision, Eugenia suddenly said that if it was not so important, she might not offer to help her. But the girl was confused and said that it was definitely not, and her parents were coming to visit her today, which was very important to her. Realizing that her interlocutor was already kind, Eugenia asked her about her parents, to which the black-haired girl replied that she was a little wrong about the date and actually told them to come today, not tomorrow, and she really wants to see them. Realizing that this was a huge chance for her, Eugenia told the girl that in that case she would replace her and she could go home first. But the girl was surprised at this, asking why so. On this, the heroine, like a real angel for everyone, answered that they all have to help each other in difficult times, and parents are generally sacred for everyone. The girl was already rejoicing with happiness, thanking Eugene for this. The happy and joyful girl told Eugenia that she thanked her very much and she would definitely repay her for it, and the heroine simply replied that it was not worth it, and a simple "thank you" was enough for her. But while the two girls were talking peacefully, behind them was already an incredibly angry head butler who was watching them along with the head maid. There seemed to be some kind of dark aura coming from both of them. From this, Eugenia advised the girl to stop talking, and the maid, realizing everything, agreed to it. Suddenly, when the two girls still decided to be quiet, proud, aristocratic, rich guests, relatives of the Duke, entered the hall. It seemed to be a family consisting of a man, a woman, their daughter, and son. They looked at everyone with raised chins, about to pass on. The head man was instantly approached by the head butler, who bowed to him. The aristocrat asked the butler if His Excellency had arrived, to which the butler replied that he hadn't, and he was supposed to have just left the capital, so he would arrive soon. The guest, touching his chin with his hand, replied that the Duke had long ago lived in the capital, and he already had to bring up a future heir to the throne. The head butler immediately said that the Duke was also taking this matter into consideration, so they shouldn't worry so much. And the aristocrat said that he was very happy about it, because he would see them more often than usual. After that, the red-robed nobleman waved his hand and said that he had completely forgotten to say hello to the noble mistress of the house. The head butler bowed to him again, saying that he would now take him directly to her. Eugenia had been watching the aristocrats and their conversations with the servants all this time. Watching how the guests went to the second floor to the noble lady, the protagonist realized that it seems that the Duke does not have a very good relationship with such kindred people if they have such cold conversations. Immediately after the aristocratic family disappeared from the eyes of the servants, the head maid turned to her subordinates and told them all that it was now possible to return to the usual work. As she was about to start work, Eugenia told Yemi, the girl she had decided to help and whose parents had arrived, that she would leave her work to her. Yemi replied that she was very happy about this, and she thanked her excessively. After the maids had been assigned their duties, Eugenia appeared in the laundry, where she was already preparing to do the work for Yemi. Holding the noble lady's sheets in her hands, the heroine said to herself that she would now begin her work. Instantly thereafter, Eugenia began to diligently and thoroughly wash all the cloths, wanting to do Yemi's work so well that she would not worry about anything in the slightest. Eugenia continued to wash diligently as if her life depended on it. She didn't slow down even for a second, frowning her eyebrows at such effort and trying to finish the clean job as soon as possible. By the time Eugenia finished her work, it was already dark outside the window. She looked tiredly at the moonlight of the sun and sighed as if she had no more strength at all. Leaning against the chair and being next to the washed pajamas, Eugenia understood one thing. She, fortunately, managed to do everything she planned for today, and this can even be proud. At this moment, the heroine also remembered the fact that Mistress usually changes into pajamas at 9 o'clock in the evening. Getting up from the floor, where before that she had been lying exhausted, Eugenia said to herself in a voice that, in this case, she should quickly fold all the things that are necessary, after which her working day will definitely end, and she will hurry home. Trying to do Emma's work, and more precisely to fold the clean clothes in the basket, Eugenia suddenly began to feel nervous, because she did not quite understand how she should do it. The main character is worried that she's going to fail at something. Gathering her strength, Eugenia put a handkerchief on her breasts, which Enrik had given her long ago and which actually contained Shushu's blue hair, which he had cut off for this purpose earlier. She prayed silently, remembering Enrik and begging him to help her this time too. After that, the girl placed the handkerchief with her hair on the noble lady's pajamas. Her plan is that Selly and Joshua's great-aunt will notice the blue hair and realize that they are alive, after which she will want to find them. But then it struck Eugenia. Having put the handkerchief and the blue hair in the basket with things for the noble lady, the heroine suddenly remembered that most likely it should be taken by the responsible maid, and taking it all away, she will surely notice something strange. Eugenia realizes that then the mistress will not see them and her plan will collapse. Looking at her hair, which was neatly folded into a handkerchief, Eugenia realizes that it must all be handed over, and she is going to carry out this devious plan late at night. The next morning, when all the maids were gathering outside as usual, the head maid was diligently and angrily calling for Amy, who was in charge of the mistress's bedding. Apparently everyone had gotten wind of the fact that there was something strange in the basket for Mistress. The head maid continued to diligently call out to Amy, asking her what she had done. Most likely the maid was even ready to punish Amy for what Eugenia had actually done. An agitated Yemi asked the head maid what they were all talking about, but her fellow maid only said that she shouldn't pretend since she was the only one responsible for the mistress's laundry room. At this time, Eugenia and Jenny, who were doing their work before them, approached them. Eugenia and Jenny immediately noticed the fact that Yemi was being told off for something and asked why she put something strange in Mistress's clothes. The heroine realizes that she is the one who needs to confess everything. While the evil head maid of the mansion kept scolding the flustered Yemi for something she didn't do, Eugenia has already loudly told everyone that she did it, not Yemi. The Manhwa protagonist immediately stood up for the saddened Yemi, telling the head maid that she was the one who mistakenly put her own thing in the mistress's pajamas. Eugenia also asked if Mistress had checked the contents of her things. The maid replied that yes, Mistress had checked the contents of her things, and so she asked her to call the one who had dared to do such a thing to her. The maid in charge once again asked Eugenia if she was the one who had definitely done it. The heroine replied that it was so, after which she bowed, thus apologizing for her transgression. Immediately afterward, the head maid told Eugenia to follow her, for she would now ask her mistress to apologize for what she had done. Eugenia replied that she would apologize to her properly, stepping behind the maid in the meantime. In fact, Eugenia was quite excited and determined because she would finally get to see the noble lady. She had long wished to meet her own great-aunt on her mother's side of Sally and Joshua, for that is her main goal. A few minutes later, the maid led Eugenia to the garden. In the garden of the mansion sat a noble lady in blue, to whom the head maid at once told her that she had brought the one who had put the strange thing in her pajamas, as she had requested. Meanwhile, the lady was quietly sipping her expensive tea. She was not going to say anything to either of them at first, thus showing her aristocratic, noble origin and status. With a fleeting glance at the noble lady while the head maid of the mansion was saying something to her, Eugenia realized that it was definitely her, Shushu and Selly's great-aunt. The noble lady was dressed in a blue, expensive dress, and her face was angry and calm at the same time. Moreover, her white hair and eyebrows emphasized her golden eyes and red lips. The mistress, or simply Shushu and Selly's grandmother, told the head servant that she could go about her business. The maid replied that she would do so, and if she needed anything, she was ready to help her any time. Immediately after the head maid left Eugenia alone, the protagonist lowered her head and said that she was very happy to meet her. In response, the mistress only said yes to the girl's appreciation. Sipping her tea, the noble lady said that she had played an interesting trick on her clothes, to which Eugenia, hearing this, bent down further and said she was sorry for it. Still bowing to the mistress, Eugenia confessed to her that she needed to meet her immediately, so she decided to think of just such a way, conjure up this rudeness on her part. Eugenia then asked her to start by listening to her fully, after which she would allow her to take such punishment as she saw fit. The mistress replied that in that case she would listen to her attentively. Hearing this, a joyful Eugenia raised her head and thanked the lady for giving her such an important chance for her. But at the same time, the protagonist of the manhwa couldn't help but think about the fact that she herself is a noble lady. The full name of the noble lady is Jacqueline Hannah Geracia. In secular society, she is called the perfect example of a noble lady, and it is not surprising because she is the very embodiment of aristocracy. Also to this very Jacqueline Geracia, for a long time headed the family of the Duke Geracia. Absolutely everyone worshipped her because they respected her and her family members. Shivering with excitement, Eugenia in her mind could not believe that such an aristocrat was sitting right in front of her right now. But the protagonist still realizes that she must do what she came here to do. Placing her hand on her chest and looking at the past Duchess with determined, angry eyes, Eugenia said, daring to ask her if she had seen what exactly she had put in her clothes. Pointing with her hand to the handkerchief of hair that Eugenia had planted on the lady earlier, Jacqueline Geracia replied that she had seen it and once had that color of hair as well. The noble lady admitted that she hadn't seen it in a long time. Jacqueline Jeracia confessed that her parents had blue hair color, but over time the blood began to mix, and so blue hair began to appear in their family as an atavism, that is, a trait peculiar only to distant ancestors. Being in a beautiful garden where there were trees and bushes and lanterns with fountains, Jacqueline also admitted that blue hair color was only for her and her younger sister, after her sister's daughter was born with it. But there was one but. Raising a handkerchief with her precious blue hair in her hands, Jacqueline Jeracia suddenly and angrily asked Eugenia where she got that hair from and what she was up to, for she had heard that her niece had died. Eugenia calmly replied that it was all true and she knew about it because she used to work at her residence. Hearing this, Jacqueline continued to drink tea and asked the protagonist what she would tell her next. Approaching Jacqueline Jeracia Beige to clearly hear her, Eugenia had already brought the conversation to the most interesting. She confessed that those she brought with her are the children of her niece, the Marquise of Carriton. At this moment, when Eugenia confessed this to Jacqueline, the aristocrat herself was quietly drinking tea, not expecting even close to hear something shocking to her from an ordinary maid. But it proved to be exactly the reverse. She lowered her hand with a cup of tea, asking the protagonist of the story what she had just said. Eugenia replied that everything was exactly as she had said and it was all true. Remembering Joshua and Selmia, who had once happily read a book on the bed, Eugenia once again told Jacqueline Jeracia that she had brought her nephew and niece here. To finally finish Jacqueline Jeracia with her shocking news, Eugenia, remembering the happy and joyful smiles of Shushu and Selly, told the noble lady that her nephews were alive. This news was not just surprising, it turned Jacqueline's mind upside down, which was evident on her face. She realized with shock that the previously lost 2 flowers had finally been found. From stunned and surprised, Jacqueline Jeracia immediately turned to Eugenia, who had just been watching her reaction and standing by her side all this time. The noble lady once again asked the maid if the children were alive. Eugenia did not hesitate and confessed something else to the noble lady. The protagonist said that everything was so, and she brought them here from the Duchy of Halon. Upon hearing this, Jacqueline put her hand to her chin, saying that she now understood everything. Also, the protagonist of the story, putting her hand on her cleavage and looking at the noble lady, asked her to at least meet the young master and mistress, her nephews, because they have no one else to rely on. However, the thoughtful Jacqueline Jeracia replied that it was all a bit confusing. Just hearing this, Eugenia became excited and said that she was in no way deceiving her. Remembering the events of the past and going to change her mind, Eugenia said that one of the children had cut off his own hair and asked her to show it to Jacqueline, because he said that the grandmother would recognize and remember it. The anxious Eugenia, looking at Jacqueline Jeracia with her pleading eyes, asked her to meet them at least once, if she was even capable of such a favor. But Jacqueline Jeracia said nothing to the worried Eugenia. She only looked thoughtfully at her reflection in the tea, about to make a difficult decision regarding her lost relatives. Jacqueline Jeracia continued to ponder the consequences of each of her decisions. She still suspected Eugenia of being a liar, but at the same time, she thought about how her facts and evidence were too true to lie. An agitated Eugenia watched all this. She folded her arms and looked silently at Jacqueline and prayed for her to believe her and hear her, wanting even to meet him live. Eugenia realizes what the noble lady doubts. Jacqueline realizes that she, as an adult who is responsible for the great family of the empire, must put her first. However, at the same time, Jacqueline and Eugenia realize together that Joshua and Selly have left home in an unusual way, and there may be big problems in the future. Just because of this terrible thought, Eugenia is thrown into a shiver. She realizes that for this reason alone, Jacqueline may not take them to her, which is very bad for herself and the children. Realizing this, Eugenia instantly and unexpectedly fell on her knees in front of the noble lady, shouting that she is simply obliged to take the young lady and the young gentleman to herself, for which she is begging her, and exhaustedly. Lowering her gaze to the floor, Eugenia decided to make a clean confession to Jacqueline Jeracia that they had personally asked her to do so, and they had endured this arduous journey and arrived at her duchy without any complaints. Wanting to change the noble lady's mind one last time, Eugenia looked at her and blurted out that the children hoped their grandmother would help them, and besides, the protagonist had once again asked the lady to meet with them. But no matter how much Eugenia begged Jacqueline Geracia to meet her nephews, the lady herself continued to remain calm and silent, along with a cold mind. Sunlight streamed into the garden through the windows as the noble lady realized the fact that she was their grandmother. Staring at the sunlight near the ceiling of the garden, Jacqueline Geracia was telling Eugenia that she thought they were dead too when she heard the news of what had happened, and it was quite late. Closing her eyes and accepting the new reality, Mrs. Jacqueline, unexpectedly for Eugenia, replied that she agreed with her, and she still had to meet them at least once. After her confession, the gracious madam asked Eugenia to bring her nephews here and finally get off her knees. But there was no limit to Eugenia's joy. She was still on her knees in front of madam and thanked her for making such a decision. Standing up from her seat, Jacqueline Geracia abruptly became serious, telling Eugenia that if it all turned out to be a lie, she would never, ever forgive her for it. Eugenia only bowed to her mistress and agreed with her words. Suddenly, for the protagonist, Jacqueline Geracia showed her something else. It turns out that all this time on her tea table was the very letter that Eugenia had sent to her earlier. Jacqueline put her hand on it, asking if she had sent it to her. The Manhwa heroine replied that she had. After opening the letter and reading it, the lady confessed to Eugenia that when she first read it, she wondered what it was about. And in fact, she said, she ignored the letter, for she thought it was someone's joke. Reading the letter, which was about 2 lost flowers, Jacqueline Geracia realized that if it was true, she shouldn't have ignored it so rudely. Carefully looking at every word in Eugenia's letter for her, the madam actually felt heavy emotions, as if her soul was sickened by this whole situation and her cold act. After that, the noble mistress turned to Eugenia and told her that this could by no means be postponed any longer. So she asked her to bring her nephews right tomorrow, avoiding unnecessary eyes. To these words, the heroine replied that she would certainly do so. Having agreed with Eugenia, Jacqueline Geracia again turned to her desk, saying that in that case she could go. Eugenia had been bowing to her mistress all this time, obeying her, and saying that in that case she would leave her. On rising, happy at this news, Eugenia thanked Jacqueline Geracia profusely for having agreed to meet her nephews and for having listened to her, understanding her from the first. Later, when Eugenia had already finished her working day and came home to Shush and Selly, she spent the whole night doing something for them while they slept. The heroine prepared for Selmia and Joshua 2 bows with beautiful blue stones, which she is likely to put on them on the day of the meeting with her grandmother. The girl realizes that even though she did it herself, she did pretty well. Getting up from the floor, where there were scattered pieces of blue fabric, Eugenia suddenly remembered that she was going to buy new clothes, as Joshua asked, but she was so busy that she forgot about it. But looking at the handmade bows for the children with tired eyes, Eugenia was happy that she was able to make them, and she hoped that Selly and Shush would like them. Suddenly, when Eugenia didn't even notice the unusual glow that was emitted by the very stones on the boughs, the protagonist herself didn't notice that someone in a magical voice said that she had been waiting for this. Thinking that she was already dreaming about it, Eugenia herself did not notice how she began to speak to the mysterious voice, saying that she too had been waiting for this for a long time. But the main character's thoughts were interrupted by someone else. She noticed one of the children moving in the bed while he was sleeping soundly. It turned out to be real. Joshua and Selmia were sleeping sweetly on the bed while Eugenia looked at them and marveled at their beauty and innocence. Eugenia sat down on the bed with her hand on Celia's and did not take her eyes off of each of them. The protagonist admits that she would really like to take their picture, but unfortunately, there are no cameras in this world. But Eugenia's joy was interrupted when she, continuing to watch the sleeping children, realized that at this point they will part and the heroine will no longer see how they sleep sweetly. The tired protagonist of the story herself was gradually sinking into sleep. She closed her eyes and was already ready to fall on the bed from lethargy, because the past day was harder for her than many others. At last, Eugenia knelt down in front of the children and stroking each one affectionately on the head, she whispered to each one to wish them sweet dreams and was about to go to bed herself. The next clear, "Good morning, Eugenia," was already on her feet. She had time to prepare the children's soup, putting it on the table and telling everyone to run to breakfast. Sally and Joshua had already sat down at the table while the heroine came over to them with rolls and told Selmia that she was especially happier today than usual. Sally was indeed very happy, and she replied to Eugenia that it was because she had the day off today, but Shushu was serious and simply asked Eugenia why she had today off. Eugenia briefly replied to Shushu that she should rest sometimes and then said that she had a surprise for them, and she placed an interesting blue box on the table. Opening it, Joshua and Selmia pulled out the pendants that Eugenia had been making all night. Sally simply marveled at their beauty, saying she would wear them every day, and Shushu said she had done what he had asked her to do. Noticing the good mood of the children, the heroine with a sly smile also offered to buy them some nice clothes as well. Celie could just fly with happiness, but Shushu was wary, asking Eugenia why it is suddenly such gifts. Hearing this, Eugenia asked Joshua what was wrong with her offer, to which the boy replied that if it was her day off, she should be resting, not fiddling with them. The heroine merely thanked Mr. Joshua for being so thoughtful. After that, while Sally was running around the house with happiness, Eugenia did tell her to have breakfast, and the little family finally sat down at the table to eat soup and rolls. Watching how sweetly the children ate her dish, Eugenia thought about the fact that it had actually been a long time since they had eaten breakfast together, and if she had known that she would have little opportunity to do so, she would have had breakfast with them more often. But at the same time, she wishes time would go slower because she still wants to be with them. A while after the children had breakfast, Eugenia went outside with them and came to one high-rise building. The girl said that it was the dressing room she was talking about, after which she invited the children to enter there. But suddenly, Joshua decided to leave Eugenia, saying that he would just go. This surprised the protagonist, and she asked him what he didn't like so much. The boy suddenly stopped and pointed his finger at Eugenia and asked her where she got the money for all this from. A little startled and surprised from the boy, the heroine replied that it actually shouldn't bother him. Joshua also suggested to Eugenia Kay always go to the market, but the girl, turning away, told him that she was sorry to do what was about to happen. Immediately afterward, Eugenia jokingly ordered Sally to capture her brother. Sally was able to successfully catch her brother and arrest him, after which Eugenia began pushing him closer to the entrance of the building, forcing him into it with a smile. Shushu in turn tried to resist and say he wouldn't do it. But it was too late. Sally and Eugenia forced Joshua into the dressing room, where a counselor was already standing there, happy to see and serve them. The atelier turned out to be very full of many different varieties of outfits, from contrasting colors to elegant and flashy. Joshua asked Eugenia if they would be trying on the most popular outfits here. The protagonist answered that yes, adding that all the fabrics in this store come straight from the sea. But first, it was necessary to take the measurements of each of the children. After Shushu and Sally had been measured, one of the children, Joshua, had already appeared in front of Eugenia in a new outfit, clomping on the floor with his small blue shoes. The boy and girl were dressed in beautiful, rich white and blue suits that matched their hair color perfectly. Sally was just happy about everything, but Joshua asked the heroine what it was all for. Eugenia noticed the children in beautiful clothes and immediately began to spin around them, looking at each of them from the side and pretending to take pictures, while saying that they looked good and were like angels descended from heaven. Sitting on the couch and noticing that Sally and Joshua seemed to be playing nicely with each other and saying something, the protagonist realized that the kids were really growing up every day, and very quickly at that. But Joshua still insisted on doing his own thing. He once again approached Eugenia and asked her to leave here and go to the market because it is very expensive here. But the girl resented this and replied that they should wear more appropriate clothes because they were aristocrats. Joshua was just as indignant at Eugenia's logic, not understanding what she was leading to. The heroine had already prepared to tell them the truth, because of which she made them come to an expensive atelier. Eugenia admitted that they have to go to a meeting with her great-aunt, and for this reason they are obliged to be well-dressed. These words surprised both Joshua and Sally, as they realized that they have finally come to see her. The children immediately rejoiced at this news. A smile of happiness appeared on their faces, and they began to ask Eugenia if it was true and if they would be able to meet her. The heroine answered them that it was, and they should meet her tonight. About to say something else, Eugenia mysteriously and charismatically tilted her head while showing her promising smile. Standing up from her seat, the heroine of the story told the children that they should just say hello to her, as all well-mannered children do. But Joshua and Sally were wary because they noticed some strangeness in Eugene's behavior, about which they asked her. After that, when the outfits for her brother and sister had already been chosen, bowing low to the children, Eugenia smilingly said that they should go back and then she would take them to the Duchy of Juracia. Suddenly the girl decided to bow low to the children, for she remembered that she was still a servant and they were aristocrats. She said she thanked them for coming such a long way with her, though she had a heap of faults. But this surprised Sally and Joshua, for they had not expected such a thing from their own kindred. After a while, when it was already dark outside and the stars and moon appeared, Eugenia and her children were able to sneak into the Duchy of Juracia and came to the garden, where the noble lady always sits. The heroine turned to Joshua and Sally, about to say something to them. Pointing with her hand to a beautiful door that led to the garden, Eugenia said that a certain lady, Jacqueline Hannah Juracia, was waiting for them there. Joshua was the first to reply that he understood the girl's words, but at the same time was wary. Immediately afterward, Eugenia told them to go, informing them that she would guide them where they should go. But Sally, realizing that most likely the heroine was going to leave them, asked not to say such words. She was interrupted just in time by Joshua, patting her on the shoulder and telling her to just follow her. To reassure her little sister, Shushu told her that they had more important things to do right now, so they shouldn't get cranky and cry. Sad Sally replied that she understood her brother's words. After that, the children, accompanied by Eugenia, entered the garden, which was very bright inside. The light illuminated different plants, bushes, and even trees, but the trio only needed Jacqueline Juracia. Coming to the place where she had last seen the noble mistress, Eugenia stopped, stomping her shoes on the stone floor. She turned to the mistress, about to tell her about the children. Jacqueline Juracia was similarly seated at the tea table. She turned to Eugenia as she told her that she had brought the Marquis of Sheraton's children here. All this time Joshua and Sally stood behind the heroine and said nothing. The mistress replied that she had been expecting them very much. Showing respect for their grandmother, Joshua and Sally curtsied according to etiquette, unanimously proclaiming that they were pleased to meet Jacqueline, after which they each gave their name. Still bowing to the noble lady, Joshua was the first to apologize for coming so late, and Sally replied that the two of them were deeply grateful that grandmother had willingly agreed to meet with them. Looking at the tea, which was a beautiful golden copper color, Jacqueline Juracia refreshed her memory and told the children that, to be precise, this was not their first meeting. She remembered the first time she saw them after giving birth, small and defenseless. The grandmother also went on to say that the children also had blue hair and golden eyes, just like her niece. The noble lady couldn't take her eyes off her own nephews. Looking closely at the facial features of each of the children, Jacqueline became more and more convinced that they were not mere impostors, and Eugenia was not lying to her face. Remembering her dead niece's long hair, her easy smile, and her noble clothes, Jacqueline proclaimed that Joshua and Selmia were indeed her niece's children. Jacqueline could no longer sit still in the presence of such important guests. She stood up, keeping her eyes on her own people and walking closer and closer to them. Her grandmother touched the cheeks of the surprised Joshua, telling him that such a grief could not happen to such innocent children as Shushu and Sally. Saddened and happy at the same time, Grandma hugged Selmia and Joshua, apologizing to them for not finding them sooner, as they had been through a lot in their lives. The children began to cry when they heard their grandmother say that she knew their mother. They tearfully asked her about it, to which Jacqueline replied that it was the real truth and Mia was her goddaughter. Jacqueline also cried with happiness and grief in the same way. She also told the children to cry to release all the emotions inside them. The lady with tears does not understand how hard it was for Mia to part with her children. The family continued to hug and cry while Eugenia said nothing and just stood by, watching the long-awaited reunion of the aristocratic family. After many tears of joy and sadness were shed at the first meeting of grandmother and grandchildren in the garden, Joshua and Sally, having calmed down, sat down at the tea table with Jacqueline, where they were presented with slices of cake as their first treats. The brother and sister were a little shy, looking at each other. When the children were sitting still, Jacqueline Geracia also turned to Eugenia, who was standing nearby. She recognized that Eugenia had come a long way, and she was indebted to her. Eugenia replied that it was not worth saying that, much less thanking her. Instead, Eugenia decided to ask Madam what would happen next with Shushu and Selly. Jacqueline Horatia, sipping tea from a cup, replied that she would certainly take care of them, as they were her last relatives. Looking at Jacqueline with surprised eyes and wondering why Joshua and Selmia were her last relatives, she did not stop listening to the lady, who admitted that she did not know if they would live in the residence. However, according to Mrs. Geracia, since she is not the head of the family, the children will live in the residence as guests until her son returns. At this time, Jacqueline was wiping little Selly's tears with a handkerchief. Hearing the good news for herself, Eugenia bowed and thanked her for being so kind and gracious to the children when the lady turned to her. As she closed her eyes and thought deeply about what was happening, Eugenia also realized that she should stay here as a maid until Joshua and Selly moved on to wherever they needed to go. Remembering the fun they had while being together in the drawing room, Eugenia realizes that perhaps the children will feel anxious about the change in their lives, and so it is worth helping them so that they will adapt more quickly. Suddenly, from Mrs. Jacqueline, Eugenia says that she needs to notify her of her situation. Jacqueline Geracia was interested in this, ordering her to speak. Putting her hand on her chest and showing her sincerity, the protagonist of the story smilingly asked her mistress to allow her to work in the laundry again if she herself did not mind. In response, Jacqueline was surprised, asking her if she needed any other reward. Eugenia replied that she didn't, but she said that having Mrs. Selmia and Mr. Joshua stay here and having her work as a maid were two different things. Calmly enjoying the taste of tea, Jacqueline Geracia did not argue. She only agreed with the maid's words, saying that this time everything would be to her liking. Already about to leave, Jacqueline asked Eugenia not only to go about her business, but also to call Leah here. The protagonist prepared to leave, motioning with her foot that Shusha and Selly noticed. Looking at their already native maid, whom they called sister, and with whom they had overcome many difficulties, Joshua and Selly could not let her go so easily, as they were very much attached to her. They called her by her first name, afraid that she would leave them. The main character of the story replied to the children that they shouldn't worry so much and they would see her again tomorrow after her work. Upon hearing this, Joshua and Selmia turned to each other, repeating Eugenia's words, apparently to memorize them well. After Eugenia told the children that she wasn't going to leave them, she bowed once more to Joshua, Selly, and Jacqueline, this time definitely leaving the luxurious garden inside the mansion. The next day, everything happened just as Eugenia had told the children it would. After a long day of work, she knocked on their room, letting them know it was her. Joshua immediately told her to come in. Opening the door and looking at Selmia and Joshua, who were there, Eugenia first asked them if everything was okay, and then told them that she had carved out some free time for them by getting off early. The children immediately jumped up from their seats, flooding Eugenia with questions about whether she had finished working. The protagonist answered them that she still had some work to do after she talked to them. Eugenia also asked the children if they could still wait for her when she finished her work. Little Selly sadly replied that she could wait exactly as long as it took, but she had one but. Starting to cry due to stress and sadness, Selly confessed that she wanted Eugenia to treat them the same way she had before. The heroine tried to comfort the girl, but at the same time she realized that it was very difficult. Patting his crying sister on her back and thus comforting her, Joshua also said that he agreed with Selly, and he too would like Eugenia to treat them like before when they are alone. Clenching his palm into a fist, Joshua explained his words that this was how Eugenia was more like herself. This surprised the main character of the manhwa enough that she stepped away from them. Eugenia thought about the words of Shushu and Selly because she really realized that she treated them too coldly, and perhaps she stopped caring about the feelings of children in general. The girl closed her eyes and exhaled, going to make a better decision than she had before towards the children she was already related to. After adjusting for the best, Eugenia approached the children and, leaning over to them, apologized, asking if they were not very frightened. In addition, the heroine admitted that she did not think they could do that. The children immediately realized that now in front of them stands the same Eugenia, who is simple in her soul, very kind to them and caring. They looked at each other in surprise, as if they had just recognized her. As they were about to open the door and leave, Eugenia told them that it was the head of the house who would take care of them, and that Joshua and Sally would have to appear before the Duke at their best. The happy and joyful Sally replied that there was nothing wrong with it, and as always serious and grown-up, Joshua said that it was nothing, and Eugenia didn't need to apologize. The main character also curiously asked each child if they could handle it. Sally and Joshua unanimously replied that Eugenia could rely on them, and they would certainly be able to handle it. Eugenia then said that in that case, she would go back to her job. Eugenia ran down the hall as hard as she could, intent on not being late to the laundry room, much less getting her work done on time. As expected, when Eugenia showed up at her place of work, she was immediately loaded with things she should have been doing a long time ago. She was given an entire bucket of sheets to wash while the girl herself apologized for her tardiness. Surprised and angered by her tardiness, Jenny reprimanded Eugenia that she should come here immediately because she had left a whole mountain of sheets to be washed here. The heroine was already rushing to her friend's aid. Eugenia quickly ran to the place where there were also clean sheets. They were neatly folded in a stack, but Jenny shouted to Eugenia that this is not here, and she urgently needs help. After a few seconds, Eugenia immediately started washing 2 mountains of dirty gloves. She diligently washed them with water and soap, wondering who could have so many gloves. But then it almost hit Eugenia. She realized that only one person, whom she knew as Enrik, could have so many gloves. Slapping the glove on her forehead, Eugenia realizes that when she saw his face, fatigue even somehow relieves. However, Eugenia was interrupted from her thoughts by the head maid, who loudly announced to everyone that the gentleman was returning, so now they should all gather in the hall. The heroine was stunned by this, not realizing why it had happened so suddenly. The main character of the story already wanted to get up and go for the General Assembly with thoughts of this, but she didn't even realize that someone wouldn't let her leave so easily. The girl was very frightened because she was grabbed by her dress by someone who did not even let her take even one step. She turned back, in fear about to see anything. It turns out that the girl was pulled by a red-sleeved hand that grabbed her dress so tightly that the girl couldn't even move forward, screaming in fear. After that, a member of the aristocratic guest's family emerged from the thick bushes, holding a sheet in his hands. The boy angrily told Eugenia to wash it so that others would not recognize it. The heroine was frightened, for this little boy is a member of the Baron's disintegrated family. In the end, Eugenia decided to just bow down, telling the boy to put it here, after which she would be sure to wash it. But the stubborn boy resented this, saying that then it would be unwrapped and it had to be done right now. Eugenia replied that she needed to go to the hall right now immediately to greet the Duke, but the little boy abruptly grabbed her back, saying that it was an order from him and it needed to be washed right now. In the end, Eugenia had nothing else to do but agree with the words of the Baron's son. The boy got off her back, warning that in that case he would come and check everything in 30 minutes. The main character of the story sadly and sorrowfully took the cloth that the boy had brought for her. She said that she would really like to know what the Duke looked like, but the Duke's son once again shouted to her that she only had 30 minutes for that. While Eugenia was thinking that still nothing terrible would happen if only one person was absent from the ceremony, the Duke himself had already appeared in the hall. His cloak was dark and his hair was the same black. At the appearance of the majestic Duke, all the maids started whispering amongst themselves, saying that he was the youngest person to become a knight who was close to the Emperor himself. Another girl said that he had even created his own unusual organization. All the girls looked at the knight and whispered that he must be very tired after the hard journey. Meanwhile, the head butler had already greeted the master with clapping hands and a kind smile. The butler ordered everyone to greet the head of the family, after which absolutely all the servants bowed their heads to Enrik himself, who was dressed in beautiful knightly robes. The handsome and calm Enrik walked proudly towards the head butler, telling everyone that he also welcomed everyone to his home, admitting that he hadn't been here in a while. He continued walking down the blue walkway, approaching the butler. The butler immediately bowed low to the head of the house, telling him that all the invited relatives had arrived. Meanwhile, Elvery, who was also exquisitely dressed as an aristocrat should be, was already running behind Enrik. Raising his index finger in the air, Elvery told his companion Enrik that he had something urgent to say to him. Enrik emotionlessly asked him what exactly. It turns out that a cheerful Elvery wanted to remind him about his vacation, and, folding his arms, he asked him how much time he could give him, a month, or, alternatively, a year. But Enrik wasn't being too generous. To Elvery's surprise, he said he could go home today and go back to work tomorrow. Elvery resented this, saying it was no vacation at all, and he was forcing him to return for a forced march. However, Enrik was no longer paying attention to Elvery, who was literally falling to his knees and begging his comrade to hear him. Instead, the knight was telling the butler named Cedric to hurry up and go while he paid him the dubious compliment of saying he was as full of energy as ever. Suddenly, Enrik turned around and looked at the head butler enigmatically, asking him how she was doing. By this time, the butler Cedric was no longer following the knight. He only bowed to him, replying that she was fine. After that, Enrik also ordered him to tell her to come to his room later. Toward the end, Enrik asked if he had any more information. Taking the opportunity, the butler extended his hand to the knight and said that Mistress Jacqueline had called him. Enrik sighed tiredly, saying that his mother would not leave him alone again. Walking down the empty hallway in the company of the obedient butler, Enrik said he understood and would come to her now. A few minutes later, Enrik was indeed in the chambers of Mistress Jacqueline, his mother. She greeted, saying that he had done well, and they had not seen each other for a long time. Shaking hands with her son, the smiling Jacqueline wondered if he had hurt himself during his missions. She also said that, in her opinion, he had even grown a bit since their last meeting. Jacqueline's son took his mother's hand to kiss it like a true gentleman, while replying to his mother that nothing of the sort had happened to him. Kissing his mother's hand, Enrik also inquired as to her health, to which the lady kindly replied that she was exactly the same as before. After a warm and polite greeting, mother and son sat down on the sofas near the fireplace, about to discuss something important over a cup of tea. Jacqueline said she had prepared this tea in advance, for which Enrik thanked her immediately. However, the quiet conversation with his mother was interrupted by an unusual smell that Enrik heard with his charm. He even forgot what he wanted to say, because this pleasant aroma turned out to be very familiar to him. Once again, smelling the tea that his mother had brewed, Enrik remembered in his mind the kind and smiling Eugenia, pondering that this smell was very similar to the mint that this unusual girl had given him. But Enrik still continued his conversation with his mother, sipping his tea and asking her what she was so eager to meet him for. Jacqueline replied that she just wanted to discuss something important. Looking at the portrait, which was half hidden by a shadow, Mrs. Juracia asked her son if he remembered Mia. Enrik replied that yes, and he had seen her once as a child, her goddaughter. Lowering her head, Jacqueline said that his words were true, whereupon she confessed that a man had recently come to see her who had led Mia's children across the border. Enrik pointed his ears. Remembering that the duchy's borders should be closed by now, Enrik said whether the identity of this person had been established and whether Jacqueline knew whether the children were really Mia's own children. Jacqueline Juracia, remembering Joshua and Selmia, replied that they definitely were, since their hair color was the same as hers when she was young, and the lady reminded her son that that hair color only showed up in their lineage. Enrik continued to stare at his tea, while his mother also told, and that the maid who brought these very children was very kind. Hearing this, Enrik asked her which maid she was referring to. Taking a sip of peppermint tea, Enrik realized that in a closed border situation, a maid who came through the border with children is very strange and suspicious. Jacqueline continued to tell her son that she wanted to take care of these children, her grandchildren in the castle, then asked Enrik's opinion about the situation. Mrs. Juracia's son replied that first he should meet with that particular maid in person. Enrik was already getting up when his mother wondered why he wanted to meet with the maid specifically and not the children. But the knight already had somewhere to be in a hurry, which he told his mother, apologizing for his behavior. The boy was already walking towards the door while his mother told him that he was probably very tired and he should have rested instead of sitting in meetings. But Enrik said it was okay, and after a few seconds, Enrik did leave his mother, closing the beautiful, gilded, white-colored door. With her head down, Jacqueline began to talk to herself about how it was very difficult to reach Enrik's heart to understand how he really felt. But also looking at the empty chair where her calm son had been sitting a moment ago, Jacqueline mumbled that it was the hardest thing to do right now. She didn't understand what Enrik was feeling right now and why. Meanwhile, Eugenia had already finished washing the sheet that the Duke's son had tossed to her earlier, taking 30 minutes to do so. The boy looked at the fabric, which was drying in the wind, and said that there was not a single spot on it, so the heroine did a good job. But that was the end of the meeting between the boy and Eugenia, because he flashed into the bushes, saying that next time he would also ask her. Eugenia did not even have time to say something, as she was already called by another girl. This girl was the head maid with glasses, who said that the heroine should go with her. Eugenia immediately understood everything and said that she was already following her. But while Eugenia quietly followed the head maid, she was instantly accosted by the annoying Jenny and Yemi, who said that now she was about to be scolded again for something, or for the grass that she had recently left in the mistress's pajamas. Eugenia only grudgingly replied that she could hear everything. The heroine of the story continued to follow the head maid up the stairs and thought about the fact that she continued to be laughed at from the moment she messed up the laundry, but now she didn't know the reason she had been summoned to talk to her. Eugenia simply decided to inquire where they were going, to which the head maid immediately replied that they were stepping to the master. The heroine was both greatly surprised and frightened at the same time. From such a shock, Eugenia fell to the floor, frantically wondering whether she was called about the children or whether, once again, she had done something wrong. The maid saw this and asked Eugenia what she was doing. The protagonist immediately turned to her boss, who shouted loudly that they should go now. Eugenia shrieked, already stepping behind her. Already approaching the Lord's room, Leia said that it was she, the head maid, who had brought that maid he was talking about to him. All this time, Eugenia had been following her. Afterward, Leia told Eugenia to come in. The heroine was surprised at this, asking why only her, to which the head maid replied that the master had called only her to him. Eugenia then shyly entered the spacious brown-colored room, apologizing to the master for disturbing her. Assiduously thinking about what she had done wrong, Eugenia couldn't even open her eyes from embarrassment, telling the gentleman that this was only their first meeting. However, the gentleman of the house, dressed in dark, elegant robes, interrupted her, telling her that this meeting was far from their first. Opening her eyes, Eugenia saw Enrik in front of her, to which she was incredibly surprised. She does not understand how, so they were able to meet again after parting. In front of the heroine of the story really stood the one who helped her cross the border and whom she helped to cope with difficult and annoying insomnia, the brave Enrik. Enrik just stood there in front of her, and Eugenia couldn't pick up a single word, waving her hands or glaring at her longtime acquaintance. In the end, she decided to just bow to him, apologizing for everything and saying that she was very happy to meet him, the Lord. But Enrik remained silent, idly sitting back. The man calmly said that they should talk and then asked her to sit down. The pair walked to the chairs, already about to discuss all the most interesting things. After Enrik and Eugenia sat down, the knight started the conversation by saying that he wanted to meet her right after talking to her mother, who told him that the heroine had brought his nephews here. The girl replied that this is true and they are actually not her brother and sister, but children from the family of Keratin. Eugenia also admitted that she had brought them with her because no one would have taken care of them but herself. To this, Enrik replied that she ended up crossing the border with him and the children who were reported missing and abducted. The guy admitted that he accompanied them without even knowing it. Eugenia said that she simply couldn't have done anything differently with the children, and Enrik also added his words, saying that it must have been hard for the children too because of the whole situation. Looking at her tea, Eugenia talked about how no one had actually asked her to keep the twins safe, and she had spontaneously wanted to help them because she was worried about them. Reflecting in her teacup like the hero of a real novel, Eugenia bravely proclaimed her request to Enrik, which was to let the children stay here. At this time, Enrik was elegantly sitting on a chair and contemplating when the protagonist suddenly asked him to be the guardian for Joshua and Sally. Enrik seemed a little surprised by this after asking Eugenia about it. Suddenly, Enrik stood up, not responding to Eugenia's request with a yes or a no. He asked the girl, leaning over a little, if she knew what a development meeting was. Eugenia replied that it seemed to be a meeting at which relatives gather for the sake of establishing friendly relations with them. The dark-haired knight looked thoughtfully out the window, all the while still thinking about the development meeting. Some sort of plan for it was clearly brewing in his mind. Picturing in his mind the large number of guests and the empty, shining throne, Enrik told Eugenia that a developmental gathering is an event where all the children from related sidelines demonstrate their qualities. Enrik also said that this event was also needed to choose a new heir to lead the Horatia family. Eugenia grabbed everything on the fly. While Enrik turned to her and came closer, she talked about how Joshua and Sally would soon be the new candidates. Enrik said that was correct. Moving a pawn piece on the chess deck, Enrik continued to talk about how perhaps the children she brought in would put his credibility as a duke in jeopardy. While the two chess pieces of queen and king were tragically falling out of the game while personifying Enrik and Jacqueline Jurassica, Enrik himself said that this would not only jeopardize his authority, but also the peace in the family. An angry and cold Enrik then turned to Eugenia and addressed her, asking if he should then take them into his custody if the risk was so high. This greatly frightened the protagonist. Not knowing the answer to this question, the protagonist of the story simply sat down on a chair and lowered her head, immersed in her sad thoughts about Joshua and Sally. After a long silence, Eugenia turned to her interlocutor, asking him why, in such a case, to hold this event and appoint a child from another family branch as heir, if Enrik himself is still young. The knight replied that the reason would take him a long time to explain. In addition, Enrik said that his way of selecting an heir was agreed to by all his relatives, so he should have no problems. At the same moment, Enrik asked his colleague whether or not his relatives would leave these children alone. The protagonist was left to wonder about the situation. After thinking about it, Eugenia realized that Enrik was right after all, and it turns out that this could be very dangerous for Selmia and Joshua, from which she worried a lot. But then the girl pressed her lips together, trying to tell Enrik some thought that had been swirling around in her head and keeping her worrying about the children at bay. Looking at Enrik with sincere and, at the same time, worried eyes, the protagonist asked him if he would leave the children alone, if he would throw them out of his castle. The girl, gesturing with her hand, told Enrik that although he emphasizes the succession, the head of the family is still only him, and he has the right to make important decisions. Also, Eugenia asked the silent knight, are not those who hinder the decision made by the head of the family, thus breaking the peace in the family of Duke Jurassica? But unexpectedly for the girl, Enrik replied that he himself also thought so from the very beginning. The man's words surprised Eugenia, and she prepared to listen to him further. Leaning on his arm and looking at the heroine of the Manhwa with a smile, Enrik told her that she was still smart and clever, so he would think about children, as he understood what she was trying to convey to him. Hearing such happy news, happy Eugenia immediately jumped up from her seat and clenched her hands into fists, smiling at Enrik, thanking him and blushing more and more. But in response, Enrik only remained silent, simply asking the protagonist not to call him master in this house. To this, Eugenia said that it is not right after all. She is the servant, and he is the head of the family. Enrik, however, seemingly embarrassed by Eugenia's real, not fake emotions, he briefly said that he just wanted things to be like they were before, back when they first met. Looking at the maid of his house with his blue eyes like a calm sea, he told her to call him by his name again. Eugenia replied that she would do so, having already called him Enrik. However, right after a momentary rapprochement, the knight only tipped his foot and told her to go about her business. Eugenia was about to do so, saying goodbye, but then she turned to him, asking if he was sleeping well. In response, Enrik only showed the girl an empty bottle, which used to contain healing mint, which was given to him by the heroine herself. Enrik said that it really worked, to which Eugenia said that she would make more such remedies. Out of the blue, Eugenia had an idea, and with her index finger up, she asked Enrik if she could give him these medicines through Joshua. But at that moment, she also remembered that she herself had said that she would not spread gossip. Enrik replied that of course this boy would give him the healing mint. Eugenia was only a little confused, scratching her head and asking Enrik if he really thought so. Noticing the girl's doubts, Enrik said that in that case, she could leave the new medicine in the stable where his black horse was. Besides, he said that there was only one black-colored horse there, so it wouldn't be hard to find it. Eugenia happily said that she would fulfill this. Putting her hand on his cleavage and lighting up the head of the family with her smile, Eugenia said that in that case she would be going back, and she was very pleased to meet him in person. The protagonist of the Manhwa was already approaching the door to leave the young lord, but she was prevented by Enrik's words that he had also enjoyed spending time with her. Those words caused her to turn around and look at the man carefully, though she didn't even let a word pass from her lips. Throwing a glance at Enrik, it was as if she expected to hear something more from him, and she got it. Enrik, lowering his shy gaze downward, admitted that he was glad to see that she was all right. After that, the gentleman advised her to take care of herself and politely said goodbye. This made Eugenia smile. She probably wanted to say such words to him too, but made the decision to leave silently, not lingering in his room any longer. But after Eugenia left to fulfill her duties, Enrik continued to sit on the chair and think about the fact that no one had even guessed that they would meet again under such interesting circumstances. However, the pleasant emotions immediately ended for Enrik. His look immediately turned serious when he heard the voice of the head butler, notifying him that he had brought the one he had spoken of. Enrik ordered him in. While Enrik was thinking about the fact that he didn't have time to even catch his breath, the same mysterious guest had already appeared in front of him and said that it had been a very long time since they had seen each other. To this, the knight replied calmly, replying that they really hadn't seen each other for a long time, after which he asked his interlocutor if they were doing well. In response, the mystical and evil guest, whose face was hidden by a shadow, answered with a sly grin that everything was, and it was only thanks to him, and they had something to talk about together. Meanwhile, Eugenia was already engaged in conversation with Jacqueline Hannah Geracia, telling her that the drink she had presented to her would help ease the pain. Jacqueline was surprised by this, saying that she would try it now. However, before tasting the treat, Jacqueline asked the protagonist where she learned that she had joint inflammation. Eugenia replied that she accidentally noticed a servant who was looking for her herbs against these unfortunate inflammations. Understanding the whole situation, Mrs. Jacqueline calmed down, thanking her for her concern for her. Eugenia replied that it was nothing, then asked her why she had called her in the first place. Aristocratically raising a cup of healing tea to her face, Jacqueline replied that Selmia and Joshua might still be staying at the mansion, but it was temporary. Her mistress explained that after what Enrik had told her, it would be good to discuss the matter a little later, more seriously and judiciously. Eugenia replied that she understood her words. The lady then asked what Enrik had asked the heroine of the story, and she replied that they had talked about whether it was true that she had worked in the Marquis's family, and after that he had also expressed his condolences about the path she had traveled with the children. Surprised and puzzled, Jacqueline replied that her son was still just as stupid. But putting the teacup on the saucer, Jacqueline Geracia suddenly became serious and told Eugenia that she too should be very careful in her actions. Looking at the heroine, the mistress justified her words by saying that since the children were not yet grown up, she should speak to them like a real maid accordingly. Eugenia was surprised at this and replied that she was just a commoner to them after all, but Jacqueline was going to interrupt her even here. Jacqueline replied that no one else deserved it but her, Eugenia. The sincere words of the lady of the house surprised the Manhwa heroine to the core. Clutching the clothes on her legs with her hands, Eugenia realizes that even though she will have to leave soon, she will support the children at least for a while, as long as she can. Because of this, Eugenia tells Mistress that she will do exactly as she said. Meanwhile, outside the window of the beautiful palace, the sky was beautiful and the wind was rippling the green foliage of the trees. But after the tense conversation with Mrs. Jacqueline, Eugenia was in fear, for she did not know what to do or how to tactfully tell the children. They would, after all, be very upset if she told them about her imminent departure. Eugenia continued to stand near the door, in the room where Joshua and Selly were. She realizes that if she continues to be in the Duke's family, she may make a mistake, and then the children may be harmed. The protagonist lowered her eyes down, about to make for sure one of the hardest decisions of her life. Still, Eugenia decided to enter the room, gathering her thoughts and getting stronger in spirit. She remembered that she had promised to find them a new guardian, so her duties to them did not end there. Promising herself that she would try her best until the end, she appeared in the children's room with a slightly feigned smile and joy, telling them that she had finally arrived. However, Shushu and Selly were in no hurry to greet the heroine of the story joyfully. They were lying on the bed and doing something, talking about the fact that in some case their sister would become a real sister. Eugenia decided to approach them, asking with a smile what they were doing there. Hearing the presence of a person behind them, Joshua and Selly were startled, shouting almost across the room. Joshua and Selly turned to Eugenia, asking her how she had entered so abruptly and if she had knocked at all. While Sally didn't even know how to respond, Eugenia replied that she really hadn't, for which she apologized to them. After that, Selmia stood up and told Eugenia that they had practiced the letter. Joshua also nodded at his sister's words, folding his arms before doing so. Here, Sally wanted to confess to the main character of the story that Joshua was shy to show his handwriting because it looked like a crawling worm. When Joshua heard this, he was surprised and angry at his sister who had just given away his secret. Eugenia smiled and asked if it was true. Sally immediately told her brother that he had just told her that, but the unhappy boy, who was saddened by the whole situation, denied it. Sally began to beat the spirit out of her brother, pulling him by the shoulders and telling him that he was like a worm himself. But the heroine at this time perfectly realized that they were deceiving her, but she could not understand why. Looking at the leaf on the bed, which was badly hidden under the pillow, Eugenia remembers that last time he definitely wrote some kind of contract, and now he pretends not to know anything. But the heroine in the novel decided not to dwell on it. She paced the room, asking Joshua with a smile if he would write her letters. The puzzled boy replied, "Why should he? They see each other almost every day." Sitting down on a chair, Eugenia replied bluntly that they would not be able to see each other every day. The excited children came up to her and asked her why and for what reason. Without removing the smile from her face, Eugenia dreamily replied that yesterday she had come to meet the Duke, whom they knew very well. The girl confessed to them that he was the Enrik who had come here for them. The children were incredibly surprised by this, flooding Eugenia with questions about whether the Duke was the same Mr. Duke who is incredibly handsome and who taught Joshua how to ride a horse. Joshua immediately hesitated, for he realized that he had been he and his sister's uncle all along, and Sally, meanwhile, couldn't stop being happy that he had come here with them. Suspecting something of the Manhwa's heroine, Joshua asked how he and the letter Eugenia was related. The heroine averted her gaze, preparing to say something. Determined to tell the children the truth, Eugenia sadly lowered her head and admitted that she would need to look for a new job since they could stay here. Selmia was the first to interrupt the protagonist, asking her why she had to do that, but Eugenia once again said that she had something she needed to confess to them. Recalling the contract she signed back at the beginning of the story with Joshua, Eugenia says that she thought it over well before she said it. Eugenia was bringing the topic to the fact that the contract they made in the beginning has come to an end. The girl's words shocked the children. They didn't even know what to say out of sheer shock. Feeling anxious and devastated, Joshua and Sally asked Eugenia what she was talking about and what she was trying to say. Joshua freaked out. He asked her if she was saying it because she wanted to leave, thereby breaking her contract, but Eugenia tried to calm them down by saying that she wasn't leaving right away. Eugenia sadly replied that she couldn't stay with them forever and she should still find a new job. The little boy got even more angry with her, saying that they hadn't even taken a position in the duchy yet. Joshua angrily asked the girl if she even remembered the terms of their contract. The girl was confused and wary, replying that she did and she remembered everything perfectly. But the boy immediately grabbed the contract in his hand, telling her to look at it again. Joshua began to read it personally, telling her that she must personally take them to the Horatius family and arrange a meeting with their new guardian. The boy said that they had not met him yet, and therefore the contract was not honored, and she would not receive the promised 1,000,000 gold pieces. Eugenia tried to reply that their guardian was now their grandmother, but the boy continued to loudly resent her, shouting out that she herself had said something that nothing had been decided yet. From such shock and excitement with anger, Joshua could have already cried himself. He wanted to keep proving Eugenia wrong, but he was already stammering himself. The only thing Joshua firmly told Eugenia, who by then had already gotten up from her chair, was that she was their guardian. The heroine in the story prepared to comfort the children with something. But the heroine still did not dare to say anything. She realizes that the children reacted too aggressively, which makes her very sad. Remembering the very ring that Joshua gave her, she recalls that it also turned out to be fake, so it does not carry any important value. Looking at the children, the girl decided that now she will not change anything. The heroine decided that everything should go its way, albeit a little unpleasant. To the surprise of the children, Eugenia told them that she understood their words in anger, which surprised Joshua with Sally. Wanting to get closer to the children after the conflict, Eugenia told them that that was enough talking for today, and then suggested that they postpone this conversation until tomorrow. The children are still in shock at the sudden kindness of their sister. It turns out that Eugenia was touching Joshua's hands, affectionately telling them that it was already time for them to sleep, because it was already night and too late. But the sad news stayed in Joshua's and Sally's minds, and they just settled down, saddened by the sadness. Eventually, the children agreed with the words of their temporary guardian, after which the lights in their room went out, and the palace was plunged into the darkness of night, where only the full moon shone. Eugenia put the children to bed and was about to leave, but then she was called by Sally, who addressed her, calling her sister. As it turned out, the girl wanted to ask the main character not to leave until she herself fell asleep, because she would cry. Eugenia replied that of course she would be by her side. But Joshua did not sleep either. He got out of bed, asking Eugenia not to leave them until he himself was of age. The heroine inquired why exactly until that age. The boy shyly replied that he wanted to grow up quickly and provide a normal, rich life for her. Eugenia reveled in this, which was evident on her face. The heroine smilingly replied that in that case he should go to bed now, but the boy continued to reply that he was not lying to her at all. And only after that Eugenia was able to leave the children's room, closing the door behind her and exhaling in exhaustion. Sighing tiredly, Eugenia said in a voice that she had made this decision just for them. Thinking of the bunch of aristocrats that might be in this house, Eugenia realizes that if the children continue to associate with her, their reputation might fall since they are in contact with a commoner. Imagining herself with the children, Eugenia also realizes that she is wanted in the Duchy of Hallant. And remembering herself on the wanted sheet, the heroine of the Manhwa realizes that it doesn't concern Ace's empire, but it might become a topic of gossip later. Sighing sadly, Eugenia realizes at the same time that she has never once regretted being their guardian, and she has never once held a grudge against them. Slapping herself on the cheeks, the heroine thinks that she is an adult after all, so she can take care of herself, which is not the case with Shusha and Sally. Motivated, the girl clenched her hands into fists and realized that she could handle anything, and moreover, she had a lot to learn. Looking out the window, the girl thought it would be a good idea for her to open a herbal shop, as Enrik had told her earlier that she could easily become an apothecary. Looking at the moon from the window, Eugenia decided that next time she would be more sincere with the children. Remembering how Joshua and Sally used to draw cutely on the bed, the heroine of the story realizes that although they are small, they are still her friends, and they will surely understand her. The next day, Enrik was already being kept up with by his ward named Elvery, who was asking him when he would give him a vacation. Elvery tried to justify his words by saying that he was giving him a very hard job, and he would not give him a day off on the contrary. But Enrik remained silent. While Elvery was telling Enrik that he didn't even have any business, Enrik himself was looking out the window and thinking about why he didn't see Eugenia in it, since she didn't even have any business right now. But it wasn't until Enrik continued to stare wistfully out the window that Elvery wondered to his boss if he was even listening to him. But when the maid Leia asked to come into the room, Enrik immediately reacted by draping the window and telling her to come in. Elvery realized that he had heard him all along, just ignored him. It turns out the maid came in with a sheet that she asked Enrik to sign. The Duke immediately sat down, about to do so. But after reading the sheet, Enrik asked the maid why someone decided to quit. Leia replied that she first delivered it to the mistress, but then she asked to get a signature from Enrik as well. Reading the sheet carefully, the maid went on to say that the mistress made such a decision because it was the same miss who brought the children to the mansion who wanted to quit. Looking at the maid, Enrik asked her if she had written it herself. Leia replied that it was exactly as he said. Understanding everything, Enrik put the sheet back in the envelope and suddenly said that he would put it aside for now. Maid Leia was surprised, looking at Enrik with shocked eyes along with Elvery. Angry at his subordinates, Enrik briefly said that he would deal with it himself. Leia and Elvery immediately understood everything and bowed, already saying that they needed to go about their business. After that, Enrik's maid and ward left his office, closing the door behind them, leaving him alone. The knight remained seated at his desk, looking at the mysterious letter and wondering why Eugenia had so abruptly tendered her resignation. With anger, Enrik clenched the sheet in his fist, wondering in his voice who made her make such a sudden decision. The man seriously wondered about it, for he realizes that she could have simply asked to be transferred to another position, but here she did it anyway. Placing a hand on his face, the Enrik suddenly wondered why he cared so much. After all, her leaving shouldn't even concern her. Nodding his eyes at something, Enrik suddenly realized he had a massive headache. Remembering the medicine, Enrik looked at the empty jar that used to contain mint. He recalled that the heroine had given it to him then when she found out he had insomnia. Holding the cork of the jar with his fingers, Enrik realizes that no one has ever cared for him as much as the protagonist herself. Thinking back to the Duke and Duchess past, Enrik realizes that his personal condition has always been ignored, not taken as important. Because of this, he realizes that his misery and loneliness have dulled over time, but now things are a little different. Enrik realizes that Eugenia still thinks of him, despite all the difficulties and the fact that they have known each other so recently. As he ponders what he really wants to do to her, Enrik decides to take the letter of resignation with him and put it aside until everything is clear to him. Reflecting on Eugenia, Enrik realizes that he simply must not miss her this time. After a while, Eugenia was still given a vacation instead of dismissal. She was strolling through the garden, thinking about what she would buy at the market for mint leaves and snacks to give to the children. But then Eugenia was interrupted from these thoughts by someone who asked her where she was going. Eugenia turned around in shock, not realizing where the voice was coming from. But the guy gave her a clue, telling her that he was upstairs. And the heroine of the manhwa noticed her acquaintance on the branch of a tree, Xian. She immediately told him to get down as it was very dangerous to her health. Xian smiled, as if he had been waiting for Eugenia for this moment on purpose. His smile was very sweet and friendly, as he himself is for the heroine. He asked the girl if she was worried about him. After that, Xian immediately came down from the tree right in front of Eugenia, telling her that he wanted to see her badly, and this is what happened. In response to the girl's question about whether he definitely wanted to meet her, the charismatic blonde replied that he did, after which he affectionately took the manhwa heroine's braid in his palm. As if kissing or smelling the girl's hair, Xian looked Eugenia in the eyes and asked how she was doing. Eugenia was surprised and embarrassed by the guy's mannerisms. Xian actually inhaled the scent of the main character's hair, while at the same time as if kissing it. Eugenia had expected courtesy from Xian, but there was definitely no such thing. Tipping back from the blonde man, Eugenia told the guy that she was doing well, and they really hadn't seen each other for a long time, and it was hard to do since she knew that Xian was very busy at work. But to this, Xian replied cryptically that he didn't have such a hard job to hide. Eugenia didn't even understand the blonde man's words, so she asked again about it. Trying to guess for herself, Eugenia asked that maybe he had made a mistake in his work, and now Enrik was looking for him. But Xian replied that this was certainly not the case and asked the girl if she believed him. However, noticing the fact that Eugenia was in a hurry somewhere, Xian asked the girl where she was in such a hurry. Eugenia replied that it was her day off, so she was going to go to the market. Hearing this interesting thing, Xian immediately asked the protagonist of the story if he could go with her then. Eugenia replied that buying medicines is a boring activity, and besides, Xian should be hiding, not showing himself to everyone in plain sight. But the guy replied that if he went away for a while, nothing bad would happen, and besides, according to him, he knows how to hide. Remembering the very first meeting with Eugenia when he had an annoying and deceitful salesman, Xian said that he doesn't want to make the same mistake that happened last time. Besides, Xian thinks that he can learn more medicinal herbs from Eugenia. The protagonist of the manhwa was touched by this. She realized that Xian still feels guilty for what happened then and is probably a little ashamed of her. Realizing this, Eugenia smiled sweetly at Xian, saying that in that case they would go to the market together and she would tell him about different medicinal herbs. But first, Eugenia said that he needed to change his clothes so that he wouldn't be exposed. Xian got very excited at Eugenia's words, telling her that he will study hard and will not let her down anywhere. The protagonist was surprised by this because, according to her, she is not even a teacher for him. After that, Xian ran to the palace, shouting to Eugenia that now he will go to change his clothes, and after that they will go to the market. The heroine said that she would wait for him. After Xian put on a dark, hidden cape, the couple went to the market. There, Eugenia told him about different herbs and their uses, which was very interesting to the blonde man. In addition to the medicinal herbs, Cheyenne and Eugenia picked out many different snacks for Joshua and Sally, talking about how the kids would really enjoy them. Eventually, by the end of the day, Cheyenne and the main character of the story were on their way back to the palace, having bought all sorts of things for the children, themselves, and others. They had a lot of fun and went home with a smile. Cheyenne and Eugenia came to a dark place where the red light of the sunset was falling from the windows. The blonde man thanked the girl for such an adventure, saying that he had a lot of fun and had a good time. The heroine replied that he shouldn't thank her. Also, Cheyenne said that in that case he would go about his business as Enrik, the head butler, is probably already looking for him. Eugenia advised him to be careful so that no one would recognize the fact that he had shirked his work. But Cheyenne turned to the protagonist of the story and, with a wink and a smile, suggested that she go on some other date. Eugenia stammered at the words of her new friend, not knowing what to say. She only agreed with his words, while showing surprise and incomprehension on her face. After the cheerful and smiling blonde did leave, Eugenia did her work in the dining room, pondering Cheyenne's words. What kind of date was he telling her about? Making a special medicine for Enrik, the protagonist didn't fully understand. Did they really just go on a date, or was Cheyenne just joking around? Heading towards the stables, Eugenia still accepted the idea that Mr. Cheyenne was just a big joke and nothing more, and right now she should take the peppermint to Enrik. The girl had already passed by all sorts of horses in the stables, but she couldn't find the black one. The black horse is Enrik's horse, as he told her earlier. But it didn't take long to find it. Eugenia noticed a black horse that was also looking at her. It was well-groomed, well-fed, and calm in a pleasant environment. The girl decided not to hesitate, and after telling the horse that it looked exactly like its master, she sat down near the hay, thinking where to hide the basket with peppermint for Enrik. Eugenia decided to leave the peppermint in the haystack after all. She wanted to give it away after aging it for 1 month, but she realized in time that she didn't have time for that, so she made it in a day. The girl already wanted to get up and go back, but she didn't even realize that there was already someone behind her, and it was he who would make Eugenia not leave AK quickly. Only for a moment, when she felt herself bumping into something behind her that wasn't there before, Eugenia cried out in fright, realizing that someone was already standing behind her. Eugenia turned around in a flash, simultaneously asking the stranger who it was. But having noticed a dark cape on the stranger, the heroine realized that she had already seen it somewhere. As a result, the heroine of the story was already falling in the hay from fright, remembering that this cape was only worn by Mr. Cheyenne, perhaps just a few minutes ago. As expected, Eugenia fell into the hay while the stranger just continued to stand behind her, doing nothing. He was actually quite surprised at the girl's reaction and how she was scared half to death of him. Quickly getting up from the hay, Eugenia was indignantly telling the mysterious stranger about why he was still wearing the cape, and he really scared her a lot. The man, meanwhile, was already helping her up, but the heroine mistakenly assumed it was Cheyenne. Only then the stranger removed the cape from his head, and Eugenia noticed in front of her not Cheyenne, but Mr. Enrik. Thinking it was the blonde man, the heroine already wanted to ask him why he was hiding, but Enrik didn't understand her, interrogating her about it. Eugenia hadn't even recovered from the shock and fright yet, and Enrik had already started to remove the hay from her face, which had gotten caught in her hair and face as she fell into it. This greatly embarrassed the protagonist. Realizing what stood before her and how she had behaved in front of the aristocrat, Eugenia immediately bowed low to Enrik, apologizing for her indecent behavior. The girl said she was frightened as she did not notice him and did not recognize him immediately. Enrik immediately asked Eugenia a question, saying that she would not have been frightened if it had not been him. The girl answered that, of course, it was not so, but in fact she was mistaken because of the similar color of Enrik's and Cheyenne's capes. Also, Enrik, apparently guessing something, wanted to ask Eugenia if it meant that she wouldn't be scared if someone else was there instead of him, but he never finished his thought because the heroine of the story interrupted him. In the end, the Enrik simply decided to tell the girl not to do for others what she could not do for herself. Eugenia obeyed the lord, bowing to him again. After a slightly uncomfortable moment, Enrik, grabbing his head as if it was hurting, asked Eugenia if she had any free time tomorrow. The gentleman said at once that if she did, he would wait for her at the cafe in the square at 11 o'clock. Eugenia immediately thought about the suspicious offer from Enrik, telling him that she would be working at that time. But the gentleman also had words for it. He said that in that case he would pass her errands to someone else through the senior maid, and she should take advantage of it. In the end, the girl decided to just bow to the Lord once more, agreeing with his words. But then she remembered something that caused her to address Enrik by name. Kneeling down and taking out her medicine basket from the hay, Eugenia said that since he was here, he should take this. The knight asked the heroine of the story what it was. Placing the basket in Enrik's hands, the girl answered him that it was the peppermint oil he had asked her to make. The lad, of course, thanked Eugenia for it, after which he asked why she had made it in such large quantities. A little embarrassed and touching herself by her braid, Eugenia replied that she doesn't see him often, so she made a lot of peppermint for one time. Enrik was silent in response. He seemed to want to say something to Eugenia, but quickly changed his mind, just piercing the heroine with his strong gaze. It turns out that was all Enrik wanted to say to Eugenia. He turned around and was about to leave the stable and the heroine before reminding her not to forget about their meeting tomorrow. Eugenia saw the gentleman off with a look, also telling him that they would meet tomorrow at a cafe near the square. The next day, when the protagonist of the manhwa already appeared near the appointed meeting place, she was very tired and lethargic, thinking about the fact that she hadn't gotten enough sleep, because she hadn't even managed to sleep at night. She had been thinking all night about why Enrik had decided to organize a meeting with her outside the palace. She leaned her head tiredly against the window of the cafeteria, wondering if Enrik wanted to talk about the search for the Duchy of Halland or the children, or if it was because of yesterday's sudden meeting. Passers-by marveled at the tired lady in the street, and one boy even pointed a finger at Eugenia, saying that this aunt was saying hello to the wall. Having drowned out all her worries and exhaled, Eugenia still decided to enter the coffee shop, prepared for literally any difficult conversation with Enrik. Eugenia was immediately approached by a nice waitress, who noticed that the heroine came alone, and then said that in this case will lead her to a free table. The heroine did not object much. Polite Eugenia wanted to warn the girl that she did not come alone, and her guest would also soon appear, but at that moment he was already behind her back. Enrik angrily said that there were two of them. While the protagonist of the story was once again surprised by Enrik's unexpected appearances, the gentleman himself handed the waitress a coin and asked her to lead them to the quietest set in the cafeteria. The waitress immediately accepted the gift from the gentleman, then said that she would escort them right away. Looking closely at Enrik, Eugenia realized that she herself did not even recognize him, as he normally does not wear suits, but at the same time she realizes that it suits him very well. Noticing that his girlfriend slowed down a bit, Enrik extended his hand to her and told her to follow him, after which they will start the promised conversation in a quiet place. Eugenia immediately caught up, holding out her hand to Enrik and moving closer to him so that she wouldn't fall behind anywhere else due to different thoughts. A few minutes later, the pair sat down at a cozy table, in a place that was truly very quiet. Enrik immediately started the conversation with the fact that she had submitted her resignation letter, already about to show it to her girlfriend. Holding out a crumpled piece of paper to the girl, Enrik also asked Eugenia if she had written it. The heroine of the story replied that it was indeed her handiwork, and she was actually giving it to the head maid. However, the girl was only interested in why her resignation letter was so crumpled. When she herself could not understand what was the matter, Enrik awkwardly looked away, because it was he who, in a fit of anger, had clenched it earlier in his fist. Looking at Enrik again, the protagonist replied that it was her who had written it anyway, and the girl truly wanted to quit on her own. Enrik asked her why she wanted to do that, because she would never find a better job than here. Touching her cup of tea with her hand, Eugenia replied that she agreed with Enrik about Gerasius's house being a wonderful place, but she had already delivered both of her children to him, and so she wanted to start a new life. Enrik seemed a little surprised at the girl's words. He leaned forward towards her and asked her again if that was really what she wanted to do. Enrik also said that he hadn't even thought about her leaving the children here, and herself would go to find a new life for herself before doing so, removing the burden in the form of children. To this, the indignant heroine replied at once that she had never considered two children exactly her own heavy burden. Drinking tea, Eugenia also told Enrique that he saw everything from the outside, and it is he who should understand the whole situation. But to her surprise, he says such words without knowing the whole reason. The girl asks him a question what he wants to tell her. But in response to this, Enrik only calmly said that it was she who turned his life upside down, and that is why he will not let her leave so easily and start a new life. Mr. Enrik's words made Eugenia not just surprised, but amazed, to the extent that she spit out the tea from her mouth that she had been calmly drinking earlier. The shocked lady who had tea pouring out of her mouth looked at Enrik in surprise, not understanding anything and asking him what he meant to tell her by that and what exactly she had done. Covering her face with her hand from the other guests, Eugenia shocked and indignantly told Enrik that everyone was looking at them, then asked him to simply say that he had misspoken and meant the wrong thing. However, the gentleman continued to drink his tea calmly. He said that no matter how sad it all was, all his words were true, and Eugenia had really turned his life around. It turns out that all the guests around perfectly heard the conversation between Eugenia and Enrik. They began to whisper that the heroine is just playing with him, and they have long had children, but Eugenia, hearing this, got up from her seat and looked at them indignantly. Screaming with shock almost to the entire cafe, Eugenia asked Enrik what she was saying to her. It seems that from the scream of the protagonist, even the birds around flew away from there in fear. And while the heroine and Enrik were talking about various topics, Elvery was working hard on signing various documents, thinking about where his boss, Enrik, who has to fulfill all this, disappeared. At this time, an indignant Eugenia rose from her chair and menacingly asked the Lord why he was doing this to Nick. To this, Enrik replied briefly that he didn't know why she wanted to leave. Gesturing with his hand, Enrik questioned the girl. Mole, if she wants to start a new life, then this place is surely not in her plans for a happy life. Eugenia lowered her head and tried to tell Enrik that wasn't even the point, but sadness quickly silenced her. Imagining the way she was already leaving the palace, holding a suitcase of belongings in her hand, Eugenia confessed to Enrik that she didn't want to be rushed into making a choice, and she simultaneously didn't want to regret the choice she had made herself. So the protagonist, looking at the gentleman with whom she has lived a lot, asked him to give her more time to think before making a decision. Enrik said he realized what the snag was. Tilting his head down a little as if apologizing, Enrik apologized to the heroine of the story for not considering it sooner, and Eugenia replied that it was no big deal. Looking into the cup of her tea, which was a rich red color, Eugenia admitted to her interlocutor that despite all this, she accepts his proposal. Looking at Enrik with a smile that seemed to light up the whole room, Eugenia told him that she accepted his offer and that she would think about whether to stay here or leave. The smile of her interlocutor seemed to hit Enrik in the heart. He looked at her with surprise and enthusiasm, as if something had blossomed in his soul again, and now he would not have so much anxiety about it. Folding his hands on the table, Enrik told Eugenia that her thoughts were also quite good, but he forgot to tell her one more thing. The intrigue in the silence further interested the curious Eugenia. Looking at the window, which had many different decorations and patterns, Enrik asked the protagonist of the manhwa if she had made this decision just because of the children. Eugenia didn't even know what to answer at first. In the end, the girl decided to just keep silent, turning away from the Lord. Enrik said that in such a case he understood everything, but he also admitted to the girl that with this she would not be able to solve everything. Putting his elbows on the table, Enrik told the protagonist that although he and her mother had ordered her to accept the position of a maid with Joshua and Sally, it didn't mean that she had to be a regular servant for them. Also, Enrik said that Eugenia would be with them and she could go with them anytime to relax. No barriers would appear between them and they could laugh and have fun together. Because of this, Eugenia imagined how happy she would then be with Shushu and Sally. Looking at his companion, Enrik admitted that this was what the children would want, but it was also what he would want. Eugenia was surprised by this and paid special attention to it. Enrik even looked at her with a smile and asked her if she even knew about it. Enrik San's eyes quickly matched the wave of calm conversation. The excited and embarrassed Eugenia smiled at Enrik's smile and replied that she would definitely pay special attention to it, to which the knight calmly replied that it was for the best. The protagonist also decided to ask Enrik if that was why he called her, and if he was too busy with his work to arrange such meetings. Enrik replied that he really wasn't too busy, but it was really only because of Elvery. The dreamy girl replied to her interlocutor, "Mole knows that's not true, as she heard that all the relatives want to meet him all the time." Placing his palm on his face, the Enrik said that it is true, and they always give him more tasks once he has completed all the old ones. They are so annoying, according to the Lord, they are willing to annoy him for the rest of his life. Eugenia was a little surprised at such words, so she told Enrik that he is trying hard. In addition, Enrik confessed to Eugenia that spending time with her was the only good option to get away from it all. The main character thanked the knight for the compliment, saying that he appreciates her very highly. Also, the girl said that she forgot to give him something. After these words, the main heroine of the story handed Enrik a card, a kind of pass, which all this time allowed her to walk safely through the streets. Eugenia said that thanks to it, she felt reassured. The master said he was glad she had helped her. Enrik looked at the card carefully, realizing that it was far from the kind of thing to give to anyone. But for Eugenia's sake, he decided to go for it. In fact, this card is only given to Shaitan, a shadowy unit in direct subordination to Emperor Isa, and gives some important privileges, thanks to which Eugenia has not been touched by anyone all this time. This card is so powerful and valuable that even if its owner commits some serious crime, he will not be prosecuted because he has it. It seems that Enrik already used this privilege, removing unnecessary people on his way, and during important missions for the Emperor. And only thanks to this card, Enrik and Eugenia were able to pass through the gate. When they first got into the Ice Empire, the guards didn't even have any questions for them when Enrik showed them his card. But as it turned out, Eugenia had never used it yet, because if she had shown the card to anyone even once, they would have known her location immediately. But that never happened. However, since he already knows that Eugenia is safe, the card is no longer needed, and so he hides the card in his suit, asking Eugenia how their stone tower, which she built under a tree on their last meeting, is doing. To this, the protagonist calmly and mysteriously replied that it had become just a memory. Enrik became curious and asked Eugenia what she meant. Eugenia replied that they had built this tower and made a wish, and now they had met again. The girl explained that the wish had come true, and now they could look back on it as a good memory. Enrik seemed to like the way Eugenia thought. He was pleased by the fact that she still hadn't forgotten anything, but rather remembered everything in detail and seemed to think about it often. As he continued to sit in the coffee shop in the company of the protagonist of the story, Enrik realized that it sounded worse in his mind than it actually turned out to be, and he was comfortable with Eugenia's positive thinking. After her strange and cozy encounter with Enrik, Eugenia strolled through the market when it was already quite dark and thought about how things had come to this. Walking through the dark market where there were quite a lot of people, the girl thought that she just wanted to help Eileen, but smiling as she remembered the children, she understands them, because after so many hardships, they got attached to her and wanted to stay with her forever. The girl confessed in her voice that she was actually pleased when the children asked her not to leave them. However, if everything is clear to her with the children, then how did she hook the Duke? This question made Eugenia stop and think hard and ponder over it. It was at this point that it came to her. Just from the mere thought that Enrik seemed to feel something for her, Eugenia was already starting to worry. The girl decided not to make hasty conclusions, but at the same time she began to actively wave her hands to force herself not to make hasty conclusions, having been alone for the first time. Such strange behavior of Eugenia immediately attracted the attention of passers-by. Deciding to rest at least for one evening, Eugenia decided to boldly burst into one of the bars and shouted to the bartender that he urgently poured her a beer. The protagonist that she should not just rest, but properly drunk. Carefully examining the tables around, the protagonist of the story realizes that there are quite a lot of people today, and perhaps it's because it's already evening. But this will not prevent her from having a good rest. However, the attention of the protagonist was quickly attracted by one cute girl who excitedly told someone a huge amount of salt in the food, and she is insanely happy about it. Eugenia immediately recognized the girl as a worker in the house of Horatia. She was cheerfully telling her friend how a certain young gentleman was greased because of the fact that his family was ruined, and she also thinks that he behaves too arrogantly. It turns out that the girl was talking about Joshua. The main character kept listening to their conversation. She was already picking up a beer when her friend asked her what she would do if she was overheard. But the girls continued laughing and having fun, answering each other that everything was fine and no one would look at her at all, as they would think she was too young. To this, the interlocutor once again asked the girl if he was pushed out hard too, or not. Waving her hands at the interlocutor, the employee of the House of Juracia replied that it was much more interesting. But then the words of this girl made Eugenia silently angry with shock. She said that those two never leave their guest room, and she even wondered where they even came from. The girl already wanted to tell her friend new details of her work, but she did not even suspect what Eugenia already wanted to take action against her. Suddenly, for both gossip girls, Eugenia dared to put a cup of her beer right in front of them, making them stop talking and get scared at the same second. Both girls, not understanding anything, got up from their seats, asking a bunch of questions, but the main character of the story had already menacingly told them that she had heard their conversation perfectly well. Angrily looking at the girl who let herself talk too much, Eugenia threatened her that she would memorize her face in case of anything. Immediately after that, Eugenia began to leave the bar, but that girl did not think so easy to give up. He shouted after her that she does not even know who they are, and she also asked her what it all means. But from Eugenia seemed to emanate a dark aura of anger. She clenched her fist, continued to walk away, trying to restrain herself not to do too much. All this time, the girl had been walking to the palace of Herodias to see the children. She quickly showed up outside their door, knocking on it twice. Joshua answered Eugenia to come in, while he himself lay with his sister on the bed and wrote something in a notebook, also eating cookies. When the protagonist entered the room, the children were immediately surprised by her arrival. Asking what was the matter, the girl replied that she just wanted to know how they were doing. But suddenly the girl noticed on the table near them food, which no one had touched. Asking Joshua and Sally why they didn't eat, Eugenia got an answer from them that they had no appetite. Joshua also turned to his sister, asking her if everything was as he said. Selmia also replied that she confirmed her brother's words, saying that they had no appetite today. To Eugenia's questions, the girl again replied that everything was as she said, adding that she had no appetite for meat today either. The girl said this with a smile, which was a little strange. Remembering the conversation between the two friends in the bar and looking at how Sally and Joshua are trying to hide something from her, Eugenia realized that there is definitely something wrong in this situation, and it alarmed her. The protagonist immediately approached the children's food, intending to do something with it. This behavior of the girl frightened Joshua and Sally, and they could not understand what she wanted to do. Realizing that the main character would probably try to taste their food, which was probably poisoned by someone, Joshua reached out to her and shouted at her not to do that. But it was too late. Eugenia was already reaching out a piece of steak from the plate to her mouth to taste it and see her further condition. And when the heroine only tasted the food that the servants brought to the children, she immediately felt bad. The steak was not tasty and disgusting at all, which made her barely chew it in her mouth. The girl doesn't understand what such a thing these girls gave to the children. Trying not to fall down from what she had just eaten, Eugenia asked the kids if that was why they didn't eat these dishes. After the first bite of the horrible steak, her hand began to shake violently. Turning to Joshua and Selmia, Eugenia asks them another question. Is this not the first time this has happened? She shows them her smile, but in truth she is deeply angry at those who did this to the children. The kids, apparently knowing something, lowered their gazes down, whereupon Joshua replied that it was, and he thinks the food was just improperly cooked. Sally agreed with her brother's words, worrying about something. Shushu and Sally's words made Eugenia cringe. She realizes that for a long time someone has been trying to intentionally poison them or make their condition worse by making the food unpalatable. After such an incident, Eugenia realized what she had done to them too irresponsibly. She recalls how she often visited them while she was working to make sure they were asleep. Also, remembering the contract she signed with Joshua, she realizes that she didn't even think about continuing to take care of them personally. The heroine often read this very contract from Joshua, realizing what now binds them together, not just some piece of paper with obligations, but feelings and affection. Going back to the present and thinking about it, the girl realized that because of the worry that she would ever hurt the children, she thought it would be the right decision to live her life holding her breath. but she wouldn't do that anymore. The girl turned to them and said that it looked like it was the cook's mistake, and if they knew the food was bad, they should have made sure to tell her. To this, Joshua said that there was nothing wrong with it, as the food was just cooked wrong. Eugenia, insisting on her point, said that in that case she would go to the kitchen now, asking the children to wait a bit. But this time Sally replied that it was not worth it and she really did not want to eat. The children continued to talk about their own things, with Selmia spreading her hands and telling Eugenia that she wasn't hungry at all, and she shouldn't worry, and Joshua supporting her, telling the heroine that she shouldn't even interfere. But the Manhwa heroine looked at the strange behavior of the children and realized that the problem was even more serious than she really thought. Joshua continued to reassure her that they would handle it themselves, but of course, Eugenia couldn't just let it go. Looking at the children, the girl asked them how she could not worry about it if there was something important they were trying to hide from her. Sally and Joshua remained silent. Wanting to cheer the children up so that they would forget about the problem altogether, Eugenia said in a purposely funny way that it was important because one lives because of food. But Eugenia's strange behavior only surprised the children. They looked at her in shock, not understanding why from a serious parent she turned into someone who is now trying to make them laugh strangely. The heroine continued to amuse the children with herself. She told them that food for children is very important and they should eat a lot, thanks to which they will be healthy and big. Coming to the end, the girl sat down to them and told them once again that therefore they don't need to worry about anything and they should eat well in order to grow properly, and this is the main thing. So Eugenia suggested that the children should entrust it to her as an adult, and then she would try to control everything to the best of her ability. Eugenia said this with a smile, but the children were still sad. Little Joshua, trying to tell the girl his thought, asked her how she could even ask such a thing of them. Continuing his words and raising his head to the heroine of the story, Joshua continued his sentence by saying that, of course they trusted her, as she was the only person deserving of it. Sally added that she had always trusted her, too. The children immediately threw themselves into Eugenie's arms, telling her that she was the one who had not abandoned them despite all the difficulties, and so they would trust her to the end. The heroine became very pleased. She also hugged them, a little surprised by the sudden kindness. Laying her head on the top of Joshua's head, Eugenia lovingly thanked them for loving her, promising that she would come back to them soon. After a difficult conversation with the children, which thankfully ended on a good note, the heroine of the story finally left Shushu and Sally's room, closing the door behind her. Letting her emotions spill out, Eugenia, with tears in her eyes, could not understand one thing. How could they treat her children like that, especially after what they had gone through to get here? But at the same time, the girl told herself to calm down, realizing that since she was a simple maid and not an aristocrat, she would not be able to solve this problem on her own. Remembering Jacqueline, Eugenia realizes that if she reports this to anyone, there must be some limit to the punishment. She ponders that perhaps the mistress can only give a warning due to the fact that the development meeting isn't over yet, and then the likelihood of it being stopped would increase. Taking up the waiter cart on which she placed the very steak that was being cooked for the children, Eugenia realizes that she has only one option and she is going to take it, putting an end to this problem. Having gained the motivation to avenge her children, Eugenia is already ready to take action, through which she will find and punish those who so eagerly wanted to poison her children. But the motivated lady in the corridor was noticed by Mr. Elvery, who looked out of the room, apparently having heard strange noises. He immediately noticed Eugenia, already wanting to say hello to her. Walking closer to the girl, he greeted Eugenia, telling her that they couldn't see each other earlier, as he had a lot of things to do. Elvery then asked the heroine what she was doing here, as there was a meeting going on right now. Eugenia greeted him too, saying that it looked like she had come just in time. Elvery was immediately interested in her words, asking what she was talking about. The heroine couldn't tell right away, not even knowing how to explain everything to him. The lamp continued to burn in the corridor, and Eugenia still did not dare to tell Elvery the reason for her words. The subordinate asked her again, thinking that she had not heard. Elvery got angry because he realized that in Eugenia's silence lies something terrible. He once again menacingly asked her what had happened, from what she was worried. In the end, the guy decided not to bother the worried Eugenia with unnecessary questions. He was about to enter the office, asking her to wait. The heroine of the story thanked him for the fact that he understood everything and helped her. On the other side of the door was a long white table, at which many guests were already sitting. Chief among them was Duke Enrik, with Sandrik next to him and Elvery approaching. Moving closer to his lord, Elvery asked Enrik to apologize for interrupting him from an important matter, but the lord answered nothing, simply looking at him. Leaning over to Enrik, Elvery quietly whispered to him something related to Eugenia. The gentleman immediately said he understood his words, bending to announce something to the guests. After all the guests turned their attention to the head of the house, Enrik loudly announced to everyone that they would stop there, for they all knew very well that members of the Keratin family were also staying in his house. Some lady said to Enrik's words that a terrible tragedy had indeed happened to them, but also sitting across from her was another house guest who had previously arrived at the house with his family. Folding his hands, he was clearly showing that he was dissatisfied with something. Mr. Enrik then asked the maid to come in, and Eugenia entered the hall, already carrying a cart of food to the guests, and thanking the master of the house for allowing her to enter. Stopping in front of everyone, the heroine of the story bowed to the guests, saying that her name was Eugenia, and she was a maid who worked in the house of Cheriton. The girl said that she had something to tell them. From the words of the heroine, the guest in red was surprised, saying that in his opinion, absolutely all the Keratins died. The guest next to him replied to him that as it appears that is far from the case. The man in red would have continued discussing the Keratons with the lady next to him if Enrik hadn't asked all the guests to keep quiet for Eugenia. All of the aristocrats quickly fell silent. After everyone had fallen silent, the Manhwa heroine bowed and said that she had checked young Master Joshua and Mistress Selmia's food and found that the steak was incredibly salty and the potatoes were not cooked at all. As she gazed at the food that was brought out for the aristocrats and guests, delicious and satisfying, the heroine confessed that she had come here because she didn't understand how the employees of the Duke's house, who cared for the children, could make such a grave mistake. But the aristocrat in red continued to be indignant. He asked Eugenia what this had to do with them, and what they could do in this case if she said such a thing. The aristocrat also rudely said that if it didn't concern them, they shouldn't barge into an important meeting so rudely and tell everyone. The remark from the nobleman made the heroine lower her head in shame and sadness. Still with her head still lowered, a sad Eugenia tried to explain everything to the nobles, starting with the fact that the Keratin family was an honorable marquis family in the Duchy of Halland. Eugenia went on to say that the two children of this family had received an invitation from the noble duchess, Lady Jacqueline Duracia, and were guests in the Duke's house. But one noble lady interrupted the girl, indignantly asking her what the outcome of what she was saying was. Clutching her dress of awkwardness, the heroine of the story wanted to say that they had such a problem, but no one even wanted to listen to her, which she felt according to the guests. But then Enrik decided to intervene in the conversation. For him, it turned out to be really important, and he said that therefore, being the head of the family, he should be responsible for the family Duracia. While Eugenia looked in shock at her savior, who made all the aristocrats listen to this problem, Enrik himself asked the guests if he was right in his words. In response, a red-clothed aristocrat stood up and wanted to object to Enrik, but the lord himself immediately interrupted him, saying that this was a problem that needed to be solved here and now. At that moment, the head butler was already laying before Enrik the very inedible steak that had been given to the children. The guests were greatly surprised by the courage of the lord of the house. He was already pulling a large piece of steak into his mouth to make sure that Eugenia was not lying and it was really oversalted. The aristocrats watched Enrik's actions with their mouths open, waiting to see what he had to say about the dish. After the lord tasted it, he said that it was indeed like that. Rubbing his mouth after tasting the meat, Mr. Enrik angrily said that this steak was absolutely inedible, and he was disgraceful as the head of the family since the control from their side was loose. Enrik also told all the guests that he himself would personally and formally apologize to the Cheriton children for such rudeness, after which he asked the guests if they had any objections. All the aristocrats replied that there were no complaints. After that, Mr. Enrik also told the head butler Sandrik to immediately help Miss Eugenia to find everyone involved. The butler said that he would do so immediately, after which he also asked the gentlemen how they should be dealt with. Looking at Sandrick, the lord of the house briefly said that they would be the ones to leave it to the victims, and they would be the ones to decide what should be done to those who did such a thing to them. Sandrick the butler had already left to run errands, and Enrik also approached Eugenia as well, telling her that it would be best if she told all the twins about it. The heroine of the story was a little surprised, but immediately said she would do it. Thanking the gentleman and just her acquaintance for his help, Eugenia bowed to him, saying thank you. To this, the brunette briefly replied that everything was fine and he understood everything, after which he told her to go. Already leaving the important meeting, Eugenia once again thanked not only Enrik, but also the guests, telling them that she was very grateful that they had given her at least a share of their attention. After a while, Jacqueline Jeracia also learned of the incident and found herself incredibly angry with her maids. She threw the cup to the floor in a rage, causing it to shatter, which frightened the maids. Jacqueline Jeracia made all the maids line up and then asked them how they could do such a thing, since Joshua and Sally were not even 10 years old. She asked them a rhetorical question, saying if they were really the Jeracia men she was so proud of. Receiving silence in response, Jacqueline only blurted out that she wouldn't just let it go. She pounded the table with her fist and loudly asked the maids who had dared to do this. The maids twitched with fright, but none of them confessed to what they had done. But at this time, Eugenia was already recognizing the one who had arranged it all. She found among the maids the same girl who had discussed Shushu and Selly's humiliation right beside her at the bar. Eugenia frowned her eyes, scrutinizing the traitorous girl who was still standing there silent instead of admitting her guilt, while Jacqueline was yelling at everyone that she would find everyone who was even slightly involved. The brown-haired girl, along with her friend, who are the culprits of everything, only remained silent, bowing their heads. Meanwhile, the heroine of the story has already managed to find among the girls those who are truly guilty of everything. At this time, Jacqueline successfully asked Eugenia if she knew which one of them did it. Mrs. Jacqueline waved her hand and showed Eugenia, at the request of the head of the family, to find those responsible for what had happened. The girl bowed her head before the mistress, already about to carry out the order. At the same time, the culprit of the whole situation herself was already beginning to worry. She remembered the words of Eugenia, who was with her bar. Then she told her that she would definitely remember her face. It was this that alarmed the girl to the point of horror. The culprit from under her eyebrows glanced at Eugenia, who was already approaching her, and told her that they had met again. Closely approaching the girl, the protagonist strictly asked her to immediately give her name and position. Looking at her face, the culprit realized that Eugenia was the one she had seen in the bar yesterday. Surprised that she also worked at the house of Jeracia just like her, the girl excitedly replied that her name was N, and she was in charge of delivering food from the main building and preparing the guest rooms. Furious about the whole situation, N shouted at Eugenia, saying where is the proof that she did it? After all, she is just an ordinary girl who was delivering food that day. Eugenia calmly replied that in that case she could do something else if she didn't admit her guilt. The words of the confident Eugenia seriously frightened Anne. The girl started talking about how in that case she could tell Jacqueline to punish all the workers witnessed who were responsible for the guest bedrooms in the annexa. In response to this, all the maids were outraged about this, saying that it was unfair, but the protagonist only added that in any case, if they were not at fault, then one of their co-workers, including the cook, should be at fault. Immediately after these words of the Manhwa heroine, an alarmed palace chef burst into the room and immediately shouted that he wasn't pulling any shenanigans with the food. Moving closer to Eugenia, the chef proceeded to say that the food had been purchased from the residents' valuable taxes, and he was cooking with the pride and honor of the Horatia family. The heroine only said that in such a case, the culprit had also insulted his superior, the chef. Bringing everything to the point that the culprit did confess to what she had done, Eugenia began to press her with her gaze, showing that she knew everything and she would not be able to hide anything. Anne felt Eugenia's certainty that she was the culprit. She was frightened, realizing that she could no longer hide her guilt. Because Eugenia had made it a condition that she would punish everyone if no one confessed, the other maids began to push Anne to confess and take the blame herself. At this point, Anne realized one thing. If she had known that her actions would lead to such magnitude, she would have stayed to serve in the Baron's house, but there was nothing left for her to do but confess, because she would definitely be killed. Having realized everything, Anne fell on her knees in front of Eugenia and began to shout that she should be spared and not to touch others. After all, it was only she alone who did it. But Eugenia didn't think of making important decisions. To begin with, she asked Anne why she had decided to do such a thing. The guilty one answered that she felt sorry for the other members of the family and thought that children didn't belong here. All this time, Mrs. Jacqueline stood and listened to Anne's excuses. At one point, she shouted that she should stop talking nonsense and that she had had enough of it. A furious Miss Jacqueline asked Anne how dare she decide who doesn't belong here, and if she's even forgotten who she serves. Mistress Jeracia wondered how she had the nerve to worry about sideline relatives, and continued to shout to the lady to understand and spare her, but the former Duchess replied that she should kneel not before her, but before her children, Joshua and Selmia. With a wave of her hand, Jacqueline told Anne that it was the children she had bullied and supposedly worried about who would decide her fate and punishment. The mistress then turned away from the delinquent, who was still on her knees. She added that the punishment for her would still be decided by her as well. Towards the end, Mistress Jacqueline looked at everyone and announced that from now on, the maids who were in charge of the guest bedrooms in the annex would work in the laundry room. In response, the maids were indignant, asking Mistress why they too would suffer such punishment, since they had done nothing, and washing and ironing was the lowest job in the house. Waving her hand again, Mrs. Jeracia ordered everyone to be silent and explained that they were all supposed to be watching the children closely, but as Eugenia had said, they were only watching from the sidelines. As she was about to leave the room, Jacqueline said that she would really like to fire everyone, but she couldn't do that now because they were in an important period, and so she would only change their positions. After that, the madam said that if everyone understood, they could get to work. Jacqueline was on her way out of the room, but then she stopped, telling everyone that she forgot to tell them something. As she left the room, accompanied by Eugenia and Sandrick, Jacqueline warned the maids that if the children wanted to dismiss them, she could not interfere with them, and so they had to redeem themselves if they wanted to stay here. Sometime after these events, Eugenia once again spent time with the children. She tasted Selmia's dessert at her own request, calling her her sister. After trying a piece of the dessert, Eugenia even grabbed her head from its incredible taste, while Selmia said that it was really delicious. That's why she gave it to her. The protagonist confessed that their little family was the best in the world, then asked the seated Joshua next to her if she could get him some more tea. The boy drank it from a cup and replied to the heroine that he shouldn't do that, and after that he wanted to say something to her. Looking at the large number of desserts, all of which had an incredible taste, Joshua told the Manhwa heroine thank you, but to this, Eugenia said that she was the one who should apologize as she should have been more attentive. Eugenia then asked the boy what they wanted to do about it to the one who bullied them by making the food unpalatable. To this, Joshua replied that they would follow the grandmother's decision. The boy explained his decision by saying that as long as the heroine is here, she doesn't need anything else. Selly also raised her hand and said that she doesn't care either as long as she works here. Selmia said that it was because Eugenia was finally their personal maid. These words made the heroine pleasantly surprised because it was something she had wanted for a long time. After Selly came to sit on Eugenia's lap, the heroine told the girl that she was insanely happy about it and would now see her more often than before. Watching how happy Selly was now with Joshua, she realized that she should have done this even earlier. Watching the children, Eugenia thought about the fact that then they would have originally had delicious food and warm hospitality. The heroine thinks that she was very foolish for having these looks directed at the children from the people of the Duke's family and was only busy trying to get away as soon as possible. Looking at her cup of tea, the protagonist realized the fact that now she would definitely not leave them and would stay here for a long time. After that, Eugenia put one dish on the table for the children, telling them that she was also very happy to be with them, and since they were together, she asked them to try it. The girl put a delicious-looking dessert on their table, asking the children to try it, adding that the chef had prepared it for them. The children rejoiced at such a surprise, already getting ready to taste it. With such a cozy atmosphere, the children began to argue about whose stomach would burst and who wouldn't. Hearing this, Eugenia laughed, telling them to eat in peace. Meanwhile, in a completely different place, one of the aristocrats was looking out the window and listening to the noise that was coming from the residence because of the joyful children. The man was telling the Baron that there was indeed a great noise coming from that place. To this, the Baron in red said that it was because of the noise of the children nearby that the meeting was first so lively. The noblemen agreed with him, but at this moment, they didn't even realize that the head of the family was walking towards them. The one whose foot proudly entered the room appeared in front of the arrogant Baron. A strong voice said that it looked like he was very late if there was such a commotion around. Presenting himself in front of the Baron and the aristocrat, the head of the house suddenly appeared, who was about to sit down at his seat and continue his work. The Baron immediately picked up, rising from his seat and greeting the Duke, which his wife next to him did, curtsying. Sitting down at his throne, Enrik also told the others to sit down, saying that today they would not talk about themselves, but about the children who were staying at the residence of Horatius. After everyone had gathered, the head of the house reminded everyone that they had a problem with food for the children a few days ago, but that wasn't what he wanted to inform them all about now. Remembering Joshua and Sally, who had gone through a lot just to get to the house of Horatius to meet their grandmother, Enrik prepared himself to tell the aristocrats the big news. Looking as serious as possible, Enrik informed everyone that he intended to recognize Joshua and Selmia from the family of the Marquis of Keraton of the Duchy of Halland as collateral relatives of Duke Juratius's family. Upon hearing such shocking news, the aristocrats immediately rose from their seats, asking Enrik what he was saying and if he wanted to come to his senses. But the reaction of the guests did not frighten the head of the house. He only tipped his foot, saying that he did not understand their reactions, as it was what Mistress Jacqueline herself wanted. The Baron's wife immediately grudgingly said that even though it was the request of the lady herself, they were all against it. Enrik inquired as to why exactly. The Baron himself explained to Duke Enrik that the moment they are recognized as relatives, they can definitely also participate in the development meeting. Watching the reactions of everyone present, Enrik realized that he had expected this, so nothing they said surprised him. Tapping his index finger on the table, Enrik began to ponder diligently about the fact that, in fact, the Marquis of Keraton's clan was on the verge of extinction. Thinking back to the Baron and Joshua's son, Enrik realizes that if Sally and her brother are at the gathering, the relatives will not be happy because there will be more competition for their children. In addition, these children come from Jacqueline's parents' home. Consequently, they are provided with protection and support from the noble lady. It is for this reason that all the aristocrats are against Joshua and Sally becoming full members of the family. Folding his hands, Enrik lowered his gaze and reminded everyone present that these children had been deprived of their parents, and also the knight questioned them, shouldn't their family, as their kin, take custody of them? One of the aristocrats stood up from his seat and said that they needed at least a confirmation that the children of the Keraton family would not be part of the development meeting. But to this, Enrik said that it was up to their doctor. Hearing this, the red-clothed Baron angrily and unhappily stood up from his seat and shouted at Enrik, saying that they had no right to participate in the gathering. On top of that, the Baron dared to shout to Enrik's son that not even a drop of their ancestor Horatius's blood flowed in these children. Some Baron's bold words made Enrik get angry from shock to the point where he was holding back about to not start a conflict. He didn't even think that the aristocrats would react so harshly to his decision. Noticing the silent and angry reaction of the lord of the house, the Baron was startled himself, not knowing what to say next. He looked at Enrik with frightened eyes, waiting for his reaction. Raising his black-gloved hand upwards, Enrik said menacingly that these children were blood relatives of Lady Jacqueline Hannah Juratia, who had been loyal to the Juratia family for many years. Looking at the Baron, who allowed him to say harsh words to his face, Enrik asked him if he questioned this fact, or did not believe it at all. The Baron was surprised at Enrik's anger, but he was not going to say anything, realizing the fact that things will only get worse. He felt that a real enmity was coming between them. But the Baron still wanted to soften the tone of the conversation. He gestured with his hand and wanted to say something to the effect that he didn't mean it, but Enrik interrupted him at once, saying that he didn't need excuses. Holding his pen in his hand, he told everyone present that they all knew very well how much a noble lady devoted herself to her family, but he had one remark. At this moment, Enrik banged his pen on the table, causing everyone present to no longer shout at him, much less make their claims to him. Looking at the table, Enrik exclaimed that the Baron in red, named Molin, denies the blood relationship between Joshua Ron Keratin and Selmia Gina Keratin and claims that they have no right in the family. Looking at everyone present with a smile, Enrik also said that despite this, that he had previously pointed out, Mole, they are related from my mom's side. After that, the knight slyly asked the guests present if that was the case. The guests continued to look at the nobleman and the master of the house, telling him that they were well aware of this, and they had heard how much the noble lady cherished the territory and family. The other lady also said that they had always been grateful to her. Leaning back in his chair, Enrik continued to debate the matter, saying that if they all knew it very well, how dare they talk like that in front of him? Enrik looked angrily at each of the guests and said angrily, how dare they denigrate a noble lady and discuss her rights, which disappointed him greatly. The first to apologize for his behavior was Baron Molin, who rose from his seat and bowed to Enrik, acknowledging that he had spoken rashly and should not have done so. With a wave of his hand, Enrik told him to watch what he said from now on, and also to warn everyone that these conversations would not reach the noble lady, and she would not find out about them. The Baron said he understood. As he continued talking, Enrik admitted that he had not called them today to ask their permission, but to inform them of the decision he had made. The nobles continued to stare at Enrik as he told them that he had made this decision because he was the head of the family, and as for recognizing the Keratin family as a side branch of the Juracia family, he would not consider the opinions of others. The nobles were silent as they looked at each other while Enrik told them that those who disagreed with his decision could leave the meeting at any time. At this point, however, one nobleman decided to speak up. He coughed a little and asked Enrik if he could tell him something. This nobleman turned out to be Baron Molin. He told Enrik that he was basically from the same side family as them, and the blood of their noble ancestors flowed within them. The Baron also wanted to say about the children, but Enrik interrupted him. Suddenly, the lord of the house stood up from his seat and told everyone that he didn't want to hear this, and then announced that this was the end of the development meeting. But one long-haired baron still wouldn't let Enrik leave, asking questions regarding the decision and begging him to listen to him for at least a couple minutes. But the angry Enrik was not going to listen to anyone. Enrik only turned around and looked at the baron seriously, telling him to hope that his subsequent performance would be better. The aristocrat continued to beg Enrik to talk, but the man was already leaving. The aristocrat could only watch as the head of the house slammed the door in front of him, leaving everyone without his presence. The baron was shocked by Enrik's behavior, but there was nothing more he could do about it. Immediately after the lord of the house left, the aristocrat pounced on Baron Molin with questions about what he was going to do about it, and how he could say such a thing in Enrik's face. Molin's response was that if he knew everything so well, then let him do something about it himself, rather than continuing to keep his mouth shut and watch what the head does. Hearing insulting words in his address, the aristocrat wanted to threaten the baron, but then a lady appeared behind him, who touched his shoulders and said that the main thing for them now is those children. Deciding to talk things over calmly, the aristocrat asked the baron what they should do in that case. Molin replied that since the head had made the decision, it was determined what they should do. Looking out the window, Baron Molin said that despite all this, they still had some chance of making a difference. Here, one brilliant solution lit up the evil baron's head. A sly smile appeared on his face, after which he said that they should immediately pluck this sprout before it sprouted. All the while, the baron was showing the aristocrats how he disrespected Enrik. He poured the tea he was serving the guests right into the trash can, repeating that they would definitely not let that sprout, meaning Joshua and Selly. In a minute, the entire garbage can was filled with tea that dripped from the bucket onto the floor. The baron didn't spare all the tea, literally comparing Enrik's treat to garbage and waste. Sometime later, in a very different place, Jacqueline was talking to Eugenia, telling her that the herbs she had given her were also very effective. Kneeling in front of Jacqueline and holding out a tray of something interesting to her, Eugenia was telling her that she was glad she liked everything, and it was good that the healer had trained her when she had come to the village apothecary earlier. Running a certain triangular medicine over Mrs. Jacqueline's sore knees, Eugenia went on to say that that healer had told her that he had learned about it a long time ago from a merchant from another country. Eugenia reflected on the fact that she didn't even think about the fact that there was wormwood in this world, which is called vimud here, but it was good that she had prepared it beforehand. Also, the protagonist told Jacqueline that everything was ready. Getting up from her seat, Jacqueline thanked the heroine of the story for her help, saying that the unbearable pain made it hard for her, but thanks to the heroine, she felt much better. Waving her hands from embarrassment and from so many compliments, Eugenia answered the lady that she was praising her a lot, and she only used folk medicine, which she taught herself, and therefore she was in no way comparable to a doctor. But Jacqueline still told Eugenia that she was excellent. Putting her hand on her cleavage, Jacqueline confessed that even the head doctor of the Juracia house could not help her, but she reduced her pain to such an extent that she felt better. The main character of the story lowered her head in embarrassment, thanking Madame Jacqueline for saying such words. Suddenly, the head maid Laya entered Jacqueline and Eugenia's room and apologized for her rudeness and said that she had an urgent letter. Jacqueline asked the maid who the letter was from. However, after looking at the letter Laya had brought her, Jacqueline said she understood everything as she continued to stare at the urgent sheet. Putting it back on the tray, the noble lady said that they should send her condolences first and then everything else. Jacqueline ordered Leia to go. After the head maid left, Jacqueline sadly and tiredly lowered her head, wondering rhetorically what she should do with all this. Eugenia didn't understand her mistress's words, so she asked what exactly she meant. Scrunching her face, the noble lady replied that the governess, who helped at the development meeting last year and decided to help in this year, said that it would be difficult for her to attend because of the death of her husband. Eugenia was surprised at such news. Hearing something about the development meeting, the heroine also remembered Joshua and Sally, who were sort of recognized as relatives, and it seems that they will have to fulfill this duty too, to attend the development meeting. Curious about this, Eugenia asked Jacqueline what exactly was going on at the development meeting. Madame said she was not surprised that she was interested in the topic. Lowering her head, Madame Jacqueline replied that the development meeting is a kind of demonstration and training place, or the meeting might play a slightly different role. Thinking back to the palace they were currently staying in, Jacqueline went on to say that the development meeting might be where the long-term selection of the heir could take place. At this time, all the children from the side families would gather and receive the same high-quality education from the Duke of Juracia's family. This was most likely what was happening to Enrik as well. They are watched over the course of several years to see which of them is most likely to become the head of the family and who is worthy of being selected for the further lessons provided to the future heir. Shaking her head, Eugenia asked if, in that case, the governess was the one who dealt with the children and their lives in general. Jacqueline replied that she was. The noble lady explained that the governess is a teacher who provides education, and separately she reconciles the children in case of disturbances and assigns appropriate rewards and punishments. She promotes friendly competition among the children. Being in a dark room where there were many pictures and vases of flowers, the lady sat and kept talking, saying that because of all this, a noble lady who taught etiquette was being brought in for this role. Clutching her head, Jacqueline said that the governess, that is, Mrs. Hallen, had always been excellent at her duties, and there was no one else to choose for the position. But then Eugenia advised Mrs. Hallen not to worry. Padva Madame Tia, the heroine, calmed her words, saying that the family Juracia has a good reputation, so they will be able to find a replacement for the governess. After that, Eugenia said that she brought her favorite tea. Looking at the smiling Eugenia, Jacqueline realized that it was a pity that her status in society was so low, and if she was an aristocrat, she would be capable of many things. As a result, Jacqueline gerated her head down and thanked the protagonist for her concern, while the girl herself stood beside her and smiled. Sometime later, when the day was already approaching night and everyone was getting ready for bed, a big downpour poured down on the palace of the Juracia family just like from a bucket. But Eugenia was not sleepy. She was panicking a lot, because right now she was going to be late to her mistress with a basket of medicines and a nightgown in her hands. Quickly climbing the stairs upstairs with everything she needed, she resented the fact that she had not heard the bell at all because of the downpour, signaling the end of work, and her friends had gone, leaving her alone. The heroine was already running to Mrs. Jacqueline, but then a certain mysterious person with dark garb appeared right in front of her, which frightened her very much. She saw a very scary stranger in front of her who was also looking at her while he had branches and leaves on his head for some reason. It was the man who stopped right in front of her. Without hesitation, Eugenia hit him on the head with all her might, screaming in fear and saying that this was a scary ghost in the house of Jurasia and he should disappear. After the light blow, however, the spirit never disappeared. On the contrary, he bent with pain, and based on this, Eugenia realized that it was not a ghost. The heroine also noticed something strange in the hands of a stranger. Having looked more closely at what the object held in his hand, Eugenia quickly realized that it was a hammer. Moreover, it was stained with blood for some reason. Realizing that it was necessary to run away from it, Eugenia ran away from the stranger, while on her face a genuine fear, and the unknown man escorted her with a look. While trying to run away from the stranger who frightened her very much, Eugenia realizes that because of the rain, the sounds are muffled and she can't see the road ahead very well. The girl thinks about the fact that this is the perfect weather to bury a corpse. Sweat was already running down the protagonist's cheek, and she was thinking about the fact that this was the reason why she didn't want to come to work today. She is already filling her head with thoughts about what organized this murder and whether they want to kill her for being wanted, but she also realizes that first she needs to get to a place where there are people. But the girl's escape was interrupted by the stranger himself. He grabbed her firmly by the forearm, not allowing her to even move from her seat. However, Eugenia was not going to give up either. She once again hit the stranger hard on the body with her hand, shouting to him to immediately let her go. Eugenia already wanted to ask the people around her for help, but something distracted her from doing so. In an instant, she felt the way she couldn't stand on her feet. She had already started to fall down because of her sudden movements and shock, realizing that it was even worse than before. When the stranger stood right in front of her, Eugenia fell to the floor, not even knowing what to grab onto, because there were no people or furniture nearby. The stranger was watching this perfectly. She even extended her hand to the heroine of the story to save her from falling, but it seems that even this will not help her anymore. Eugenia also extended her hand to the stranger in the same way, expressing to him her brightest hopes that at least he would help her, but the late moment no longer allowed to do so. Eugenia even closed her eyes from fear, prepared to feel incredible pain, but then she realized that she did not feel it. And in fact, she realizes that she should definitely fall down the stairs. Realizing that everything seemed to be all right, she opened her eyes, going to see something that would give her the answer to many questions: why she did not fall and who saved her. What Eugenia saw in front of her struck her the most. It turns out that she was saved from falling by Mr. Cheyenne, who was holding her tightly, and who also had a look of sheer shock on his face. After that, Eugenia calmed down a bit, thanking Cheyenne for his help. The blonde man said that it was nothing, and more importantly, she was the one who scared him a lot. Smiling at the protagonist of the story, Cheyenne asked Eugenia if she mistook him for a ghost if she screamed about it and beat him with herbs. The girl confusedly replied that she hadn't, then asked why he looked like that. Eugenia couldn't resist asking Cheyenne about the soiled clothes as well. Cheyenne laughed a bit, saying that he didn't even understand a bit what she was talking about. Cheyenne explained to Eugenia that he heard the roof was leaking, so he came to help, but he slipped and fell in the berry field. As he continued to tell her, Cheyenne confessed that Sandrick chased him afterward, and he fled from his grunts. Cheyenne says that's exactly what happened. Eugenia looked at him with a sly smile and said that in that case he should have told him that, and if she had heard at least his voice, she would have realized it was him. But Cheyenne replied that he had contracted a sore throat, so he couldn't talk. Waving his index finger, Cheyenne also revealed that he couldn't adjust to the cold in the Jurachia's house. According to the boy, troubles awaited him here and there, and the dampness also played its part. Sighing and looking at Cheyenne calmly, the heroine of the story replied that he should take good care of his health. After that, she said that it was already time for her to go, but she still couldn't finish. The girl only had to move her foot, as her heel was gripped by a strong pain, which caused her to cry out, twitching her foot, but continuing to stand still. Noticing this, Cheyenne immediately helped her from falling by grabbing her arms. The blonde said that she most likely had a sprain, then motioned for Eugenia to take a look at her leg to see for sure. Eugenia wanted to tell the guy something that she was fine and she would be able to get where she wanted to go on her own, but Cheyenne was already starting to do something, saying that he should see her leg and understand her condition. Cheyenne even held out his hand to Eugenia to help her sit down gently on the step. The protagonist was embarrassed by this, but at the same time she didn't want to refuse him anymore. After examining Eugenia's leg, Cheyenne said that it looked like the muscles were a bit stretched and she should see a doctor. The heroine thanked the blonde man for worrying about her. Shion continued to examine the heroine's leg while Eugenia herself thought about her foot being a little itchy, but it was probably because she was barefoot now. But at that moment, they both heard a voice sternly asking them what they were doing. The main character immediately turned back to where she heard the male voice from. Who she saw there struck her the most. Eugenia noticed Enrik behind her, who was looking at them with his serious gaze and walking down the stairs, also watching what Shion was doing there with her leg. Shion was the first to say something that he was checking her ankle since she'd hurt herself. Enrik asked him how it happened, but the heroine responded by saying that it was nothing special there and she was no longer in pain. To show the guys her energy and prove that she is not lying, Eugenia got up from the stairs and began to dance with her feet, showing everyone her endurance. But right after that, Eugenia almost fell again from the pain in her ankle, which scared Shion, who was already stretching his arms for a second rescue. It turns out that Enrik also wanted to hold the heroine of the story by extending his black-gloved hand to her, but he bent it because his competitor had already managed to do it. Right in front of Enrik, Shion was already holding Eugenia's hand so that she wouldn't fall, telling her that she might be in quite a bit of pain right now. Enrik just looked at them and remained silent. The lord of the house seemed to feel angry emotions when right in front of him someone was touching someone he clearly cared about. Suddenly, the heroine felt what Enrik had just as surely grabbed her hand, which surprised her very much. He told her that he would now call a doctor and make her one day off, but Eugenia continued to say that she was not that bad. Eventually already Enrik and Shion were looking at the manhwa's protagonist and questioning her about her condition, wondering if she was in pain, if she could walk her somewhere, and if she could walk normally. Realizing the fact that the guys care about her too much, Eugenia thinks about the fact that everyone could probably wrongly assume that she is somehow badly hurt. The heroine found nothing better to do than to take both hands away from Shion and Enrik, telling both of them that she was done with her work and would go home herself. A bewildered Shion replied that she could always rely on him. Turning to Enrik, Eugenia asked him what his reason for being here was, since she knows very well that this staircase is for employees only. Enrik didn't bother to answer Eugenia's question, but told Shion that he had been walking around looking for him. The blonde was surprised by this, agreeing with his words and decisions. When Enrik was already going about his business, Shion also wanted to go after him already, but instead turned to the heroine of the story and with a smile told her to be sure to bandage her ankles securely. But it turns out Shion also wanted to give something to the girl. He put a bag of red candies in her hand, saying that they were delicious and he wanted her to accept them as an apology. Eugenia told Shion thank you, saying that she would definitely enjoy them. In addition to that, Shion also kindly kissed the girl's hand, which was a real surprise to Eugenia. Thus Shion bid farewell to the heroine, confessing that he still very much wanted to meet her. But at that moment Enrik, who was still near them and listening to their whole conversation, said Shion's name sharply, loudly, and sternly, which made Eugenia surprised, frightened, and looked at Enrik. Appearing in front of the lovely Shion and looking at him with a fierce look, Enrik once again clearly told his partner to follow him. Shion only laughed and told him that he was already going and followed him. After that, the guys did go upstairs while Shion kept waving goodbye to the protagonist, showing her his smile and happy eyes. The protagonist of the manhwa also politely waved goodbye to Shion, while not understanding how he could act so cocky around Enrik himself, the strict head of the house. Sometime after such a strange occurrence, the physician had already arrived at the house of Horatia, putting down his equipment and saying that he had already finished his treatment and he was leaving. The healer stood up and, bowing, told Eugenia not to lift any more heavy objects and not to run around for a few days. After that, the doctor said goodbye to the heroine and Jacqueline. The mistress also said goodbye to him. Meanwhile, Eugenia was all in a sweat. She did not even think that she would use the services of the very doctor of the house of Jurasia, and she felt very uncomfortable that her treatment was taking place in the room of a noble lady. Turning to the maid, Jacqueline Jurasia said that she was glad that she had no major health problems, and in fact she was very frightened when she saw Eugenia limping. The heroine apologized to her mistress for making her worry. Noticing a table with beautiful desserts nearby, Eugenia looked at it and said they were delicious. Jacqueline looked at them too and said that Enrik had sent these sweets especially for her when he heard that Eugenia was going to see a doctor. The girl could not believe her ears. Mrs. Jacqueline kept looking at the table, asking Eugenia if she liked sweets, of which there were a great many on the table. The girl said that indeed she loved them very much. For a second, the protagonist thought reproachfully that Enrik really did it just for her, but then the heroine became serious again, telling herself not to draw premature conclusions, because most likely Enrik is just worried about her. At this point, Jacqueline and Eugenia heard voices outside the door that said it was Sandrick and Leia. Mistress ordered them to come in. As they approached Mistress, the servants told her that a certain guest had arrived at the mansion. Jacqueline was surprised by this, asking why they were telling this to her specifically. Raising a hand to her bosom, Jacqueline told her that they always did not receive guests during development meetings. So, admitting beforehand that she was sorry, Jacqueline asked the servants to escort the guests back despite the rain, since they follow that rule every year. Leia and Sandrick bowed to Jacqueline, but also said that this guest had arrived with a letter of recommendation from Viscountess Hallan, who had decided to work as a governess this year. Madame averted her gaze and thought for a moment. She realized that perhaps in consequence of not being able to attend the development meeting, she had sent a person to replace her, and she must be greatly grieving for the mourning. Jacqueline still orders the servants to bring the guest here, but at the same time she realizes that she now needs to check the letter from Mrs. Hallan for authenticity and will check the guest herself. After Leia and Sandrick left, Eugenia stood up as well, telling Madame that in her opinion it was time for her to leave as well. The girl also informed Jacqueline that she would return tomorrow and apply the compress, which she was unable to do today. Jacqueline agreed with the heroine's words, saying that she would go as well. Before leaving, Eugenia said that she had prepared something for Jacqueline, after which she held out her cane to her. However, Madame looked at it as if she didn't want to take it in her hands. Jacqueline made a displeased face and confessed that every time she used it, she felt like an old woman. To this, Eugenia said that if she didn't use it, she wouldn't feel comfortable walking. The girl's words made Jacqueline calm down. Her eyes quickly became kinder only because of Eugenia. Holding out her hand and her cane, Jacqueline also asked the heroine of the story to follow her from afar so that she would not fall, to which Eugenia replied that she would definitely do so. Giving Mistress her smile, the protagonist of the story sweetly said that she could count on her. All Eugenia had to do was to escort Mistress Jacqueline to the exit and once again tell her to let her know of her discomfort. The gentlewoman replied that she would be sure to tell her of her condition. There was still a big downpour outside. It kept getting heavier and heavier, and meanwhile Jacqueline had already said hello to a guest from the governess in her house. The guest was wearing a dark cloak so as not to get wet in the rain. Jacqueline asked him if it was difficult for him to get here, to which the guest replied that it was not, and he apologized for appearing so suddenly. The guest then held out a letter to the lady, which was well soaked with water due to the rain. She said that in spite of its appearance, there should be no difficulty in reading it. While Jacqueline read the letter and told the guest that this letter was indeed from Madame Hallan, Eugenia also looked at the lady who had come, for she had definitely heard that voice somewhere before. The lady continued talking to the guest, but the protagonist could not understand who it was and why her voice was so familiar to her. But then the guest apologized to Jacqueline for not taking off her cape earlier. She had already removed it from her head, and the heroine of the story held her breath, waiting to see who it was. The one she recognized in the visitor made Eugenia wonder. This person she had not seen for a long time and did not even know that he remained alive, because according to the story of the novel, this character should have died at the very beginning. The girl had already taken off her rain cape, showing everyone her brown hair color. Eugenia immediately recognized her acquaintance in the guest, asking her how she ended up here. It turns out that right in front of the main character of the story was the teacher Aline, who stayed alive despite the fact that in the original story she was supposed to be killed by a noble. This is exactly what surprises Eugenia. There was also surprise on Aline's face when she saw the heroine. As she came closer, Aline was the first to ask Eugenia how she ended up here. The Manhwa heroine did not answer her question, but only asked her own, wondering why she was here. Realizing the situation, Eileen sharply grabbed Eugenia by the shoulders, telling her that if she was here, the children should be in this yard too. The guest's behavior frightened Eugenia, and she didn't even understand what she was saying. From shock and sudden emotion, Eileen grabbed Eugenia's hand so that the heroine yelped in pain, begging the teacher to let her go. But then they both heard a rough voice telling Eileen to get behind Eugenia. That person turned out to be Enrik, who always appears when Eugenia is uncomfortable in the presence of someone. He once again ordered Eileen to let go of the heroine's hand. Eventually, Enrik couldn't stand it and grabbed Eileen's hand himself, rudely removing the guest's hand from Eugenia's and asking her if she could see that the heroine was in pain. Eileen was quite shocked by the abrupt appearance of the head of the house. Standing up for Eugenia, Enrik explained to Eileen that it was quite noisy on the first floor, and because of that he went downstairs, after which he asked what was the matter and who she was in general. Eileen was confused, not knowing what to say. The awkward silence was interrupted by Jacqueline, who asked Enrik if he had heard the news about Madame Hullen. The lady replied at once that she would not be able to attend this development meeting, so she had written a letter of recommendation and sent someone to replace her. Jacqueline then asked the guest to introduce herself, and Aileen curtsied and apologized for her rudeness, saying that her name was Aileen and she came from Claire's family. The girl also said that her family was poor, so she worked as a home teacher. The rain continued to pour outside the window while Jacqueline thanked Eileen for the greeting and said that she guessed that she and Eugenia knew each other. The heroine replied to her mistress that she did indeed know her. Eugenia continued to look at Eileen as if she saw a miracle in front of her. She marveled at the fact that she was still alive while simultaneously not believing that it was her. Looking at Aileen, who had her head down, Eugenia told the madam that this girl had trained young Master Joshua and young Madame Selmia in the house of the Marquis of Carrington. Turning to the house guest, Jacqueline asked Aileen if it was true. Eileen replied that it was, adding that the late Marquis Cheriton had given her the chance to live with these charming little angels. Eileen then decided to approach Eugenia and asked her if she was hurt badly when she grabbed her hand. The slightly frightened heroine replied that not at all, and she was fine. Giving Eugenia her kind look, Eileen replied that she was very glad in that case, after which she asked if Joshua and Sally happened to be here. And after the protagonist of the story replied that it was indeed so and they were in this house, Eileen's eyes were as if silently surprised while feeling an incredible shock. Eileen immediately fell to her knees, thanking Eugene for everything and saying that without seeing the children, she already thought that something very terrible had happened to them. The teacher shouted to the whole hall that she was very happy about it. Crying with happiness, Aileen also said that being out of town, after hearing the news about the Carrington couple, she arrived at the mansion late. But not seeing Joshua and Selmia, her heart almost stopped. At this time, Eileen was helped up off the floor by Laya, while the teacher herself continued to cry and said that she was very glad that everything happened the way it did. Eileen was thanking God that the children were fine. Enrik was still standing next to Eugenia and replied to Eileen that it was not because of God, but because of Eugenia who had brought them here. The heroine herself remained silent out of some sort of shame. After that, Enrik asked Aileen how she crossed the border, if the Ace Empire's relationship with the Duchy of Halland was already broken at this point. Aileen replied that she only crossed the border because of the help of one family she had managed to cross the border that the others had not. Hearing this, Enrik asked what kind of family helped her to do so. Eileen said that she had been working as a caregiver for a while, and that's where they helped her. She also thinks it was a family of knights, and some sort of simplified way of crossing the border was available to them. Enrik would have continued to ask Eileen many questions, but Jacqueline interrupted him in time, telling her son that that was enough questions for now. Jacqueline moved closer to Eileen and said that this was the end of their conversation, after which she ordered Leia and Cendric to provide the teacher with a room where she could rest. The subordinates said it would be done. Looking at Jacqueline Juracia with a smile, Aileen thanked her for such hospitality and a place for her to stay. After that, the teacher said that she thought they would see each other again as early as tomorrow. Also, Jacqueline told Eugenia that she too could go to her place and rest, to which the heroine of the story said that she would do so, lowering her head in front of her mistress. Looking from under her forehead at Aileen, Eugenia thought about how she still couldn't believe that she was the one who met her here. Looking carefully at the way Aileen was sweetly and politely talking to Cendric and Laya, Eugenia still couldn't understand what was going on and how one could explain the teacher's slightly strange behavior. After Aileen's meeting with Jacqueline and Eugenia, Enrik decided to have a meeting with his mom. Jacqueline looked sadly at the window, against the panes of which a dense downpour was still beating down, telling her son that her joints were creaking more and more every day. Helping his mother to sit up, Enrik also listened to what even the doctors could not help her. Enrik said to this that he would send a man to the capital to find a capable doctor. Looking at her son, Jacqueline said that it was not worth it, for all of them, as one would say that other than symptomatic treatment nothing else would help. Enrik said he would do it, though. Remembering how she drank tea with Eugenia, Jacqueline told Enrik that after Eugenia came she felt much better, because she is very attentive and knows a lot of things, making compresses and massages much better than doctors. Enrik drank tea and told Jacqueline that he was surprised by this, and the mistress continued to say that Eugenia was very beautiful and clever and smart. Gesturing with her hand, Jacqueline also asked her son if she could help her stay here, as she thought it would be a good idea to keep her as Mrs. Leah's successor. Enrik seemed to want to say something to his mother, or even contradict her, but Jacqueline interrupted him again, saying that the point was remembering to tell him something else. Putting her index finger up, Mrs. Jeracia told her son that she had heard that she had appeared at a gathering of relatives and said that Joshua and Selmia had been treated unfairly. On that basis, Jacqueline told her son that she was very determined and she was the right person to be the next head maid. Enrik only remained silent. Laughing a little, Mrs. Jacqueline told Enrik that right now the main character of the story is busy with the children, but Joshua and Selly can't be little forever. Jacqueline thinks and tells her son that one day Joshua and Selmy will become adults and they will spread their wings to fly toward the world. Placing her hand on her son's palm, Jacqueline kindly told her son that Shushu and Selly, like him as children, will soon be on their own. Looking at her son, who had a look of genuine surprise on his face, Jacqueline said that she remembered very well how independent he had become at his young age, for which she loved him. But Enrik only averted his eyes and remained silent, saying nothing to his mother's face. Jacqueline's sincere words made him hesitate. Deciding to take her hand away from her silent son's palm, Jacqueline decided to just tell Enrik that anyway. She thinks that Eugenia will find it difficult to settle here until the end since she is a foreigner. And so Jacqueline thinks and informs her son that it will be good if she meets her suitable match among similar workers. Hearing such words, Enrik raised his head and asked his mother what she meant. While Enrik was holding the hot tea in his hand, Jacqueline kept saying that Tom the gardener, or Jerry the cook, would be a good match for Eugenia, because they both had outstanding looks and a gentle nature. But Enrik interrupted her, asking if there was a special reason why she had called him. Looking at her son with a smile, Jacqueline said that she just remembered what she wanted to talk to him about young Baroness Eileen Blair, the children's teacher. While Enrik was wiping his lips from his tea, his mother talked about how she would very much like to hire Eileen Blair as a governess, and after that she asked Enrik what he thought about it. The brunette was silent at first. Looking at himself in the reflection of his own tea, Enrik realizes that he can't speak out against this hiring based on her inappropriate behavior that he observed when he first met Eileen, as his mother is already having a hard time dealing with it, so putting personal feelings into it is not allowed to him in any way. Realizing also that he is Jacqueline's son, Enrik raised his teacup to his face, telling his mistress to let her do as she knows. The son's words seemed to please Jacqueline. She lowered her eyes and looked down at the table with a smile, realizing that this was what she wanted to do. Being in a beautiful room with large windows overlooking the garden, Jacqueline continued to drink tea with Enrik, thanking him for providing her own choice in this situation. Meanwhile, Eileen and Eugenia were already striding down the hallway to Joshua and Selly's room so that the teacher could finally see the children she hadn't seen in a very long time. Walking behind Eileen, the heroine thought about the fact that, just as she had assumed, she was going to be a governess. Looking at Eileen's teacher, the heroine of the story thought that she was taking excellent care of the children in the novel she was living in now, so she had no reason to worry too much. Meanwhile, the girls had already approached Joshua and Selmia's room. Eugenia told Eileen about it, to which the teacher said she was very grateful to her for leading her to it. Already excited for her to see the children right now, Eileen asked Eugenia if she could enter this room. The heroine of the story said that of course she could do so. Taking a deep breath before touching the doorknob, Eileen was already prepared to open the door and rejoice throughout the palace at seeing her favorite children, Joshua and Selly. Immediately, Eileen burst into the children's room, holding out her hand to them and exclaiming the children's names with a smile and asking if they were here to pay attention to her. Joshua and Selmia, who were lying on the bed reading a book, immediately took notice, turning to look at the visitor. Selly immediately recognized the person as Eileen's teacher, while Joshua grudgingly asked who was appearing in the room so unexpectedly. As soon as Eileen saw the children, emotions of happiness and genuine joy immediately appeared on her face. Tears even flowed from her eyes as she continued to look at Joshua and Selly as if they were her own children. She decided to immediately throw herself at them with a big hug, shouting that she was incredibly happy that they were alive and well, and she was so happy that she hadn't lost them. The children were quite surprised by their teacher's abrupt behavior. It turned out that the teacher Eileen squeezed the children so roughly and strongly with her hands that they began to tell her that they could not breathe, and they even felt pain, asking Eileen to loosen her embrace. Eugenia immediately realized that she needed to intervene. She approached the children and Eileen, telling her that Joshua and Selmia were in pain from such a tight hug. The heroine of the story tried to do something to make the children stop feeling discomfort. But as soon as the heroine of the story came closer to Eileen, the teacher immediately pushed Eugenia away from herself and the children with her hand, giving such a blow that it was difficult for the girl to stand on her feet. The main character of the story fell to the floor from Eileen's blow, feeling considerable pain. The teacher continued to hug the children as if squeezing them in her arms. Eileen continued to hug the children with her hands on the tops of their heads. They were all shaking as they cried with happiness, realizing that they all didn't die and were still alive. Tears ran down her cheek from Eileen's eyes as she told Selly and Joshua that they were her own children. The children couldn't seem to hold back the tears either. Looking into the void with tear-stained eyes, Eileen suddenly said that Joshua and Selmia were the children she had raised. It was as if the teacher was mad about something, saying such words. In Joshua and Selly's room, Eileen continued to hug the supposedly her children, not even thinking of letting them go. The girl was already sobbing with happiness, stroking the children's heads. Thankfully, Eileen did let the children go, loosening her embrace with them a bit. She once again told them that she missed them a lot, as if they were her own children. However, Selly had completely different thoughts on the matter. When Eileen loosened her grip, the girl broke out of her embrace and ran to Eugenia, who was standing behind her to hug her already. While the protagonist was telling Selmia that everything was fine while hugging the crying girl, Eileen looked at her with blank and dazed eyes, not understanding why Selly was hugging the heroine more than herself. Reaching out her hand to Selly, Eileen asked her if she remembered her. After all, this was her own teacher, Eileen. But Selly didn't even want to answer her, hugging Eugenia and sobbing at the situation. Then Joshua, who remained standing next to Eileen, asked her how she ended up here. The boy's eyes were filled with both shock and curiosity at the same time. Crouching down to the boy and starting to touch his face, Eileen said with a smile that as soon as she heard the news, she came to the house of the Marquis of Keraton, and also the girl confessed that she did not look for them. She did not find them anywhere, neither in their room nor in the shelter of the Marquis's house. As she continued to cry, Eileen also recalled that she felt physically sick afterward and even thought that she had come too late. The girl wanted to say something else but couldn't utter it. Looking at Eileen and putting her hands on the crying Selly, Eugenia thought about the fact that she finally realized why she hadn't seen her for a long time, even if she was alive. The heroine of the story got an answer to her speculation as to why the man who risked his life for the children didn't come to see them. It turns out that Eileen just thought they were no longer alive. Sitting down with Selmia, Eugenia told her that everything was fine, and it seems that the teacher was just very happy to see them. After that, the heroine asked the girl if she wanted to approach Eileen. Selly replied that she really wanted to. After the frightened Selly came closer to Eileen, the teacher told her that she probably scared her a lot with her behavior, after which she apologized for it. Eugenia also kept her eyes on Eileen. She carefully watched the children and the teacher and their polite and sweet behavior, happy that Eileen had finally calmed down. But at the same time, Eugenia is thinking about one thing. She doesn't realize if Eileen has always been like this, abrupt and irascible, which right now has made her strange. Eugenia wonders what has gotten into her. The protagonist of the manhwa continued to delve into these thoughts, looking at the vase of flowers that stood on the nightstand near her. The heroine had a lot of questions for Eileen, but she wouldn't find out anything for now. Thus, after 3 days in the castle, the development meeting was already starting. Introducing himself to the participants of the meeting on the balcony in the hall, Enrik welcomed everyone, saying that he would introduce the teachers who would be teaching the children this year. Also, listening attentively to Enrik were Joshua and Selly. The first of the teachers introduced himself was a man with a monocle who greeted everyone and said his name was Kashino Faina, and he was a history teacher in the Ace Empire. After Kashino from the teachers, a red-haired teacher named Leanna Bashgel, who is a ballroom dance teacher of the art of speech, introduced herself. Eileen Blair also introduced herself to everyone and told everyone that she would be teaching the children etiquette and guiding all aspects in their lives. Eileen sincerely told the children that she hoped they would get along together. Joshua and Selly clapped for absolutely every teacher while all the maids stood nearby them, Eugenia among them. She watched the smiles of the children and guessed that they were most likely happy about everything that was going on. But at the same time, Eugenia worried about whether the children from the other side families would treat Joshua and Selly dismissively just because they were the children of the Marquis of Sheraton. The heroine's condition was noticed by Jenny, who offered her medicine if she looked so bad. Eugenia, however, said she didn't need it. Turning half sideways to everyone, the nicely dressed Enrik said that officially lessons would start tomorrow and they needed to try hard. Deciding to remind everyone about the rules, Enrik said that, like every year, they would be studying different subjects for 5 weeks. The last week, everyone would present what they were best at. Enrik also added that they would all be on fair terms. After that, Enrik asked Mistress Jacqueline to say a few words about it as well. Madame was already approaching the guests, about to complete the beginning of the development meeting with her words. Holding out her hand to the guests and looking at them with a smile, Jacqueline said that all the knowledge they would gain here would be an asset to them, so they should try hard to be the best. The guests said they clearly understood her words. Jacqueline also addressed the teachers as well, telling them that she will take good care of them too throughout the development meeting. The teachers thanked the lady for her graciousness and kindness. However, Aileen decided to stand out. Looking at Mistress with her strange and slightly frightening eyes, she said that she could well rely on her and her work. After the grand opening of the development meeting, Eugenia was already wheeling in the snack cart for Joshua and Selly, thinking that their lessons must be over by now. Talking to herself, Eugenia said that this time Selmia would be able to eat her favorite desserts that she loved so much. But at that moment, someone touched her shoulder. It turns out that all this time behind the protagonist was walking behind the teacher, Aileen, who called out to Eugenia so loudly that the heroine got scared and screamed. Thinking about why Aileen always scares her so abruptly, Eugenia greeted her partner, telling her that class was probably over. To this, the cheerful Aileen replied that the training was really having a bright effect. Paying attention to the dishes that the heroine was carrying on the cart, Aileen asked Eugenia what it was. The girl answered immediately, saying that they were appetizers for Joshua and Selly. Eileen even leaned towards the dishes, telling Eugenia that she understood her words very well. She seemed to be up to something. Suddenly, Aileen closed her eyes and for some reason told Eugenia that she was trying very hard. The teacher also asked a somewhat wary Eugenia if she was busy with her work. The heroine replied that of course she was, because it was her duty. Hearing this, Eileen abruptly made a naive, sad look and asked Eugenia if she had time to at least eat or make a snack. After saying such strange words, Eileen, for some reason, decided to abruptly take the cart in both hands, as if she was going to drive it instead of Eugenia herself, who was already shocked by the behavior. Looking at the manhwa heroine with a smile, Eileen suddenly asked her if she would let her take the cart to the children's room. The manhwa heroine didn't even realize the teacher's intentions, so she interrogated her about such a request. Eileen also smilingly replied that she would take care of the snack for Joshua and Selmia. After that, she even thanked Eugenia for bringing the snack here. Right after that, Eileen abruptly drove the cart towards the children's room, but she wasn't even stopped by the manhwa heroine's shouts for her to stop and not do that. In the end, Eugenia also had to grab the cart by hand and forcefully stop it, telling Eileen that she wouldn't be lazy to bring this cart to the children's room. Judging from the expression on Aileen's face, she clearly didn't like it. Hiding her sly smile from the heroine of the story, Eileen supposedly kindly agreed to Eugenia's words, saying that in that case she would give in to her. The heroine thanked the teacher for that. Eileen didn't plan to lag behind. She reached the door anyway, knocking on it and calling out to the children who were in that room. Joshua and Sally in that room immediately sharpened their ears when they heard a voice on the other side of the door that didn't belong to Eugenia. Eileen was sweetly telling them that she had brought food. The children rejoiced that Eugenia might be there along with Eileen. Joshua asked the teacher about it, expecting, of course, a positive answer. However, as soon as Eugenia and Eileen entered the children's room, Joshua and Sally immediately jumped on the main character with hugs while Eileen looked at them with blank eyes, jealous of the children's attention. The children had a nice conversation with Eugenia before going to say hello to Eileen as well. The first to approach the teacher was Sally, to whom Eileen told her that she was quite sad. She also said that she would like to talk to them over a cup of tea. Hearing that the teacher also wanted a tea party, Joshua politely ordered Eugenia to prepare everything for it, to which the heroine replied that she would do it now. A few minutes later, the protagonist of the manhwa was already pouring flavored tea into a cup, asking the children if they enjoyed their lessons. The children were already sitting in their chairs and took turns answering Eugenia that they were enjoying the lessons and wanted to continue learning. Eileen was also sitting next to them. Sally wanted to say something related to the lessons, leaning over and leaning on the chair, but then Eileen, who saw this, sharply told her to sit up straight. Because of the girl's rude tone, she immediately did so while Eileen touched her back and told her that this was how she would become a proper lady and that this should never, ever be forgotten. Selmia was visibly upset by this and became sad, but the heroine of the story, apparently noticing this, decided to switch the topic of conversation and began to tell Selmia that she had seen something in the market recently. After her words, Eugenia put in front of Sally her favorite sweets, saying that these were the ones she had picked up at the market. The girl even grabbed her face, telling the heroine that these were her favorite desserts. The little girl was already reaching for one candy, saying that she wanted to try them, but her hand was abruptly grabbed by Aileen, who told Selmy no. Still holding the little girl's hand, Aileen told her with a smile that these were not to be eaten. Selmia wanted to object to the teacher, but she couldn't. Looking at the girl with her strange eyes, Aileen firmly told Sally that she must obey her teacher. With her words, she frightened Selmia, which could be seen on her face. Eileen also addressed Eugenia as well, telling her that such food is bad for the girl and should be eliminated. The heroine of the story wanted to object to her partner, replying that the amount of desserts is not large at all, but Aileen still insisted on her own. Piercing Eugenia with a look, Aileen angrily said that even this amount of sweets is harmful, and she didn't know that the heroine is supposedly such a short-sighted person, who is also the children's personal maid. Eugenia also looked at Eileen with some wariness, saying that she understood her concerns. She wanted to insert her opinion into the conversation again. The anxious Joshua and Sally watched silently as Eugenia told Aileen that she was worried about both the young master and young mistress to the same extent as she was. Coming closer to Aileen, the protagonist angrily said that she worried about the children as much as she did for the reason that she had been looking after them for a long time. But to this Eileen only laughed a little, saying with a sly smile that from now on the heroine of the story could put all these worries on her shoulders. The children took good notice of Eugenia and Eileen's heated conversation. Joshua wanted to get up from his seat and say something to the teacher to calm her down, but by this time Eileen herself began to keep her cool. Eileen smiled kindly again and turned to the children and told them not to worry about what Eugenia had said, because she had also been taking care of them for a long time. But also Aileen told the children to trust only her from now on. The strange teacher's words made the heroine of the manhwa unpleasantly surprised, and at the same time she realized something. Eugenia couldn't accept that Aileen really sees her as a rival for the children's attention. While the girl was thinking about it, the teacher called her again to say something. Coming closer to her rival, Aileen put her hands on Eugenia's shoulders and asked her if she had done all her work. The heroine, out of confusion, didn't know what to answer. Not hearing an answer, Eileen squeezed Eugenia's shoulder with such force that the girl felt uncomfortable. For the umpteenth time, the teacher was cryptically telling Eugenia that she didn't need to overdo it. Piercing Eugenia with an insidious look of evil, Aileen smilingly told the protagonist that in that case, she could go from here. After her words, Aileen forcefully pushed Eugenia out the door, seeing her off with a supposedly kind look and smile, and informing her that she could go about her business. Meanwhile, Enrik was working in his office. Elvery came to him and informed him that he had just returned from a funeral. The head of the house praised his mentor for the task he had completed, after which he ordered him to work as usual. Elvery agreed with his boss's words, but then his attention was drawn to the one at his side. As it turned out, there was Mr. Shion sitting on a chair in Enrik's office, looking at both of them with a smile. A perplexed Elvery asked Enrik what the blond man was doing here. Shion answered immediately, saying that he was bored to death. Shion Takti added that he couldn't go about his usual business, as the Duke would come right out and look for him. Elvery was surprised by this, asking his master if it was true. Elvery also added that Enrik didn't even look through the north-facing windows at first, but now he does so regularly. Enrik angrily asked his subordinate what he meant. To this, Elvery replied that he certainly understood Enrik, who started following Shion. After all, he possessed a very handsome and aesthetic face and the like. But Enrik sternly told everyone to stop joking around. Enrik decided to ask Elvery about the task he had to do for real when he went to the funeral. Elvery started to say that on the way back he went to inspect the dam. Remembering the dam he was looking at, Elvery told the gentleman that the water in it had almost reached the edge, but there was nothing to worry about yet. Smacking himself in the face, Enrik told Elvery that he always had to be on guard, so he asked him to reinforce the dam before the heavy rain. Elvery said he would be sure to pass his words on to whoever needed to know. Shion immediately decided to intervene in the conversation, saying that he wasn't sure if it would even rain with the weather being so clear. Elvery replied to the boy that the weather in the north was not that easy to predict. The blonde and Elvery continued to talk about whether or not it would rain and whether or not they would get soaked today, while Enrik kept thinking about the fact that he should be extremely careful about the dam this year. Outside the palace window, it was indeed the clear weather that Shion had mentioned. There wasn't even a cloud in the sky, but the weather could still change and shift a few more times. Thanks to the clear weather, Eugenia with Joshua and Sally were also having a picnic outside after a day of strange lessons with teacher Eileen. Selmia said the desserts were delicious as always, and Eugenia, who was feeding her, advised her to eat slowly. Overjoyed, Sally confessed that she really wished that Eugenia would come to their house every day like she used to. Joshua wanted to interrupt his sister, which he did afterward. Putting his index finger to his lips, Joshua warned Sally to be quiet because Eileen's teacher might hear. Sister replied that she would be very quiet from now on. Casting her sad gaze downward, Eugenia told the children that here they could be themselves and they could not be afraid of anything. The heroine recalls that after that day, Eileen wouldn't even let her near the children. While munching on a piece of dessert, the protagonist remembers that now, luckily, Eileen is away, so she somehow managed to meet the kids. At this point, Joshua said that lately, Eileen's teacher has become very strange and it scares him. The boy said that she suddenly left them, and although she asked how they had been living all this time, she didn't say much. Joshua's words made Eugenia even more angry with Eileen. She told the boy that she understood his words, after which she thought about the situation for a while. Looking at the children, the protagonist said that they needed to be extra careful with her, and if something significant happened, she might not want to remember it. After that, Eugenia turned back as if reaching for something. The children were a little surprised by this, anticipating something interesting. Eugenia was actually pulling out a handkerchief to wipe her tears. She warns the children that if Eileen finds out that they are secretly seeing each other, they may never meet again, and, according to the crying heroine, she may even be imprisoned for disobeying orders. Eugenia continued to wipe her tears with a handkerchief, confessing to her children she loves and appreciates them very much. A sobbing Eugenia grabbed Joshua's leg, asking him if he would forget about N.E. The frightened boy replied that of course they would be careful about it, and Sally also replied that he would draw her face so that he wouldn't forget in case of anything. After the children's confession, the heroine of the story did calm down. She laughed, thinking to herself that the children were already too cute in her eyes. But at the same time, the heroine of the story wondered. If even the children feel an evil aura from Aileen, then there is definitely something bad about her. Because of this, the protagonist makes the right decision. She will observe her until she finds out her exact intentions. After a while, when Eugenia returned to her duties and poured tea for Enrique and Mrs. Jacqueline, she, in a state of shock, could not understand why the aristocrat suddenly asked her about the man with whom she supposedly meets. From shock, the girl did not even follow the tea. It had long since poured outside the cup, and that was only from the fact that Eugenia was numbed by Madame's harsh words. Wiping the remnants of tea on the table, sweating with excitement, Eugenia asked the aristocrat's why of interest. Jacqueline replied with a smile that she had just been thinking about it for a long time. Looking at the protagonist with kindness and curiosity, Jacqueline also said that there weren't many people she knew in the Empire, so she thought she was very lonely. Jacqueline even said that if Eugenia didn't mind, she could take her to someone to introduce her to someone, but Enrik didn't tolerate that kind of talk, which caused him to stand up, slapping his hands loudly on the table. The protagonist and Jacqueline looked at Enrik fearfully, wondering what had come over him, because the lady had just offered Eugenia to get acquainted with different gentlemen. But the knight immediately became calmer, briefly telling the women that he had forgotten his urgent business, telling Eugenia to come with him as well. Coming closer to Jacqueline, who was wondering what he wanted Eugenia for, he replied that he had quite a headache and the tea she was making was very effective. Thereupon, as the bright moonlight streamed in through the palace window, Jacqueline said that in that case she was bidding them farewell, whereupon both Enrik and Eugenia bade farewell to the lady. Eugenia followed Enrik down the empty hallway, asking him where they were going. Enrik replied that he had been having a headache lately, so he was going for a walk. Eugenia immediately advised him to go to the garden for that. The protagonist also said that light walks help with headaches. In addition to this, she also suggested him to prepare an effective tea when he returns from the garden. But Enrik was in no hurry to ask Eugenia for that. He kept walking, saying that she would do something else for him instead. The guy turned to the protagonist and offered her to take a walk with him. Enrik's offer surprised Eugenia, so she had a lot of questions, from which she was a little confused. Enrik even extended his hand to the girl, clarifying whether she even wanted it. The heroine of the story simply could not refuse him. Eugenia was surprised and at the same time embarrassed by the frankness of the head of the house, which is evident from her flushed cheeks. The protagonist of the story modestly placed her hand on Enrik's palm, allowing him to accompany her during the walk as his own lady. Thus the couple had already reached a beautiful garden, which was illuminated by the moonlight. Deciding to interrupt the awkwardness, Enrik asked Eugenie if she was having difficulty with her work. The cheerful heroine replied that she had nothing of the sort and all things were going well. However, the girl, coughing a little, said that she had something that would be difficult for her to get used to. Enrik asked her what it was. The heroine did not bother to tell Enrik the truth. She only told him with a smile that she would definitely get used to it and have more time for herself. Walking around the garden with Enrik, Eugenia also said that she would definitely be able to look around then. Talking all the while about love and her other half, Eugenia walked a little ahead, telling Enrik that this is when she would realize that she was alone. Eugenia's unusual beauty and her words seemed to enchant Enrik. He watched as the wind blew her service dress around and couldn't take his eyes off her. Gazing into the chapel that was not far from them, Eugenia decided to confess to Enrik that, in truth, she was already feeling this loneliness on her. Remembering Shusha and Seli, the protagonist confessed to her interlocutor that the children had become busy, and now it was difficult for her to see them, thanks to which she had more free time. The girl even admitted to Enrique that this makes her very sad. Suddenly, Eugenia went deep into her thoughts and wondered if she was talking too much with the gentleman of the house. The girl decided to say it outright. Fixing her hair behind her ear, the heroine of the story, with a smile, told the man that she probably tells a lot of some strange things, but Enrik said that it was not so. Continuing to talk, Eugenia wanted to tell the Duke that she usually does not do this, but at this very moment she accidentally tripped, already feeling like falling backwards. The girl was already screaming in fear from surprise, unable to lean on something or regain her balance. But Enrik himself saved her from falling. He grabbed her hand and leaned it so close to him that the pair needed only a couple of millimeters to touch each other's lips, from which they were shocked. After making sure that Eugenia was okay, Enrik got a little angry with her, asking if she was okay and saying that he couldn't take his eyes off her lest she fall off again. Embarrassed, she thanked the head of the palace for catching her at the last moment. Wishing she didn't have to look at Enrik anymore to avoid embarrassing herself, the girl admitted that he always seemed to be so helpful to her, which surprised and embarrassed her. The girl's words really got Enrik thinking. He kept looking at Eugenia as if realizing something in his head. Without stopping to think about it, Enrik did let go of Eugenia's waist, realizing that she was no longer threatened or in need of help. Eugenia couldn't help but notice the sudden mood swings in the Duke, and when Enrik grabbed his head, she asked him if he was all right and feeling well. But the Duke himself was in no hurry to flood the girl with answers. He didn't stop looking at her while his ears were reddening from sheer embarrassment. In fact, the head of the palace was thinking about the fact that in the future he would be extremely difficult with Eugenia, because he, looking at her, already realizes that he feels something unusual for her.